Chapter 520. Ghost Cry. Stall him first. When he is not paying attention, I can let out the dream-eating wolf and let him enter the dream realm. As long as he enters the dream realm, he will lose control of his body and treat the dream as reality. Killing him will be as easy as flipping one's hand. Ink Wolf sent a Zhenyuan message to Ghost Cry. Ghost Cry nodded as a wicked smile appeared on his face. Wind Shadow Shapeless Hand. Battle Wolf Kill. The two regrouped, attacking toward Yi Chen together from the left and right. Yi Chen was not afraid at all, as he waved his sword to welcome the incoming attack. A horrifying slaughter sword intent surrounded his body and eventually gathered on his longsword, which shone with a dark red light. The light was dreamy, carrying the purest killing intent in the world. The buildings of the Yi family started to shatter. Even though it was only a bit of that shocking sword intent, it had already darkened the sky completely, and the heavy clouds had reached the lowest point. Kill. As the battle reached its climax, Yi Chen waved out a sword attack. Gold-blue sword chi filled the sky, slicing through the dark clouds. Pooh. Ghost Cry and Ink Wolf both backed out, puking out a huge amount of blood. The two looked shocked. Who were they? They were the remaining elders of the Nine Evil cult, with a cultivation at peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm, and had learned a couple of low-rank profound sense martial arts. Their martial will was not bad either, having already reached the martial soul rank 3. Their experience and battling talent were not their weaknesses either. Otherwise, they would not have been able to become the elders of the Nine Evil cult. With their power, they had joined hands to fight against Yi Chen, but they were still pushed back by the latter while puking out blood. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? If this brat is not killed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Ghost Weep gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence filled with killing intent. Hold on. Dream-eating wolf is the key to our mission. Ink Wolf reminded Ghost Cry. I know. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. After blowing away the two with one sword attack, Yi Chen performed his sword steps and approached the slower Ink Wolf. Before the latter could react, he stabbed out an amaranthan nature attack. The space pattern spread out along the sword body, and the blue sword light kept on shooting out. Not good. Danger. Ink Wolf was fully aware of Yi Chen's offensive power. Even if he were to fight an attack head-on, he would still vomit blood and be forced to retreat. If he were to use his protective Zhenyuan to resist, he would definitely be courting death. Dang. Blinding sparks flew. Ink Wolf took out a high-grade shield just in time to block Yi Chen's sure-kill sword. Quick sword hell. Using the counterforce, Yi Chen pulled away from Ink Wolf. Using the profound of fast, he fully performed the speed sword prison. The lightning-fast sword light almost covered the entire area where Ink Wolf and Yi Chen were standing. At the same time, countless streams of energy exploded, and a few blood flowers bloomed. Damn it! Ink Wolf held his saber in one hand and his shield in the other as he was sent flying again. Blood spurted out from his shoulder, left rib, and thigh. Those were wounds caused by the speed sword prison. Even with the long saber and shield, he couldn't completely dodge the sword light. Is there no way to wound it? Yi Chen frowned. Although the name of the speed sword prison sounded nice, it was actually just a sword attack that could be thrown out in a split second after comprehending the profound of fast. In terms of power, it was still not as powerful as the original sword attack. After all, the speed was too fast, and the power would be scattered. The speed sword prison was very simple, so Yi Chen didn't have to spend too much time on it. Otherwise, how could he create a sword movement in just 3 days? Naming it Speed Sword Prison was just his ambition for the fast sword. He believed that the weakness of this movement would slowly disappear, and he would be able to use it one day. Wind kill. Behind him, Ghost Cry found the chance and pointed out a finger attack. This finger attack contained a powerful cutting power, as if it was a huge amount of wind blades. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen held the sword hilt with his back hand, blocking Ghost Cry's attack. He then used the chance to turn around and throw out a sword attack with his right hand. Gold Resonant Radiance Sword. The Gold Resonant Radiance Sword was Yi Chen's most powerful single-target sword attack. The intense vibrating power attacked out, and the sword chi shattered Ghost Cry's protective Zhenyuan. However, Ghost Cry was not that easy to kill. At that critical moment, he activated his Zhenyuan, and let out a shrill sound wave. It was like a ghost's cry, low and deep. It went straight into one's soul, making it hard for one to get out of it. It lowered the warrior's battle consciousness to the lowest level, and made him fall into a deep state of fear, being disturbed by the sound wave. Yi Chen's sword attack was slowed down by half a beat. Ghost's cry dodged it, and his own reaction was also slowed down by half a beat. Ink Wolf, do it now. Blood shot out of his shoulder, which was caused by the sword chi. Ghost's cry yelled at Ink Wolf. Remnant soul, come out. Ink Wolf knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he put away his top-rank shield and patted the beast tag on his waist with his left hand. A huge wolf with red hair and eyes on its forehead rushed out. Create Dream World. Ink Wolf ordered. Awo. Hearing him, the eyes on Dream Eating Wolf's forehead shone with a dim light. The dim light expanded and turned into a dark light cover, covering all three of them. Since the Dream Eating Wolf's target was Yi Chen, Ghost's cry and Ink Wolf were not affected by the dim light at all. What is this place? Yi Chen arrived at a desolate plain, surrounded by huge red wolves. Their eyes shone with a dim light as they stared at Yi Chen cruelly. Awo, awo. The leading red wolf howled once, attacking at Yi Chen first. The other wolves followed right behind, rushing over like a flood. Kill! Yi Chen waved out his sword, killing a huge number of them. However, there were just too many of them. There was no end to them, and their numbers were uncountable. It was impossible to kill them all, and they were not afraid of death at all. No, this is not real. Yi Chen had the slaughter sword spirit, and his slaughter sword intent was more powerful than all of the master-level warriors. The reason why he was confused was because he had never encountered this kind of attack before. If it were someone else, they would not be able to think at all, and would only fall into a surreal world. They would numbly defend and kill until the surreal time was over. A moment inside was not even the blink of an eye outside. Let's kill him now. Ghost's cry was about to make his move. Ink Wolf hurried to say, no, he has just fallen in. If you make a move, he will wake up, and all our efforts will be wasted. Then how long do we have to wait? No hurry. Wait until he sinks deeper, and that will be the time to kill him. Ink Wolf was very confident about the Dream-Eating Wolf's ability to create dreams. The power of the Dream-Eating Wolf did not lie in its power as a rank 10 beast. In fact, although the Dream-Eating Wolf was a rank 10 beast, its power was similar to a rank 9 beast. However, the Dream-Eating Wolf had the ability to create dreams, which was even more powerful than the sea serpent's illusions. The latter could only make people hallucinate, making them think that what they were seeing was real, and their bodies could still move freely. However, the former could make people fall into a dream directly, making them think that they could move, but in fact it was just a dream, and their bodies could not move at all. Hee, when the time comes, tell me. Ghost Cry reached out his right index finger, and the power of the wind kill started to gather. The white light ball seemed to be made of countless compressed wind blades. With one finger, most of the objects would be pierced through. Break. On that desolate grassland, Yi Chen closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he roared, and a horrifying sound wave spread out. In the outside world, a cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. While Ghost Cry was still in a daze, the long sword in his hand changed from a wave into a stab, piercing through Ghost Cry's throat. Fresh blood spurted out, and Ink Wolf, who was not far away, was shocked. Destroying a dream. What level of willpower does that require? Ink Wolf was very clear that anyone below the master level would not be able to destroy a dream within a second and break out of it. Even for a master level warrior, if they encountered the Dream-Eating Wolf for the first time, they would most likely die. The second master had sent him here, because he knew that Yi Chen was raising an extremely rare rank 10 Dream-Eating Wolf. With the Dream-Eating Wolf's ability to create dreams, even if he encountered a master-level warrior, he might still be able to put up a fight, and might even be able to kill him. Could it be that his willpower has already surpassed the master level? Ink Wolf thought of a possibility, and his face turned extremely pale. He did not even care about the Dream-Eating Wolf, whose soul had been injured, and ran away as fast as he could. Putting away his long sword, Yi Chen sneered and flicked his fingers. Swoosh! Beams of Lotus Heart Sword Chi that were as thin as bullets shot out, forming a dense sword chi tornado. The sword chi tornado instantly covered Ink Wolf, attacking him indiscriminately. His soul power had sensed countless sword chi attacks, so Ink Wolf hurried to take out his top-rank shield to protect his back. However, there were just too many sword chi attacks, and the shield's defensive range was limited. Swoosh! His right arm was cut off from the shoulder, and then his right calf, left calf, neck, head. When the top-rank shield lost control, it fell down from the sky. Ink Wolf was instantly turned into a sieve, and eventually turned into a rain of blood. Stopping the sword chi attack, Yichen let out a breath. Those two people and one wolf were indeed horrifying. It was not that he did not want to perform the sword chi tornado right from the start, but he was not confident that he could kill the two of them with one attack. If he performed the sword chi tornado and scared the other one away, it would be a disaster. Therefore, he had been waiting for a chance to kill the two of them with one attack. However, he did not expect that there would be another horrifying red wolf. If he had guessed it right, that red wolf should be a dream-eating wolf that was about to go extinct, and it had the power to create dreams. It was similar to the Shen beast that he had met in the 9 curves and 18 curves. Amidst the blood rain, a light spot and a metal tag fell down. Yichen reached out his hand and sucked them into his hand. The light spot was a storage ring, and the metal tag was a beast tag with the word beast carved on it. If he remembered it right, only the beast-controlling martial school still had the method to make beast tags. A lot of martial institutions would need to buy beast tags from the beast-controlling martial school, and then capture some beasts that could be tamed. Without the tag, even if they could tame the beasts, they would not be able to bring them around, as it would be too eye-catching. There were also different ranks for beast tags. The low-rank ones could only be used to raise beasts below rank 3. The mid-rank ones could be used to raise beasts below rank 7, and the top-rank ones could be used to raise beasts below rank 10. This beast tag was at least a top-rank beast tag, and its value was immeasurable. It was not something that could be bought easily. Good stuff. But in terms of value, it is still not as valuable as the dream-eating wolf. The dream created by the rank 10 dream-eating wolf is way too horrifying. Even master-level warriors would be killed if they were not careful. I wonder how much effort they had put into raising this dream-eating wolf to this level. Looking at the dream-eating wolf, Yichen shook his head. This dream-eating wolf was almost half dead. The wound on its soul was not that easy to recover from, and its dream-creating power would be greatly reduced as well. But of course he could not let it go to waste. He had to find a way to tame it, and one day, it might be able to help him. Chapter 521. Early Sea of Soul Realm Cultivation, Rank 4 Sword Soul, Peak Rank 4, Profound Sense Martial Art, Great Alertness, Assassination Success Rate less than 30%, Personal Death Rate more than 50%. In a corner of Luo City, the color of the shadow suddenly became a bit lighter, as if something had disappeared. A clasping Yuan Realm warrior, who was walking by, had no idea. Putting away the storage ring and the beast tag, Yichen lowered his head and looked in the direction of the Yi family. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Half of the Yi family had been flattened, and the ground was full of holes. There were a lot of pitch-black cracks that had spread to the nearby streets. Fortunately, he had blown the two away in time and flown far into the sky. Otherwise, with the power of the aftermath, the whole Luo city would have been destroyed. The destructive power of a Sea of Soul Realm warrior was no joke. Shoo! Yichen flew toward the Yi family. "Chenair, you're not hurt, right?" Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing came to greet him. Yichen shook his head. "How is the Yi family? Is anyone hurt?" "Fortunately, your initial battle was not that intense. Only a dozen people were heavily wounded, and 30 were lightly wounded. Nothing serious." Letting out a breath, Yichen said seriously, "Father, Mother, this Luo city is no longer suitable for our Yi family to stay. You're afraid that someone will slaughter the Yi family if they can't find you." Shen Yuqing thought of the crux of the problem. "Indeed. You've seen it for yourself. The destructive power of a Sea of Soul Realm warrior is very shocking. Not to mention the Yi family, even a Luo city can be destroyed easily. Therefore, it will be very dangerous for you to stay here. I don't want to see you suffer because of me." Yi Tianhao frowned. "But our Yi family has been living in Luo City for generations. I don't think many people would be willing to move away." How about this? Luo City's Yi family is still here, but we have to build an even bigger one. You guys can live there. Yi Chen thought for a bit and said, where to build it? Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing looked at Yi Chen. Somewhere near the Ridra Martial School. In the entire Windy Nation, only the South Ridra Martial School was relatively safe, since everyone knew that it was a branch of the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Shen Yuqing was referring to Long Bai. After all, Shen Yuqing was an inner elder of the Ridra Martial School. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Yi Chen had already displayed sufficient strength and potential, so this request wasn't excessive. In the future, he would pay back everything he owed Dragon God Celestial Palace, and even double it. The only thing he could do at the moment was to make himself even stronger. All right. Yi Tianhao nodded. In fact, with the Yi clan's current situation, as long as sect leader Long agreed verbally, everything else would not be a problem. The Yi clan did not lack gold or spirit stones. They had enough to build 7 or 8 bigger Yi clans. Half a day later, Long Bai arrived. The news about the battle between Yi Chen and the 2 Sea of Souls realm warriors had just reached the Ridra Martial School. Knowing that Yi Chen had eliminated the enemies, Long Bai didn't think much of it. She thought it was just 2 ordinary Sea of Souls realm warriors. Build the Yi clan near the Ridra Martial School? No problem. I'll go back and have people pick a good place for you. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen expressed his idea, and Long Bai immediately agreed. Protecting the Yi clan and letting Yi Chen roam the outside world in peace was what they should do. Yi Chen's current performance was no longer that of a small genius, but a growing genius. When he reached his peak, it would be the time for the Dragon God Celestial Palace to reap the harvest. Receiving Long Bai's approval, the Yi clan became busy. Not only the Yi clan, but the entire Luo city was busy as well. The central plaza was destroyed, the golden statue shattered, the casualties, and the compensation for the deaths. All of these required the Luo City Lord Mansion and the Yi clan to make arrangements. Since it was because of Yi Chen, the Yi clan would be directly responsible for the compensation. 3 days later, the construction of the new Yi clan began. The location was chosen to be 200 li east of the Ridra Martial School. It was indeed a good place for feng shui. As for Yi Chen, he didn't participate in these matters and focused on cultivating. In another intact courtyard of the Yi clan in Luo City. It's been 2 months since I entered the Sea of Souls realm. My cultivation base has more or less stabilized. I'm about to eat the spirit pattern fruit to reach the peak of early Sea of Souls realm. Advancing from early Sea of Souls realm to the peak of early Sea of Souls realm actually didn't have much of an increase in battle power. It was just that the Zhen Yuan would be more vigorous. However, having more vigorous Zhen Yuan was also an advantage, as it would allow one to fight for a long time. Taking out the spirit pattern fruit, Yi Chen took a few bites and swallowed it. Gulp. The pieces of the spirit pattern fruit melted once in his mouth, turning into a rich spirit pattern yuan qi that poured into his meridians. As Yi Chen trained his martial art, the yuan qi slowly turned into new Zhen Yuan. During the night, Yi Chen had successfully reached the peak of early Sea of Souls realm. His rich Zhen Yuan was like a huge river, running around in his meridians and eventually flowing into the Zhen Yuan ocean in his dantian. Ho! Letting out a breath, Yi Chen opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, lighting up the whole room. It is indeed a top-rank spirit fruit. The yuan qi it contains is thousands of times more than top-rank soul stones, and it is even easier to absorb. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, Yi Chen's absorption of top-rank soul stones had slowed down a lot, since the Sea of Souls realm Zhen Yuan was a couple times purer than the astral-reaching realm Zhen Yuan. A wolf howl was heard from outside the room, shaking the windows and making a loud noise. Yi Chen chuckled as he pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Inside the yard, a huge wolf with red hair and a lot of eyes on its forehead was lying on the ground. It was howling with its head raised, bringing up waves of qi. Seeing Yi Chen come out, the dream-eating wolf shut up immediately. Not bad. You know that running is useless. Yi Chen did not use any chains to lock the dream-eating wolf, since he did not have chains that were hard enough to lock a rank 10 beast. Normal chains were like pieces of wood in front of it. The dream-eating wolf spirit was still a bit low as it peeked at Yi Chun in fear. The fear that Yi Chun had brought to it was just too deep. Not only had he broken its dream, but he had also hurt its soul through the dream. Alright, I will break the soul mark on your soul now. Remember, do not resist. Otherwise, you will be the one in trouble. If he wanted the dream-eating wolf to recognize him as its master, the first step would be to get rid of the soul mark that the man in black had left in the dream-eating wolf's soul. Only then would he be able to brand his own soul mark. Woo! The dream-eating wolf howled a couple of times and nodded. Walking in front of the dream-eating wolf, Yi Chun pressed his palm on its forehead. A powerful soul power poured into its body. Soon, his pupils shone with a silver light, which was very different from the soul power he had released before. The dream-eating wolf's body was shaking. It was not because it was hurt, but because Yi Chun's soul power was way too powerful. It was 5 times more powerful than its previous master. Not to mention the fact that it did not want to fight back. Even if it did want to, it would have obediently followed Yi Chun's orders. If it did not want to die, then it could not go against the young man in front of it. In the deepest part of the dream-eating wolf's soul, Yi Chun found a strange soul mark. The soul mark was a very complicated thing. It was like a totem, but also a spell. And the soul mark on the weapon was different from the one on the soul. The one on the weapon would need to be replenished every once in a while, while the one on the soul would not need to be replenished at all. It would be rooted in the dream-eating wolf's soul, absorbing the soul power of the dream-eating wolf. In other words, as long as the dream-eating wolf did not die, this soul mark would exist forever, unless someone came to get rid of it. If Yi Chun were only a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior, it would be very hard for him to get rid of the soul mark. But his soul power was unbelievably powerful. Without harming the dream-eating wolf, he only needed to slightly circulate his soul power to get rid of the original soul mark. Soul mark. After getting rid of the strange soul mark, Yi Chun started the second step, which was to brand his own soul mark. With this soul mark, the dream-eating wolf would not dare to betray him anymore. As long as Yi Chun willed it, it would be in so much pain that it would want to die. The dream-eating wolf lied on the ground obediently, breathing heavily. Branding the soul mark would take a long time. It was not until midnight that Yi Chun stopped, the silver light in his eyes fading away. Alright, you can go out and hunt now. Don't hurt anyone and don't run too far away. Yi Chun knew that the damage to the dream-eating wolf's soul would not be healed in a short period of time. If there were no soul-healing medicines, it would not be able to recover to its peak state in this lifetime. It might even leave some side effects. Therefore, letting it go out to hunt for food was a must. As for the dream-eating wolf's every move, it would not escape Yi Chun's senses. Deep inside its soul was his own soul mark, and only life and death realm warriors would be able to get rid of it. Hearing him, the dream-eating wolf rubbed against Yi Chun's clothes timidly, making a couple of low growls before turning around and disappearing into the night. A rank 10 demonic beast is indeed a rank 10 beast. Even if its power to create dreams is damaged, it is still way more powerful than a rank 9 beast. Easily sensing where the dream-eating wolf had gone, Yi Chun let out a breath. Next, he would need to get rid of the soul mark on the beast tag. Then, he would only need to keep the dream-eating wolf in the tag, and he would be able to take it everywhere without worrying about attracting attention. It was easy to get rid of the soul mark on the tag. After a quarter of an hour, the tag had completely changed owners, and had become Yi Chun's tag. It is indeed a top-rank tag. The space inside is almost as big as the Yi families, and there is even natural yuan qi flowing in. Entering his beast tag with his soul power, Yi Chun saw the space inside the tag. It was a space that covered thousands of hectares. There were mountains and rivers, and the sky was dark and cloudy. Strands of natural yuan qi leaked in, nourishing the land and maintaining the balance of the space. The tag could not only keep one beast, especially the top-rank tag with a huge space. As long as the beasts were not allowed to kill each other, it would be able to keep at least dozens of beasts inside. Of course, Yi Chun had calculated it based on the size of normal beasts. If it were a beast with a huge body, it would probably be too crowded with just 1 or 2 beasts. Chapter 522. Second Master, this kid is tricky. I do not even have 30% confidence. Inside the dark underground building, The elder in black robes looked like he was thinking. Beside him, there was a lump of shadow, from which came a dry voice, one word at a time. The elder in black robes lifted up his head, his face blurry. 2 cold stars shone in his eyes. You are my best assassin, and even you say that you do not have 30% confidence. It seems like he has already matured. People with great luck are hard to kill. It seems like the gods are on their side. But if our 9-ghost cult wants to kill him, even the gods would not be able to help. What is the plan, second master? Wait for the black demon to come out. Black demon. The shadow moved a little bit, and it was obvious that it was emotional. Nightmare, you should not stay idle during this period of time. Bring your assassins and kill one of the candidates for the deputy leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Li Shaoling. This kid is no less threatening than Yi Chun. Plus, he has the water spirit body. The elder in black robes had a cold look in his eyes. As long as it was a top martial genius related to the old Dragon King and Xianhou, he would kill them all. It would not be wise to let an enemy with potential grow. If it were not for the fact that the Master Union was so busy, having to deal with all the information coming from all directions, and also having to watch out for the dark power, he would have done it himself already. Star Regional Lake, east of the core area. This place was calm and peaceful. The lake water was deep blue, and there were no islands around. Looking into the distance, one could only see the sparkling water. On the surface of the lake, a small boat was parked there, and an old man was fishing leisurely. The fishing rod was like jade, and the fishing line was shining with a crystal-like luster. However, that fishing hook was not a normal fishing hook, but a finger-long, slightly curved silver sharp blade. The sharp blade was as thin as paper, and it seemed to be quite heavy. The fishing line was stretched taut, and even the wind could not move it. In the air near the boat, a middle-aged man wearing a scholar robe stood in the air, holding a book in one hand and the other behind his back. He seemed to be immersed in the world of books. Fisherman, you said that the Treasure River Island would appear in a couple of days. But we have been waiting for a whole week, and nothing has happened. Are you sure you are not mistaken? On the surface of the lake not far away, there was a huge flower boat with an antique design. A beautiful woman in red stood at the bow of the boat. She stopped looking at the lake, and said to the old man who was fishing. The old man focused his attention on the fishing line and said lightly, "Before the Treasure River Island appears, there will definitely be a 5-colored light shining on the surface of the lake. I will not be wrong. Let's just wait patiently. I have no idea where this island came from. Every time it appears, it seems like it was born out of thin air. But before it appears, it would leave behind some kind of sign. It is really hard to tell." The lady in red looked helpless. The middle-aged man glanced at the red-clothed woman and smiled. The world is full of wonders. There are too many things that you and I do not understand. It is better to read more books. What is the point of reading? If you did not spend so much time reading, you would be a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior already. Hee, I'm just waiting for the right opportunity. Only the fisherman is free. The middle-aged man suddenly put away his book and stared at the lake in front of him with a sharp gaze. The lady in red and the fisherman had also noticed the anomaly. They did not even blink their eyes as they started to look more serious. Under the lake, a huge black shadow appeared out of nowhere. It was so huge that one could not even see the edge of it. They could only see the tip of the iceberg. Treasure River Island? Before the lady in red came, she had already checked the bottom of the lake and made sure that there was no trace of it. This black shadow was just too strange, as if it came from another world. Rumble. Soon, the endless black shadow appeared on the surface of the lake. The 5-colored light spread out, dyeing the air, the lake water, and the clouds into a colorful color. It was like a dream, and it was not real at all. It is indeed the Treasure River Island. The middle-aged man gasped as his sight was filled with 5 different colors. Through it, he saw an island that looked like a small continent. The island was covered in a layer of 5-colored light, making it impossible to see what was inside. It was exactly the same as the Treasure River Island that was described in the ancient books. The lady in red sounded excited. There are countless spirit plants on this island, including some extinct ones. If you are lucky, you might be able to find 1 or 2 top-ranked spirit plants. According to the rumors, someone had found the 9-twist reverse spirit plant, dragon blood plant, youth flower, and many other rare top-rank spirit plants. The fisherman chuckled. Spirit plants are just one of them. The Treasure River Island is a mysterious island where all the treasures are gathered. Alright, let's start to break the spell. This 5-colored light's defense and attacking power are not normal. Although we are all top spirit warriors, we cannot afford to be careless. The appearance of the Treasure River Island. No matter how troublesome it would be worth it? The lady in red and the middle-aged man chuckled, feeling very happy. Right then, some people were attracted by the 5-colored light from afar. It was a group of Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been wandering around the core area of the Star Regional Lake. The Star Regional Lake was one of the few lakes in the whole True Spirit continent. It had a radius of millions of miles, and there were countless dangerous places, especially in the center of the core area. Even life and death realm warriors might not be able to make it back alive. Although the core area was relatively less dangerous, warriors below the Sea of Souls realm would not be able to go in and out as they wished, since the death rate would be extremely high. Therefore, most of the warriors who appeared in this area were Sea of Souls realm warriors. There were warriors from the South Ridra region, the Misty Snow region, the Wavy Cloud region, and even the Mountain region. This group of Sea of Souls realm warriors had been traveling together for years, exploring all kinds of dangerous places in the Star Regional Lake. The 5-colored light from the island was too bright, and as long as they were within hundreds of miles, they would be able to sense it easily. Therefore, they rushed over immediately. This is the Treasure River Island. It is the Treasure River Island. Oh my God! Now that the Treasure River Island has appeared, our opportunity has come. One of the Sea of Souls realm warriors seemed to have thought of something, and his face lit up as he explained to his partner. What? It is the legendary Treasure River Island. The last time it appeared was 100 years ago, right? No one knew when the island would show up, so it was all up to luck. Therefore, no one knew when the island would show up, and how many years it would take to show up. After all, it was possible that when the island appeared, there would be no one around, and then it would disappear again. Huh! The lady in red sneered as she exchanged a look with the middle-aged man and the elder. Your fortuitous encounter ends here, said Yi Shiwen. The elder stood up and waved the fishing rod in his hand. The silver sharp blade that was attached to the fishing line shot out. The fishing line seemed to be bouncy, as it could reach dozens of miles with ease. Because of its crystal-like appearance, the fishing line was barely visible, which was hard to notice. Pooh! The silver sharp blade made an arc in the air, piercing through the throat of a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Then, with the bouncy effect of the fishing line, it shot backward, slicing through the other two Sea of Souls realm warriors. Blood splashed everywhere. The Sea of Souls realm warrior, who had his throat pierced through, clutched his neck and fell down from the sky in shock. He did not even see how the elder had attacked him. Meanwhile, the other two Sea of Souls realm warriors nearby were suddenly sliced in half. The cut surface was smooth like a mirror. Looking at the fishing line that had been pulled back, a blood-colored light shone on it as a drop of blood splashed out. The silver sharp blade and the fishing line could both kill. Run! After a slight pause, the other Sea of Souls realm warriors started to run for their lives. The elder was way too powerful. He had killed 3 of their partners within a second. Plus, that silver sharp blade and fishing line seemed to be extremely sharp, which meant that they might be top-rank weapons as well. Shoo, shoo, shoo. After 3 of them had died, there were only 6 Sea of Souls realm warriors left, and they started to run toward the distance. 100 flowers. The lady in red had a cold expression on her face as she shook her hand and shot out a huge amount of bright light shards. They were crystal chips that looked like all kinds of flower petals. With a flash, they landed among the 6 warriors. All of a sudden, another 2 warriors had fallen down, and another 2 had been badly wounded. Their running speed had been reduced drastically. Flash sword. The middle-aged man's weapon was a sword, a thin and long sword. His long and slim hand held onto the sword handle as he waved out a sword attack. Pooh! A bright light shone, and the 2 badly wounded warriors were sliced into pieces. The remaining beam of light caught up with one warrior, who was slower than them, and cut off half of his body. The three of them had killed 8 Sea of Souls realm warriors with just one attack. It was as easy as eating and drinking. However, the last Sea of Souls realm warrior was extremely fast as he disappeared into the sky. The elder's eyes shone as he said slowly, "His flying art contains the profound of thunder. No wonder he is so fast. Let's not waste any more time. Let's break through the colorful light first, and get into the island." The lady in red and the middle-aged man nodded. They did not look too good, and the carefree mood they had before had disappeared completely. Thousands of miles away, the Sea of Souls realm warrior who had just escaped was still scared, his face pale. "So scary. I did not even have the power to fight back. The good thing is that I am at mid-Sea of Souls realm, and my flying art contains the profound of thunder. These three are so powerful. Once I get into the island, I will definitely die if I run into them. But giving up on the island is not my style either. It is such a rare opportunity, so I will have to try. What should I do? What should I do to grab this opportunity? All right. Spread the news out." The man's eyes brightened as he said excitedly, "There are a lot of treasures on the island. It might not be a bad thing if more people go there. No matter how big the cake is, it would have to be big enough for one person to eat. Since I cannot eat it all, why don't I spread the news out? I don't believe that the three of them would be able to kill everyone else. Let's do this." After making up his mind, the man did not stop and flew toward the nearest mountain region. The news about the Treasure River Island had spread out very fast. Normally, it would be great if there were only a few people who knew about the secret. However, this time, it seemed like someone had been pushing it in the dark, so a lot of people knew about it. But of course, they were all close to the Star Regional Lake. If the distance was too far, the news would not be able to spread out. Since the person behind the scenes did not want everyone to know about it, those who knew about it all kept it a secret, and headed toward the place where the island would appear. Inside the martial city of the Black Dragon Empire. Treasure River Island? Yi Chen had just arrived in the martial city of the Black Dragon Empire recently. He wanted to go through the city and trade for some pellets or medicines with some Sea of Souls realm warriors. These things were for his parents so that they could reach the astral reaching realm as soon as possible. After all, he already had the power and the identity of a Sea of Souls realm warrior, so why not do more for his parents? All of these things would be very easy for him. Just before, when he was about to talk with a Sea of Souls realm warrior in the martial city, someone sent a Zhen Yuan message to them, telling them that the island had appeared somewhere in the Star Regional Lake. "Sorry, I will leave now." The Sea of Souls realm warrior who was talking with Yi Chen had heard the news and left in a hurry. Yi Chen did not mind, since there were a lot of treasures on the island. Perhaps he would be able to find some medicines that could help his parents increase their cultivation. If it were before, I would have to think about it. But now that I am not that weak anymore, it is a must for me to enter the island. His eyes flashed as Yi Chen left the room. Chapter 523. The huge island had a circumference of nearly 1,000 miles. Because the multicolored light was too dazzling, the air could be seen from hundreds of miles away. Around the island, people kept coming over. Looking from afar, they looked like tiny black dots. It was already half a month after Yi Chen found the Treasure River Island. The island was not ridiculously huge. At least Yi Chen had seen a lot of islands that were bigger than this one. But none of the islands were covered in a layer of endless colorful light. It was exactly because of the existence of the colorful light that made the Treasure River Island look so majestic and magnificent, and it could shock one's soul. Boom. Not far away, a Sea of Soul realm expert launched an attack, wanting to break through the restriction. However, the multicolored light was exceptionally tough, bouncing him back. Not only that, the multicolored light separated into numerous multicolored ribbons that chased after him. The colorful light bands were extremely fast as they intertwined with each other. Soon, that warrior was covered in sweat and blood. He backed out a couple of miles with an ugly expression on his face. Meanwhile, similar scenes kept happening around the island. Less than 30% of the warriors were able to break in. Taking out his emerald green longsword, Yi Chen took a deep breath and threw out a sword attack toward the colorful light. A chi explosion sound was heard as an extremely thin gap was torn open in the colorful light. The edge of the gap was intertwined with colorful silk threads. Like a piece of cotton cloth being torn apart, the threads were still connected. Chi. The colorful threads weaved back together and shot out even more colorful threads, turning into a light belt that attacked toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's body flashed, avoiding the incoming light bands. What a strange power! It is actually made up of countless energy strings. My sky thunder cut with all of my power could only make a small crack. It is not enough for my whole body to get in. Swoosh! Cutting apart the light band in front of him, Yi Chen suddenly increased his speed, traveling through a couple of light bands. His longsword carried a golden blue light as it landed on the colorful light. A long crack appeared on the surface of the colorful light. The colorful strings kept being destroyed and regenerated, maintaining the balance for a while. Yi Chen turned into a beam of light and shot in. Ha! He can actually barge in? The Sea of Souls realm warrior, who was in a sorry state before, noticed what was happening, and a shocked expression flashed through his face. As soon as he entered the multicolored light, above the island, Yi Chen's body sank, as if there was an invisible force pulling him down, or as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his back. His Zhen Yuan and blood qi stagnated, and his breathing became stagnant. Yi Chen steadied himself when he was 10 meters away from the island's surface. Looking back, where the multicolored glow originally was, the sea of clouds was surging, and the fog was hazy. In the sea of clouds, there was an unhealed crack. Obviously, this crack was left when Yi Chen passed through the sea of clouds. Following the crack, Yi Chen saw the scene outside through the much softer multicolored glow. The scene was distorted and blurred, as if it had been refracted many times. Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Chen began to size up his current location. In his eyes, mountains were rising and falling one after another. Some of them were tall and green, while others were short and strange. On top of the mountains, there were waterfalls and fountains, looking very beautiful. From time to time, there would be beautiful spirit light and treasure light shooting out, as if there was some kind of treasure there, shining with its own radiance. Because he could not fly in the sky, Yi Chen could only see the mountains in a small area. His soul power was also greatly reduced in this place, and his detection range was not more than 5 miles. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen flew toward the area where the spirit light had shot out, trying his best to hide his aura along the way. After half the time it would take to make tea, Yi Chen found the source of the spirit light. In the crevice of the mountain rocks, there was a spirit flower with waxy white leaves and green flowers. This spirit flower was the size of a palm, and the tiny blood vessels on its stem were clearly visible, just like the meridians of a human body. Because there was too much spirit energy, this spirit flower was constantly releasing a condensed spirit light. Tendon refining flower. Yi Chen recognized the origin of this spirit flower. It was the tendon refining flower that he had obtained in the foggy area. The tendon refining flower was a mid-rank spirit flower, and one could be sold for 5,000 mid-rank soul stones. If it could be made into a tendon refining pellet with other precious materials, it could even be sold for 30,000 mid-rank soul stones. The meridians of the human body were very important, but they were also relatively fragile. If the meridians were not smooth, then the battling power would not be able to be used to its peak. If the meridians were broken, it would be a catastrophic injury for a warrior, and it would be very hard to recover. However, a tendon refining pellet could not only heal the broken meridians in a short period of time, but it could also strengthen the meridians, making them extremely tough. Although this tendon refining flower is a mid-rank spirit flower, it has probably reached the 10,000-year level. Even if it is not as powerful as the extreme rank spirit flower, it is not far from it. Yi Chen moved his mind and waved his hand. The tendon refining flower flew out of the soil and landed on his hand. He then put it into his storage ring. Inside the storage ring, there were many flower pots of different sizes, and the soil was very rich. In the corner, there were many jade bottles, which contained the spirit liquid that could help the plants grow. He had bought these spirit liquids from some special places. As for the nutrition liquid that Wang Heng had given him before, he had already used it up. Planting the tendon refining flower in the pot and filling it with soil, Yi Chen withdrew his mind power and flew toward the next area where the spirit light exploded. So many spirit plants. Almost every mountain has spirit light shooting out. This is something unimaginable in the outside world. The two Sea of Souls realm warriors looked at each other, their faces full of joy. What are you waiting for? Let's go and pick them. Suppressing their excitement, the two pushed their Zhenyuan and flew at a low altitude. Ah! A wail was heard from another area. Right next to a blood-red spirit plant, there was a human and a beast. It was a Sea of Souls realm warrior with a pale face. One of his arms had been bitten off by something, and it was not blood that poured out from the wound. Instead, it was dirty pus, which was extremely disgusting. As time went on, his shoulders started to corrode, and more pus started to pour out. In front of him was a 10-meter-long blood-red poisonous snake. Its upper body was huge, and its tongue was sticking out of its mouth. A creepy light shone in its eyes. Damn it! Why is there a rank 9 blood dragon snake right next to the dragon blood plant? The warrior's face was full of despair. The blood dragon snake was an ancient beast, and its poison was extremely powerful. Without a special antidote, the victim would die for sure. Unless they reached the life and death realm and trained the undying body, they would be able to ignore the poison. Die. Knowing that he was going to die for sure, the warrior pushed his Zhenyuan and tried to fight back. Boom. The blood dragon snake's body did not move, but it waved its tail. Without even a shadow, this Sea of Souls realm warrior's chest caved in, and he was blown away. Blood dragon snake. Hundreds of meters away, Yi Chen stood on top of a hill. The hill was filled with lush greenery, covering him completely. Only his eyes could be seen. The blood dragon snake's name was well known to Yi Chen. Among all the poisonous creatures in the world, the blood dragon snake could be ranked in the top 10. It was said that no one under the life and death realm would be able to handle its poison. And when the blood dragon snake reached adulthood, it would have the power of a rank 9 demonic beast, which was no weaker than the water ape race. Judging only based on rank 9 might not be that high, but it was an ancient beast with an extremely powerful battling power. Normal water apes would not be able to compete with it. My power is only at the same level as the blood dragon snake. If I want to get the dragon blood plant, I will need to think of a plan. Although Yi Chen had reached the Sea of Souls realm, and had the power of a top spirit warrior, compared to Sun Xiaojin, he might not be as powerful as him. Judging from this, the blood dragon snake's power would definitely not be weaker than his, not to mention that it had the top 10 poison, which would definitely be a powerful ace. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen still could not come up with a good plan. Once a demonic beast reached rank 9, its intelligence would be no different from a normal human being's. So it would be hard for him to trick it with his cheap tricks. I guess I will have to use my separating shadow flying art to get it. After making up his mind, Yi Chen walked out of the grass and pushed his Zhenyuan to its limit, jumping out into the air. Squeak! 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 The blood dragon snake noticed Yi Chen right away. Its scales opened up, and its body expanded. A purple-green beast chi spread out from its body. Pooh! A poison arrow shot out like lightning. All the plants in its path started to wither, unable to handle the poison chi. Separate. His body was like a shadow as Yi Chen's real body shot out from the shadow, and appeared behind the blood dragon snake, right near the dragon blood plant. The blood flood dragon snake's reaction was extremely fast. The scales on its back trembled and fell off. With a tremble in the air, they shot out with crackling sounds. Indeed hard to deal with. Yi Chen did not dare to underestimate the attacking power of the scales. Only his upper body was wearing the top-ranked defensive treasure, the gold armor. His limbs and head were not protected at all. Once his protective Zhenyuan was broken, he would definitely be badly wounded. After all, he had only trained his immortal body to the first level, which was flesh recovery. It was not really immortal. Turning shadow. His body turned thin, turning into a shadow as Yi Chen shot out toward the dragon blood plant. Above him, the sound of the scales breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Chen's separating shadow flying art was too amazing. Even if the blood dragon snake had thousands of attacks, it would not be able to stop him in time. It could only move its body and chase after him. Seeing that the dragon blood plant was about to be in his hands, a crystal-like light appeared in the air out of nowhere. It was faintly discernible, looking extremely creepy. Yi Chen sensed it and twisted his body, trying to avoid it. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a hair-thin crack appeared on the ground. At the end of the crack was the location of the dragon blood plant. With a flash of silver light, it stabbed into the soil underneath the plant, digging out the plant along with the soil. The speed was so fast that it was almost beyond Yi Chen's sight. This dragon blood plant, this old man will gladly accept it. The voice came from afar. What made Yi Chen's expression change was that before the old man left, he had thrown out a chi wall to block his way. If he backed off, it would be the furious blood dragon snake. Old man, you are too unkind. You stole my things, and now you want to kill me. Yi Chen's soul power could cover 5 times more than Sea of Souls realm warriors, reaching 5 miles. Therefore, the appearance of the old man was clearly seen by him. As for the old man, he knew nothing about him, since Yi Chen's soul power was 1 level higher than his after all. Chapter 524. Yi. Behind him was the ferocious blood dragon snake, and in front of him was the thick chi wall. If he went left or right, he would be blocked by the blood dragon snake. Yi Chen had nowhere to go. I can't fight with the blood dragon snake. Ancient beasts have the strongest defense. Without 1 to 4 hours, it would be hard to kill it. If both of us get injured, it would only benefit that old guy. Thinking quickly, Yi Chen withdrew his protective Zhen Yuan. Layers of sword light floated around his body. Zhu. The sword light carried his body and shot toward the chi wall. Pung. The mud behind him splashed out. The blood dragon snake's tail was as red as jade and as hard as diamond, leaving a deep hole in the ground. Swoosh. The sword light was condensed with the supreme slaughter sword will. The moment it touched the wall of chi, it only paused for a moment before it broke through the wall of chi and smoothly passed through. Through the chi wall, Yi Chen locked onto the figure of the elder in the distance and chased after him at an extreme speed. Behind him, although the blood dragon snake's speed was not slow, it could not compete with Yi Chen's sword light flying art. Within 2 to 3 breaths' time, it had been thrown a couple of miles away, its creepy eyes filled with anger. Old guy, hand over the dragon blood plant, and I will pretend this never happened. Soon, Yi Chen was only 1 mile behind the elder. The scenery on both sides was moving backward rapidly like a bubble. The elder was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. Without even turning his head, he chuckled and said, "Little brother, you can instantly break through the chi wall and escape from the blood dragon snake's pursuit. Your strength is not bad, but it is still not enough in front of this old man. If you know what's good for you, you should leave immediately before I get angry." Oh, seems like you have made up your mind not to return it. Yi Chen's tone was calm, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Treasures belong to the fated. The dragon blood plant should belong to me. Then die. After chasing for 300 meters, Yi Chen pointed out his left index finger in the air. A waist-thick cyan Jinyuan finger shot out, creating a water-like pattern in the air. This is space mentality? The elder looked back and his pupils shrank. Without enough time to dodge, he swung his left hand backward. Dang. The old man's hand shone with a golden light, and a golden shield appeared. The Zhenyuan finger smashed on the golden shield, making a teeth-aching metal explosion sound. Sparks flew everywhere like fireworks. Staggering back a few steps, the old man stood on top of a boulder and looked at Yi Chen. Since you really want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. There were a lot of treasures on the island, and the elder did not want to get involved with Yi Chen. However, that was under the condition that Yi Chen would not bother him. It's not up to you to decide who lives and who dies. Stopping his steps, Yi Chen's eyes shone with a murderous vibe, and his expression turned a little more serious. His void-shattering finger art had already reached 40% completion, and its power was only slightly weaker than his gold-resonant radiance art, which had reached 80% completion. It was expected that his opponent would not die, but it was surprising that he had only taken a couple of steps back. This old man's fishing rod has killed countless people. Today, I will add another life to my tally. The old man shook the fishing rod in his hand and looked at Yi Chen expressionlessly. It was as if he was looking at a fish that had delivered itself to him. I am afraid that the result will disappoint you. Yi Chen did not take the initiative to attack. The elder was very powerful, and his fishing rod was even more mysterious and unpredictable. Before figuring out what was going on, attacking recklessly would only bring him more opportunities. A wave of strong wind blew across, and the air was filled with the unique color of the island. The old man made his move. The fishing rod in his hand shook once, and a silver light disappeared into the surreal space, shooting towards Yi Chen's neck without a sound. The fishing line was stretched perfectly straight, merging with the color in the air. It was hard to tell where the line was with naked eyes. Yi Chen indeed did not expect his opponent to attack this fast. He leaned his body back and flicked his left finger. The sword chi and the silver light clashed together. Ding! The silver light was bounced away. It was a sharp silver blade, and there seemed to be a transparent fishing line tied to it. Occasionally, it would shine with a crystal light. The old man sneered. The skinny hand that was holding the fishing rod sank down, and his zhenyuan flowed rapidly along the fishing line. All of a sudden, the tip of the silver blade shone with a cold light. It shook once in the air, attacking towards Yi Chen again. Ding! 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 The silver blade was like a maggot on a bone, never leaving Yi Chen's body. His protective zhenyuan was like a thin piece of paper in front of the silver blade. Shadow. His body turned into a shadow. Yi Chen suddenly lowered his body and shot out while sticking close to the ground. Earthquake sand. A skinny palm pressed on the ground, and a muddy yellow halo spread out. Along with a rumbling sound, the hard ground shook for hundreds of times before turning into pure sand. The sand wave shot up into the sky. Yi Chen had to wake up from his shadow state and back out in the air. This guy is powerful. It was the first time that Yi Chen had met a warrior who was at the same level as him. His opponent had a lot of battle experience, and was very cunning. Every time he attacked, it would be at the perfect time and angle. While not showing any flaws, he kept pressing forward. Withdraw. The old man shook his head slightly and pulled back his fishing rod. In front of him, the silver blade circled around with Yi Chen as the center, and the transparent fishing line wrapped around Yi Chen. As long as the circle shrank, even if Yi Chen's defense was twice as strong, he would still be cut in half. Shadow splitting. At that critical moment, Yi Chen left behind a shadow while his real body shot up into the sky, reaching a height of 10 meters. Old man, it's my turn. Once in the air, Yi Chen flicked both of his hands. The instant the space rippled, the lotus heart sword chi shot out towards the old man like a torrential rain. Danger! The old man took a deep breath and threw out a palm attack on the ground. Rumble! A sand wall with a yellow halo appeared, blocking in front of the sword chi. There were so many sword chi that the sand wall could only block for a blink of an eye. After that, it was punctured into a sieve and landed on the old man's protective zhenyuan. Earth walking art. The old man was hit by a couple of sword chi attacks. In his shock, his feet sank into the sand, disappearing without a trace. In midair, Yi Chen sneered. The lotus heart sword chi's attacking range expanded like a summer storm, turning the area where the old man had disappeared into thousands of holes. Earth-shattering palm. A figure covered in blood rushed out from the sand under Yi Chen's feet, throwing out a palm attack. The palm power was extremely powerful, and it seemed to be able to shatter anything that touched it. Gold resonant radiance sword. Yi Chen was already prepared for the old man to jump out of the sand and attack him. His body slid back a step, and he held his long sword in his right hand before throwing it down. Boom! The golden green sword beam and the earthy yellow palm energy collided. One contained a vibrating force, while the other contained a crushing and explosive force. The resulting energy exploded, forming a golden, green, and yellow light ball that swallowed both of them and expanded rapidly. Pooh! The old man puked out a mouthful of blood and fell down into the sand. Yi Chen's body bent and shot up into the sky, enduring the extreme pressure. Take another sword attack of mine. Yi Chen was the first one to recover from his paralysis. He followed the pressure, and threw out another sword attack. The bright sword light was like a solar storm. Before the sword chi even arrived, a sword hole had already appeared on the surface of the sand. Countless grains of sand had been shattered into tiny particles by the vibrating sword pressure. This brat is tricky. The old man had to dig deeper. He was only a few hundred meters deep when the huge power started to spread out on the sand layer by layer. Sensing that the old man was still alive, Yi Chen threw out one sword attack after another, showing the power of the gold resonant radiance sword without a doubt. Damn. Right then, the old man's expression finally changed as he took out a small tower from his storage ring. It was only 1 foot tall, but the aura it gave off was as heavy as a mountain. No, it was 10 times heavier than a mountain. As he poured his Zhen Yuan into it, the small tower shone brightly and expanded. It broke through the surface of the sand, revealing its tip and body. What is this thing? Yi Chen hurried to increase the distance between him and the old man. Boom. Waves of sand rose up as the whole tower appeared in the air. On the first floor of the tower, the old man was covered in blood, stuffing pellets into his mouth. It has the aura of an extreme rank weapon. It is a semi-extreme rank weapon. Yi Chen realized that the tower was a great item, and an extremely rare defensive great item at that. Defensive great items were not limited to great armors, and could be in other shapes. The ones that could change their sizes were only extreme rank great items and replicas of extreme rank great items. Yi Chen wondered where this old man had found a semi-extreme rank weapon. Although they were only replicas of extreme rank weapons, they still had 30 to 40% of the power of the real thing. Some of the top semi-extreme rank weapons might even have 50 to 60% of the power. Even life and death realm warriors would not be able to ignore it. Little brother, I am willing to return the dragon blood plant to you. How about we call it even? The old man poured his Zhen Yuan into the tower, while talking to Yi Chen through the tower. Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked. You are willing to return the dragon blood plant? With the appearance of the semi-extreme rank weapon, Yi Chen thought that it would be a long battle, since it would be impossible for him to break the tower open. So the old man would definitely be able to recover for a while before coming out. Indeed, I am willing to return it. The old man was very straightforward as he took out the blood-colored dragon blood plant and shot it out of the tower. Letting the plant fall onto the ground, Yi Chen cautiously approached it. After confirming that nothing was wrong, he sucked it into his hand. It is indeed the dragon blood plant. What is this old man thinking? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. The old man was a bit worried, but he still said with a calm face, You can see that my tower's defense is very powerful. You will not be able to break in, and I will not be able to attack you either. So the best solution is to stop the battle. No need to say more. I am not interested. Yi Chen did not expect the old man to tell him the truth. If the tower had not appeared, he would have spent some time to kill the old man. But now that the situation had changed, he had to consider the consequences of attacking forcefully. Who knew what other tricks the old man had up his sleeves? If he really had to fight to the death, it would not be something he wanted to see. So getting his dragon blood plant and injuring the old man was already the best outcome. Shoo! His body flashed once as Yi Chen turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Letting out a breath, the old man looked at the direction where Yi Chen had left with a dark look in his eyes. Yuan Splitting Tower is an extreme rank item, but it is the worst among all the replicas. Each time I use it, it will be damaged a little. After using it this time, I wonder how long it will last. The reason why the old man wanted to return the dragon blood plant was not because of anything else, but because he cherished the Yuan Splitting Tower. Even if the tower was damaged, it was still a life-saving treasure. Unless it was a life or death situation, he would not use it. So naturally, he would not waste time with Yi Chen. Putting away the Yuan Splitting Tower, the old man left the place quickly, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 525. A couple of miles away, the image of the elder leaving appeared in Yi Chen's mind. He could see the subtle changes in the elder's expression and eyes. Dragon blood grass, a spirit plant that contains the blood of a dragon. The blood of a dragon is just like a spirit crystal stone, having a huge effect on the improvement of the spirit body. This dragon blood grass is almost 3,000 years old, which is at least equivalent to 30 normal spirit crystals. Most importantly, the blood of a dragon contains the power of a dragon. Even if there is only a trace of it, It is still very precious to a body training expert. Yichen was very clear about the value of the dragon bloodgrass. Using it as a spirit crystal stone would be a bit overkill. The power of a dragon contained in the blood of a dragon was the most essential part of it. When the old man chose to give up on the dragon bloodgrass, he must have had a moment of hesitation and heartache. However, this had nothing to do with Yichen. It was fine as long as he got the dragon bloodgrass. Shoo! His body flashed as Yichen turned into a shadow and shot out. In the next half a day, every time Yichen passed by a mountain, he would obtain a few valuable spirit plants. These spirit plants were at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old, while the older ones were at least 10,000 years old. Of course, once the spirit plants reached 10,000 years old, they basically could not continue to grow anymore. In fact, many of the same spirit plants could not even live for a few hundred years. Those that could live for a few thousand years were the best of the same kind. Therefore, they could withstand the passage of time. After passing through dozens of mountains, Yichen came to a flat area surrounded by mountains. The spirit chi in this area was very dense, and there was a drizzle in the air. This drizzle was not normal rain, but spirit rain condensed from spirit chi. Opening his hand and grabbing a handful of spirit rain, Yichen could clearly feel that the spirit rain had turned into spirit chi and merged into his body, being refined into pure Zhen Yuan. What a terrifying spirit chi. Training here would not be slower than training with top-rank spirit stones. Moreover, after a long time, the body would be nourished by the spirit chi, and it would be able to improve the spirit body even faster. Yichen sighed inwardly, feeling quite emotional. The flat area occupied a very wide area. After flying for 4 to 5 miles, Yichen finally arrived at the center of the area. Here, he finally understood why the spiritual energy in this area was so thick that it was drizzling. It turned out that this was a medicinal garden surrounded by a vine fence. The vine fence was very high, around 50 meters high. Yichen didn't think that he could fly over, but of course he didn't need to. In front of him was an entrance propped up by 2 giant trees. Through the entrance, he could see the colorful and brilliant colors of the medicinal garden. So many spirit herbs. I've struck it rich this time. Once I get out and exchange them for upper spirit stones, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. What's the point of exchanging them for upper grade spirit stones? Exchanging them for pills to increase one's strength with a rank 5 sect is the way to go. That's true. Hurry up, there are more and more people. Yichen was not the first to discover the herb garden. There were already many people inside, all busy picking herbs and enjoying themselves. Star spirit fruit? Meridian cutting plant? No one wants to pick them? Yichen noticed some of the spirit plants on the edge. There were a lot of different kinds of spirit plants, and a few of them caught Yichen's attention. They were the star spirit fruit, which could help peak level late clasping Yuan realm warriors to reach the astral reaching realm, and the meridian cutting plant, which could increase the training potential of warriors below the Sea of Souls realm. But it was not that surprising, since all of the people here were Sea of Souls realm warriors, who would want to pick the top and mid-rank spirit plants. Everyone would be fighting for the ones that would be useful to them. Come here. Yichen waved his hand, using his Zhen Yuan to loosen up the soil. He was about to pull out a couple of mid-rank spirit plants through the air. But what surprised him was that the soil in the garden had been nourished by the spirit chi, making it extremely hard. As the soil cracked open, the broken parts turned into crystal particles, making a cracking sound. No wonder these people are stepping on them one by one. If I were to try to take them through the air, it would only cause a huge amount of waste. Yichen shook his head and forced a smile as he also bent down to pick them. Mid-rank iron wire plant. Mid-rank detoxification plant. Top-rank yuan fruit. Top-rank purple heartwood. Top-rank heaven immortal tea. There were just too many spirit plants in the garden. If he were to pick them one by one, it would take him at least 10 days to half a month. But Yichen was not in a hurry. Once the Treasure River Island appeared, it would stay for 3 months. After that, it would disappear again. For him, time was more than enough. Ooh. Right then, a vibrating sound was heard from the center of the garden. It sounded like a bee, but was hundreds of times louder than a bee. There was also the sound of metal vibrating mixed in. The buzzing sound was getting louder and louder, eventually covering the whole area. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the direction of the sound. Gold, a bright gold color. Countless bright gold objects attacked toward everyone at a speed as fast as golden lightning. Ah! A couple of Sea of Souls realm warriors who were the closest to it widened their eyes and fell onto the ground. Their bodies were full of holes, and the color was light gold. Through some of the wounds, one could see a couple of pinky finger-sized golden thorns. It was indeed these thorns that had pierced through their protective Zhen Yuan and bodies. It is the golden needle bee. Run. Someone let out a shrill scream as he tried his best to fly back. The others woke up from the shock and turned around to run as fast as they could. Yi Chen squeezed his eyes as he saw the so-called golden needle bee. It was the size of a palm, and its whole body looked like it was made of gold. The vibrating sound came from their wings, which vibrated at an extremely high frequency. Even with Yi Chen's soul power, he could barely tell what it was. There were a lot of them. With a rough estimation, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. They turned into a wave of golden light, attacking toward Yi Chen. Run. Yi Chen did not have any other thoughts in his mind. The only thing he could do was to run as fast as he could. If he were too slow, he might lose his life in the garden and become the fertilizer for the spirit plants. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the closest vine fence. He took out his emerald longsword and threw out a sword attack. Crack. The vine fence was unbelievably tough. Yi Chen's sword attack only managed to cut through a couple of arm-thick vines, which were as smooth as a mirror. Looking at the thickness of the fence, Yi Chen could not help but feel helpless. Compared to the whole fence, the few vines that had been cut off were only like a strand of hair on a human's body, which meant nothing at all. The screams were getting louder and louder. A lot of them stopped abruptly on the way. But soon, more screams were heard without stopping for even a second. In the ancient era, the golden needle bee was 10 times more famous than the blood dragon snake. This kind of beasts might not be that powerful individually, but when they moved together, it would be a nightmare for the enemies. Their stingers contained a deadly poison that could easily pierce through the protective Zhen Yuan. Their bodies were as hard as steel, and warriors with a higher cultivation might not be able to cut through their bodies. Moreover, their constantly flapping wings could leave a bone-deep wound on one's body. Damn it! Yi Chen gave up on cutting through the fence and flew towards the entrance a couple of miles away. Right now he was starting to hate the size of the herb garden and the density of the spirit qi. The garden was huge, and it would take a while to fly to the entrance. The density of the spirit qi would create a huge obstacle, which would increase as one's speed increased, making it impossible for Yi Chen to break through the speed of sound. When Yi Chen was less than 100 meters away from the entrance, a group of golden needle bees had their eyes on Yi Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Like a golden bomber, the golden needle bees separated into 3 groups. One of them shot out with a speed that was too fast for people to react. Piss off. Yi Chen threw out a sword attack, and a golden cyan sword light shot out. Pooh. Chen. What made Yi Chen gasp was that besides one golden needle bee that was cut in half by the longsword, the rest of them were only blown away by the sword light. They flew back dizzily, with faint sword marks on their bodies. These guys are way too tough. Yi Chen understood that if he wanted to kill the golden needle bees, he would have to use close-range attacks. Sword Qi and Sword Light would not be able to kill them at all. Shoo, 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 shoo. Golden thorns shot out one after another, making Yi Chen's scalp go numb. He shook his wrist and performed the Speed Sword Hell, and the Sword Light shot out. The attacking power of the Speed Sword Hell was not high, but blocking the golden thorns was not that hard. While fighting and retreating, Yi Chen finally reached the entrance. Without thinking, he rushed out with all his power. Once outside, the spirit qi was much thinner, and Yi Chen's speed started to increase again. But what made him feel helpless was that the golden needle bee's speed was also increasing at the same time, which actually shortened the distance between them. Biting on his teeth, Yi Chen let go of his protective Zhen Yuan layer, and performed his sword light flying spell, turning into a beam of sword light to escape. The golden needle bees were persistent, as if they would not stop until they caught up to Yi Chen. A wave of sword light, and a wave of golden light, The two began a chase. After passing over a couple of mountains, Yichen arrived at a vast lake. He could not help but have an idea. After all, the golden needle bees needed to flap their wings to increase their speed. Under the water, flapping their wings would cause an unimaginable amount of resistance. On the other hand, warriors relied on Zhen Yuan to move forward, so the resistance would not be as much as the golden needle bees. Splash! Yichen shot into the water. As expected, the golden needle bees that were chasing him stopped. A couple of them that could not stop in time followed Yichen into the water, but soon came out again. After circling around the lake for a couple of times, the golden needle bees gave up on chasing Yichen and went back to where they came from. Finally got rid of them. Under the water, Yichen let out a breath. Staying under the water for a while, Yichen saw that there was no more movement, so he got out of the water and chose a direction to fly. He could not go to the herb garden anymore. The outer part of the island was filled with spirit plants, and there were mountains everywhere. Going further in, there were fewer spirit plants, at least they did not grow in clusters. Shoo! Yichen arrived in front of a magnificent palace. Entering the palace, Yichen focused his eyes. In the hall of the palace, there were 3 human figures. One of them was the elder in the straw cape who had fought with him before. Right then, the elder also looked over with a faint smile on his face. "Little brother, how have you been?" Yichen smiled lightly. What a coincidence. Indeed. The lady in red next to the elder laughed. "You are not the one who had embarrassed the fisherman, are you?" She had heard about it from the elder before, and she was quite surprised at that time. After all, according to the elder's description, Yichen was only in his 20s, and he already had the power to injure the fisherman. No matter how he did it, it was enough to shock people. Chapter 526. I am not that talented. Yichen had his back facing the door, so he could leave at any time. The lady gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Among the young people who could make a fisherman suffer a loss, you are the 3rd one. But in terms of age, you are the 1st. Little brother, you haven't used that dragon blood plant yet, right? The elder could not forget about the dragon blood plant. He was sure that Yichen had not used it yet. There were countless treasures in the Treasure River Island, and the latter would not waste his time on refining the plant. Yichen raised his eyebrows. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? How about this? You and I will make a deal. A 9-turn reverse spirit grass and a flood dragon grass for your dragon blood grass. The 9-turn reverse spirit grass can increase the lifespan of martial artists below life and death realm by 9 years. Moreover, it can strengthen the soul. I believe I don't need to explain what kind of benefits a powerful soul brings to martial artists. As for the flood dragon grass, its effect is almost the same as your dragon blood grass. 9-turn reverse spirit plant and flood dragon plant. Yichen was a bit surprised by the elder's gains. He knew the value of the 9-turn reverse spirit plant. Back when he was trapped in the bewildering fog forbidden zone, he had gotten 2 of them. He had used one and kept the other, which was indeed beneficial to the soul. No, Yichen said firmly. If he did not have the 9-turn reverse spirit plant, he might have considered it. Plus, the flood dragon plant was much weaker than the dragon blood plant. The two were not even on the same level. The dragon blood plant was a top-rank spirit plant, while the flood dragon plant was only a mid-rank spirit plant. The elder's face twitched a little. To be honest, he was already reluctant to trade the 9-turn reverse spirit plant. If it were not for Yichen's power, he might not have been able to keep him here. Therefore, the elder would definitely not trade with him. He would just kill him and take his treasure. But what he did not expect was that Yichen was not interested at all. It was as if the 9-turn reverse spirit plant was no different from a weed in his eyes. Is there really no room for negotiation? The elder did not give up. Yichen's expression did not change at all. Little brother, it's better to leave some leeway for others. While talking, the elder sent a message to the lady and the middle-aged man. You too, if there is a chance, I will need your help. I cannot take down this brat by myself. As for the reward, I will do as you said before. All right. The middle-aged man and the lady in red did not try to bargain. They were only able to come to the island because of the information given to them by the other party. Since they were the first batch to come here, they would be able to get a lot more than the rest. Yi Chen saw that the three of them had a brief exchange of glances, and sneered in his heart. As long as he did not make a mistake, no one below the master level would be able to stop him. Yi Chen took some time to look around the palace. The palace was very grand. Its length, width, and height were all measured in li. Around the palace, there were 36 golden stone pillars. Between every 2 golden stone pillars, there was a stone door. On top of the stone door, there was a number of ancient characters written from left to right, such as number 1, number 2, and so on. This seems to be the weapon forging palace for forging great weapons. Yi Chen caught a faintly discernible aura of a great weapon in the void. This aura did not come from a single great weapon, but was a unique aura formed by many different great weapons mixed together. Obviously, the three of them had also sensed that this palace was not normal. Their eyes flashed as they made a decision. Yi Chen's matter would be put aside for now. The great weapons were more important. If they could get a couple of top-rank great weapons, it would not be less than the dragon blood plant. Plus, such a huge weapon-forging palace would not only have top-rank great weapons. There might be semi-extreme rank and extreme rank ones as well. Let's go. The elder flew towards the nearest stone door while the middle-aged man and the lady in red chose the 2 stone doors next to each other, leaving Yi Chen alone in front of the palace. How can I return empty-handed after entering the treasure mountain? It just so happens that I am still missing a top-rank great sword. Although Yi Chen's 3 swords in 1 scabbard would also be a top-rank great sword, it would not be that easy to use. However, as the Sky Thunder Cut and the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut were being perfected, 2 top-rank great swords would be necessary. Yi Chen chose the 7th stone door that was the closest to him. There was a switch on the wall next to the stone door. Once it was switched on, the heavy stone door started to rise up. It was the gate. The gate was opened halfway, and a rich treasure chi spread out. No great weapons? Behind the stone door was an empty crafting room. After scanning with his soul power, he could not find a single great weapon. However, there was a substantial treasure chi leaking out from the walls of the crafting room. Yi Chen had heard that if the treasure chi was rich, it would be very helpful for the maintenance of the great weapons. For example, a mid-rank great weapon could be stored for hundreds of years. Under the nourishment of the treasure chi, it might be able to last for 1,000 years or even longer. Go! With a suction force coming out of his palm, Yi Chen swept through all the treasure chi in the crafting room and stored them all in a low-rank storage ring. If he found any great weapons in the future, he would put them all in that storage ring. What? Nothing. Arriving at the crafting room next door, Yi Chen also did not find any great weapons. He could only see the treasure chi with his naked eyes. Perhaps they had all been taken away before? Yi Chen could not rule out this possibility. The history of the island was way too long. Perhaps all the great weapons had been taken away by someone already. As for the spirit plants and medicines, they could grow again, so there would be a lot of them. Putting away the treasure chi, Yi Chen walked towards the next crafting room. Not even a single great weapon? The elder in the woven raincoat and the other 2 had also encountered the same problem. They looked a bit disappointed. What they had done was the same as Yi Chen, which was to absorb all the treasure chi in the crafting room into their storage rings. Since the treasure chi in the crafting room seemed to be endless anyway, once it was all absorbed, the inside of the walls would come out again. Unknowingly, the 4 of them walked towards the metal door in the front of the palace from both sides. The metal door in the middle was the biggest, so it must be something special. Plus, there was no switch on the wall next to the door. Judging from the shine of the metal door, it was not hard to imagine that the possibility of breaking the door open with brute force would be very low, since the crafting room was not made of tofu after all. The 4 of them stood dozens of meters away from each other, glancing at the metal door from time to time. Shoo! Outside the palace, a sky-shattering sound was suddenly heard. A red figure flew towards the palace at an extreme speed. It was as fast as lightning, even faster than everyone present. Its chi was extremely powerful. Not good. The 4 of them all changed their expressions as they looked towards the direction of the palace door. Haha. This should be the crafting room, right? My Iron Palm Master is quite lucky. Before the person arrived, the voice had already arrived, rumbling like thunder in the sky. Iron Palm Master. Could it be a Sea of Souls realm master level warrior? The lady in red was extremely nervous, her palms sticky. Shoo. The red figure arrived at the palace. He was in his 50s and 8 feet tall. He was wearing a big red robe with a pair of fire qilin embroidered on his chest. His muscular body was like a huge mountain. Just by standing there, his aura was already spreading out, pressuring the four to the point where they could barely breathe. More importantly, the four could not see through his cultivation. Let's go. The elder in the woven rush raincoat made a decision immediately, wanting to leave. No matter how good the things inside the metal door were, they would still need to be alive to take them. Fighting against a master-level warrior would not be a good thing. The middle-aged man and the lady in red nodded, following behind the elder. Yichen forced a laugh secretly. It would be impossible for them to leave. Did they not notice the trace of mockery in the other's eyes? Where do you think you are going? Indeed, the man in red did not plan to let the four of them leave the palace alive. He lifted up his palm and attacked the three of them. Boom. The aggressive flame palm power was extremely aggressive. Yichen had never seen such a horrifying palm power before. It contained the profound of fire, which was extremely horrifying. The three of them were very powerful. There was almost no one below the master level who could kill them. But facing a real master level warrior, the difference was obvious. Their protective Zhen Yuan was shattered, and the three of them were blown away together. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths like little snakes. Why are you blocking our way? The elder in the woven rush raincoat said with a low voice. The man in red laughed. All the stone doors here have been opened, so the great items must be in your hands. Hand them over, and I will consider letting you guys go. The lady in red said hurriedly. We did not get any great items at all. They are all empty. They must have been taken away by someone else. Ha! You think I will believe you? The man in red sneered. The middle-aged man in the scholar robe lifted up his palm and said, I swear to the heavens that we did not get any great items. You should believe me now, right? I swear to the heavens as well. The lady in red and the elder in the woven rush raincoat did not want to die. Sea of Souls realm warriors had a lifespan of 300 years. They still had a lot of time to waste. If they died now, it would not be worth it at all. Oh, why are you not swearing? The man looked at Yichen. Yichen said, Is swearing useful? Ha 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 ha. The man in red laughed out loud. After a while he said, You three idiots are not even as good as a young man. If swearing was useful, then there would not be so many people dying in this world. Now I will give you a choice. Hand over all the great items, and I will check them myself. If you do not, then I will kill you. Right then, the four of them had a bad look on their faces. They indeed did not get any great items, but there were quite a lot of good things in their storage rings. But they were sure that once they handed over their storage rings, they would not be able to keep them anymore. Plus, they did not believe that the man in red would let them go. If they handed over their storage rings, then they would most likely die. We indeed do not have any great items. Asking us to hand over our storage rings. Isn't that a bit too much? The middle-aged man in the scholar robe secretly activated his Zhen Yuan. At the same time he passed a message to Yichen. Little brother, we are facing a huge disaster right now. If we want to survive, then we have to work together. Working together is not a long-term plan. You know how powerful master-level warriors are. Yichen knew very well that he could compete with anyone below the master level. If he could not beat them, then he would be able to escape. But if he were to face a master-level warrior, then he would not even have 10% chance of winning, and the chance of escaping would not be more than 10% either. After all, they were blocking the door, so where could he run to? Too much. In the eyes of a powerful warrior, there is no such thing as too much. Boom. Boom. The man in red threw out 4 palm attacks in a row, attacking the 4 of them separately. Chapter 527. This palm art was just a normal low-rank profound sense palm art. But, in the hands of the man, it was way more powerful than the low-rank profound sense martial arts performed by normal people. His fire profound was way too powerful, even more powerful than the normal profound sense of low-rank profound sense martial arts. In terms of firepower, it was at least 120%. Therefore, he had thrown out 4 palm attacks at once, each one of them fatal. Facing this fire palm power, everyone, including Yi Chun, felt like they were being roasted by fire. Even their Zhenyuan was being burned. Master-level warriors. So powerful. Yi Chun gasped as he threw out his gold resonant radiance attack, clashing with the fire palm power. All of a sudden, the palace was filled with chi power. The 4 human figures crashed into the wall at the same time, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. Am I really going to die here? The red-robed woman's face was filled with unwillingness. The elder was quite old after all, so he was calmer than the lady in red. He said with a low voice, "Run. Run separately. If one of us survives, then we will all die." A master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior is not something that a couple of people can handle. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded. He thought that if the 4 of them worked together, there would be some hope. But now, he realized that there was no hope at all. It was not his fault for making the wrong judgment. It could only be said that without battling with a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, one would not know how powerful they were. Run. Yi Chun sighed helplessly. Thinking about it, he was a bit scared. He could not believe that he had gone against the Een Demon Master in the underground world. Back then, the latter had been restricted by the rules of the underground world, so he had never used his real power. Once he reached the Holy Land, the rules had disappeared. But under the protection of the Undying Altar, he still could not feel how powerful a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior was. Compared to the man in red, Yi Chun finally knew how powerful the Een Demon Master was. He was at least at the same level as the man in red, maybe even more powerful. It seemed like he could tell that the 4 were going to run separately, so a playful expression flashed through the man's face as he laughed. Run? Where do you think you are going? Fire cage. As he spoke, the red-robed man formed a seal with both of his hands, and an endless amount of fire yuan qi gathered from all directions. The fire yuan qi outside the door was the largest, and it surged in violently. Then a huge flame cage filled the hall. Although it didn't trap the 4 people inside, it blocked the way out. Damn it! The middle-aged man's eyes turned red as he slashed at the flame cage. Bang! Shallow sword marks appeared on the pillars of the flame cage. Soon, the sword marks healed, and there was no damage at all. The man in red shook his head. You will not be able to escape. This fire cage contains the profound of fire. Unless you are close to me in terms of profound, you will never be able to break out of it. I will give you one last chance. Hand over your storage rings. Once you hand over your storage rings, I will consider letting you go. Otherwise, you will be dead for sure, and no one will be able to save you. What should we do? The 4 of them glanced at each other, their eyes filled with questions. Why don't we hand it over to him? At least we'll have a chance to live. The middle-aged man was actually not very afraid of death, but when he thought of his wife at home and the child he had just given birth to, his desire to live was very strong. He could not die. If he died, what would happen to his wife and child? Hand it over. The straw-caped elder shook his head, his face filled with bitterness. If we hand over our storage rings, will you let us go? The middle-aged man was still worried, his eyes filled with begging. The man in red did not nod or shake his head as he said proudly, I will not promise anything. I can only say that it depends on my mood. Alright, don't test my patience, I am not that patient. Bastard. The middle-aged man cursed in his mind as he took out the storage ring from his left hand. He hesitated for a second, then threw it through the gap of the cage to the man in red. Here you go. The elder threw out his own storage ring as well. You guys go this way, hurry up. The man in red opened a door on the cage, letting the 2 walk in. Then he opened another door on the other side. After walking out of these 2 doors, they would be able to reach the entrance of the palace. Once they left the palace, they would be able to survive. Why don't you hand it over? Yi Chun looked at the lady in red confusedly. She looked like she was struggling, as if there was something she could not let go of. The lady in red turned her head. What about you? Yi Chun said. I can only say that the result will be the same whether I hand it over or not. But I am not sure, so I will not stop them. His soul power was very powerful, and he could vaguely feel that the man in red was playing with them. Of course, it was just his instinct, and there was no proof. Therefore, he did not say it out loud, whether he was playing with them or not. It all depended on whether the two who handed over the storage rings could leave this place alive. The middle-aged man and the elder walked step by step towards the first door of the cage. Before entering, the two hesitated for a second, but eventually walked in. Clang! The two doors were suddenly closed, and they did not even have the time to react. What is the meaning of this? The middle-aged man was shocked, thinking of the worst possible result. The man in red looked at the two in the cage and could not stop laughing. Haha, this is so fun. Controlling other people's lives in your own hands. This feeling is so amazing. Can you understand it? Yeah, you don't understand. You are just poor things. Damn. Let us out. The middle-aged man and the elder attacked the cage as if they did not care about their lives, trying to open a gap. Alright, it is over. You have had a hard journey before. Now you can go back to a quiet place, where there is no killing. The man in red put his hands together. As he closed his palms, flame spikes appeared on the inner walls of the flame cage. The flame spikes shot out and pierced through the middle-aged man. The raging flames engulfed him, and in a short while, he was burned to ashes. Not even his bones were left. What shocked the red-robed man was that the old man did not die. At the critical moment, the old man took out the Tower of Essence and expanded it rapidly. He himself entered the first floor of the Tower of Essence. Originally, he wanted to save the middle-aged man, but the speed of the flame spikes was too fast. He had already lost an arm, so there was no time to save the old man. A semi-extreme rank item? No, it is a low-quality item. Haha, with such a low-quality item, you want to block out my attack? In your dreams. The man in red saw that there was a slight crack on the Yuan Tower, so he laughed out loud. Then more fire thorns shot out, drowning the whole tower. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, the Yuan Tower exploded, and the elder inside followed the middle-aged man's footsteps. Damn it! The red-clothed woman's body trembled. She had worked with the middle-aged man and the old man for many years. Although the three of them had often schemed against each other, they had never thought of harming each other. They had already developed feelings for each other. Now that she saw the old man and the middle-aged man die, the red-clothed woman's heart ached. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Yichen tightened his fists, putting away the two storage rings beside his feet. The man studied Yichen and the lady with interest. I have to say, you two are indeed brave. You are lucky that you guessed it right. I indeed did not think about letting you go. But it does not matter if you die earlier or later. You will still have to die. Seeming to have lost interest, the man in red waved his left hand in the air. The shape of the fire cage changed as countless sharp thorns appeared. They were spiral-shaped, bringing up sparks everywhere. They contained an extremely horrifying fire profound. As long as they were hit, the two's protective Zhen Yuan would not be able to handle it at all. Shoo, 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 shoo. Dozens of fire thorns shot towards the two at lightning-fast speed. In that critical moment, the lady took out a shield and placed it in front of her head and chest. However, her abdomen and thighs had been hit by two thorns respectively. The flame was still burning her body, and she was in a critical situation. Yichen did not have a top-ranked defensive shield, so he could only perform his sword Chi Tornado and focus it on the upper half of his body, preventing the thorns from reaching his head and arms. As for the rest of his body, he had the gold armor, which might be able to block out the thorns. All of a sudden, Yichen's legs were hit by 3 to 4 thorns, but his upper body was perfectly fine. Bum. Right at that moment, the metal door behind the two suddenly opened. It was a deep sound that seemed to have been sealed for a long time. But in the ears of the two, it was definitely a life-saving cry. Go in. Yichen grabbed the lady who was badly wounded and jumped into the metal door. How dare you run? The man in red focused his eyes and soon found out the reason why the metal door was opened. It turned out that the flame thorns had shot through a hidden compartment in the wall. The hidden compartment was the mechanism, which meant that he had helped the two to open the metal door. How could he not be angry? Damn it. Kill. The rest of the fire cages all turned into sharp flaming needles, shooting towards the metal door and Yi Chun and the lady who had just entered the door like a storm. Where is the switch? Yi Chun was very anxious. Once he was inside, he immediately left the lady and looked for the switch to close the metal door. Got it. Pooh. He found the switch, but one of the fire thorns that had shot through the metal door hit his chest. Even with the protection of the gold armor, he was still hit by the power of the thorns, which made him puke out 3 liters of blood. His body was sent flying backwards. Hit it. In midair, Yi Chun flicked out a sword chi and shot it at the switch. Boom. The metal door rose halfway, and then lowered down again, blocking the other fire thorns outside. We are saved. Landing heavily on the ground. Yi Chun did not have any energy left. He could only smile bitterly. Outside the metal door, the man in red was so angry that his eyes were burning. 2 people who were just his playthings had survived. It was beyond his expectation. Break! The man in red threw out a palm attack onto the metal door, and the flame power poured out. However, no one knew what the metal door was made of. No matter how hard he tried to attack, he could not break it open. Instead, he had shaken both of his arms until they were numb, and his chi and blood were boiling. Yi Chun could only hear a little bit of what was going on outside, since the soundproofing was very good. He took a deep breath and said to the lady, "Are you dead yet?" "I am fine." The place where the lady had been hit was almost burnt, and her voice was very weak. But of course, for Sea of Souls realm warriors, this kind of wound was not fatal. Chapter 528. As long as you are still alive. As he spoke, Yi Chun swallowed a top-rank Yuan Qi replenishing pellet. Although the undying body's first-level flesh recovery had given him the ability to repair his body, it did not come without a price, which was a huge loss of Yuan Qi. This Yuan Qi was not natural Yuan Qi, but the Yuan Qi that was already inside his body. It was one of the most primal energies that had something to do with life force. Too much Yuan Qi damage would not be good for his future training, and he would lose his lifespan. The good thing was that Yuan Qi could be repaired, but it would take a long time. The lady in red didn't have an immortal body, so if she wanted to heal her body, normal pills would take a long time. She might not even be able to recover in 10 days or half a month. However, she was a Taoist master after all, so she had a lot of treasures. With a flip of her left hand, a milky white tree branch appeared. This tree branch looked as if it was made of white jade, smooth, without any flaws. 3 inches away from the branch, a thin layer of light was on the verge of collapsing. It looked like a candle flame, but also like water vapor, gentle and full of vitality. She moved the white jade branch closer to the burnt area. All of a sudden, the scar there fell off, revealing a bloody wound. The flesh inside the wound started to move, trying to heal. As the wound got smaller and smaller, the soft light from the white jade branch started to dim down. The branch of the undying tree. Yi Chun saw this, and a surprised look flashed through his eyes. The undying tree is an extreme rank spirit tree, and even a branch would be a semi-extreme rank item. Where would I get it? This is a branch from the long life tree. The lady explained. It was the long life tree. Yi Chun nodded. The relationship between the undying tree and the long life tree was like a father and son. The undying tree was born naturally, and could move freely. The long life tree, on the other hand, was a huge tree that grew from the seed of the undying tree. It had some of the characteristics of the undying tree, but it was still not as powerful as the undying tree. It was only a semi-extreme rank spirit tree. Of course, it was already very impressive to have a long life tree. If a normal person stayed next to it for a long time, they would be able to live up to 200 years without a problem. If it were a warrior, not only would they be immune to all kinds of poisons, they would also be immune to heart demons. Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Chun closed his eyes and sat in meditation, working hard to refine the medicinal pellets and replenish his lost Yuan Qi. Outside the metal door, the man in red had a gloomy expression on his face. This metal door and the surrounding walls contain restrictive powers. There is no way to break through it. The only hidden compartment has been destroyed. Right now, the metal door can only be opened from the inside. Damn it! The red-clothed man was extremely regretful. If he had killed them right from the start, then Yi Chun and the red-clothed woman would not have been able to escape. Once he killed them, he would have spent some time to open the metal door and take the treasures inside. Now, not only had he not killed them, but he had also locked himself outside. Every time the Treasure River Island appears, it will only exist for 3 months. After 3 months, it will disappear into the deepest part of the Star Region Lake, and it will be hard to find. I will wait here until the day the Treasure River Island disappears. Let's see if you guys will come out or not. The red-robed man let out a long sigh. He flicked his sleeves, sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, and started to cultivate. There is a palace here. There must be treasures inside. Let's go in. There are countless treasures on this island. I did not expect that we would be lucky enough to come here and get so many priceless spirit plants and medicines. Everyone has their own opportunities. This time, it is our opportunity. Outside the palace, a group of Sea of Souls realm warriors rushed over. When they saw the red-robed man sitting in the middle of the palace, their expressions all changed. The man opened his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Since you are already here, then you will all die. Not good. Run. The aura exuded from the red-robed man was extremely tyrannical, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Before the crowd could even get close, they all felt like they were being roasted by the fire. They panicked and ran out of the hall, scattering in all directions. Do you think you can run? Dong. As soon as the red-robed man's voice fell, a huge flaming cage descended from the sky, trapping the group of people within it. There was no way out, no way out, no way out. Let's fight him. Everyone who had been forced into a desperate situation performed all of their top attacks, attacking on the fire cage. Chi power exploding noises could be heard continuously. It was extremely intense. I cannot break it open. Everyone had lost all hope. They realized that the fire cage was 10 times tougher than they had imagined. Not even a single pillar could break it. The man in red sneered as he put his hands together. Beams of light shot out everywhere inside the cage. It was actually countless spiral flame spikes shooting out crazily. Within a blink of an eye, only a pile of bone ash was left in the cage. You have overestimated yourself. The man put away his storage ring and closed his eyes to continue his training. On the second day on the island, Yi Chun had finally recovered all of his yuan qi. Studying the lady, Yi Chun realized that she was still healing herself. Obviously, the long tree branch would not be able to heal her instantly, and she would need to rest for a while. This crafting room is different from the others. Not only is it 10 times bigger, but the treasure qi is also 10 times thicker. There are 5 furnaces in the middle, and 4 of them are on the 4 sides. In the middle, there is a huge furnace that is 10 meters tall. Perhaps there are great weapons stored inside? Walking to the furnace that was closest to him, Yi Chun paused for a second. Accumulating Zhen Yuan in his palm, he opened the lid from a distance. Boom! A bright treasure qi shot out into the sky. Meanwhile, a crystal-like short blade shot out into the air, shooting out a beam of blade qi towards Yi Chun. HM? Spontaneous blade qi. Yi Chun flicked out a beam of sword qi, which clashed with the incoming blade qi. Crack! The short blade backed out dozens of steps, shaking violently. Top of the top-rank great blade. The lady was woken up by the exploding sound. Her eyes brightened as she looked at the short blade happily, then looked at Yi Chun. She knew that she would not be able to compete with Yi Chun. Yi Chun knew what she was thinking, so he said, "For great weapons you can pick one, but the one in the middle has to be mine. Do you want this short blade?" Let's see. The lady did not dare to hope for the great weapon in the middle of the furnace, but the other 4 might be even better than the short blade. Hearing her, Yi Chun did not waste any more time and opened another lid. This time, it was a long spear that had fire crows carved on it. It was also a top-rank great weapon, and its aura was no weaker than the short blade. Just like the short blade, the long spear stabbed out toward Yi Chun the second it left the furnace. It was like a Sea of Souls realm warrior attacking Yi Chun with all of his power. Ting! Flicking away the long spear, Yi Chun did not even look at it before opening the third lid. Ting! An earth-shattering sword sound was heard. This time, it was a golden long sword that shook in the air. Sword qi spread out everywhere. Great sword! Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat as he reached out to grab the golden longsword. The golden longsword had been nurtured in the furnace for countless years, and it was a freshly made top-rank great weapon. It was extremely powerful as it attacked toward Yi Chen's arm. How could Yi Chen be attacked by an ownerless weapon? He flipped his wrist, grabbing onto the tip of the longsword with his index and middle fingers. Zhen Yuan and Slaughter Sword intent attacked toward it. Ting! Ting! The golden longsword continued to shake before gradually calming down. A gold element top-rank greatsword. It is way more powerful than that emerald longsword. Top-rank great weapons had different levels of power as well. The emerald longsword that Yi Chen had gotten from killing the sword artist in green was only a normal top-rank great sword, which did not increase his attacking power that much. However, this golden longsword was a top-rank great sword. After being nurtured in the furnace for countless years, it had gained a bit of spirituality and was at its peak. Holding the sword handle, Yi Chen casually waved out a sword attack. Shoo! The crescent-shaped golden sword chi spread out, blowing away the fourth lid. There was an extra cut mark on it, which was extremely sharp. Great sword! Yi Chen did not even look at the fourth great weapon as he continued to study the golden longsword in his hand. I will take this short blade. The fourth great weapon was a pair of gloves, which did not suit the lady's taste. Yi Chen waved his hand, and the short blade floating in the air flew toward her. Grabbing the blade, the lady studied it carefully before thanking Yi Chen. Putting away the three great weapons, Yi Chen looked at the huge furnace in the middle. The lady also stared at it without blinking. She was sure that the weapon inside must be at the semi-extreme rank. Open! Yi Chen threw out a punch and blew away the lid on the furnace. Ooh! A powerful vibration was released. The golden longsword in Yi Chen's hand and the lady's short blade kept on shaking, as if they could not handle the pressure of the chi. Ting! A sword sound that was 10 times louder than the golden longsword was heard. Before the sword was even pulled out, a bright sword chi had already shot out, attacking the two. Not good. The lady waved her blade and created a light wall, trying her best to block out the incoming sword chi. A smile flashed past Yi Chen's face. It was another sword, and it seemed to be even more powerful than the golden longsword. Just the sword chi alone was equivalent to a full power attack from a spirit warrior. If he could hold it in his hand, its power would definitely double. Pap! 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 All of the sword chi had been shattered by Yi Chen's sword before it could even get close to Yi Chen. As the sword chi disappeared, the great sword inside the furnace came out. The first thing that came out of the furnace was the sword handle, which was thin and long but powerful. Traces of deep electric currents surged around it, making a cracking sound. Then came the sword socket, which looked like the head of a wild beast. It spat out a long sword, which was unimaginably sharp. It was like a flash of lightning, yet also like a thunderbolt. When the tip of the sword appeared in the two's sight, their eyes felt like they were being stabbed, and tears started to fill up their eyes. Shoo! The great sword flashed once, stabbing towards Yi Chen's powerful sword chi. Yi Chen waved his sword to block the incoming attack. Ching! Sparks flew everywhere, and Yi Chen could not help but back out a couple of steps, his face blank. A great sword was able to push him back. Was this an extreme rank great sword, or a semi-extreme rank great sword? After thinking for a while, Yi Chen felt that it should not be an extreme rank great sword. Back when the parallel space battlefield opened, the extreme rank axe's power was way more powerful than this sword's. It had even pierced through the ground. If this great sword was an extreme rank great sword, then it would have been able to wound him slightly. A semi-extreme rank great sword. The lady blurted out before looking at Yi Chen with admiration. Although a semi-extreme rank great sword was not as powerful as an extreme rank great sword, it would still be a great weapon for Sea of Souls realm warriors. Even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would want to fight for it. Even some of the normal life and death realm warriors would be holding semi-extreme rank great weapons. It was not hard to imagine how tempting a semi-extreme rank great weapon would be. Chapter 529. Gold Resonant Radiance Sword Art. Before, Yi Chen did not have the time to leave his soul mark on the longsword, so he was not able to maximize its power. But now, once the mark was formed, the longsword seemed to have become his arm. The Zhenyuan and the sword's power complemented each other, exploding with a golden blue sword light that could make the sun lose its color. The golden blue sword light flashed once before disappearing, slashing onto the dark blue longsword in the air. Ting! The sword sound was heard as this semi-extreme rank sword, which was obviously thunder element, shook its body. A layer of sword chi appeared around the sword body, which was indestructible, blocking out the golden blue sword light. It is just a sword. Do you really think that I cannot do anything to you? Yi Chen held the long sword in his right hand while his left hand kept shooting out void-shattering finger power, or a sword chi tornado formed by Lotus Heart sword chi. All of a sudden, a clanging sound could be heard, along with thousands of sparks. Soon, that thick sword chi tornado was shattered, and the dark blue longsword backed out continuously. The lady's pupils shrank slightly. She had always been proud of her hidden weapon skills, thinking that even warriors at the same level as her would have to back out when facing her hidden weapons. However, compared to Yi Chen's sword chi tornado, it was nothing, even though it was not a hidden weapon. Dang! 2 rows of sparks spread out as Yi Chen threw out a sword attack at the dark blue longsword from a close distance. There was no way that the longsword could handle a solid sword attack from Yi Chen. The light on its surface exploded, and it was blown back a couple of times. Following closely behind, Yi Chen held the hilt of the longsword. Tias! Electricity surged out from the sword hilt, burning the Zhenyuan on Yi Chen's palm. The two clashed intensely, canceling each other out. Eventually Yi Chen, who had endless Zhenyuan to support him, had the last laugh. He had completely controlled the longsword and poured his Zhenyuan into it, working with the power inside. Congratulations! The lady held her fists towards Yi Chen. You won't tell anyone, right? Yi Chen had the thought of killing him. The semi-extreme rank sword was not something to be underestimated. Perhaps life and death realm warriors would not make a move, but those Sea of Soul realm master level warriors would not care about it. If they knew about it, they would most likely come after him. But thinking about it from another perspective, killing him for this reason would not go well with his sword Dao. The lady in red was shocked. She was afraid that Yi Chen would kill her to silence her. She quickly said, I know you must be worried, but please believe me. I will not say anything. In fact, if I can get out of here safely, I will find a place to live in seclusion and concentrate on my cultivation. I will not care about the affairs of the world. Why should I do something that harms others without benefiting myself? Of course, if you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Don't worry. I only swing my sword at my enemies. The thought of silencing the witness only flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He was the one who made the decision. Hearing him, the lady in red let out a breath and replied to Yi Chen with a smile before walking to the corner to continue her healing. Without paying attention to the lady in red, Yi Chen studied the gold longsword in his hand and thought to himself, the whole body is gold. It looks like it is made from gold. I will call it the gold sword then. The gold sword was 4 feet and 2 inches long, its body wider than normal swords. It was closer to a broadsword, but it was also a bit lighter. The back of the sword was very flat, with an ancient pattern carved on it. It extended all the way to the handle, which was perfect for one's palm to hold. The gold sword had a scabbard, which was inside the stove. Taking out the scabbard, Yi Chen put the gold sword back in, and wore it on his waist. Putting away the gold sword, Yi Chen's eyes landed on the dark blue longsword. The dark blue longsword was 3 feet and 9 inches long, with a slim but powerful handle. The body of the sword was a bit thin, and the back of the sword was very thick. This kind of sword would not break easily during a battle, since its back was twice as thick as normal swords. On the body of the sword, there was a scattered thunder pattern extending from the handle all the way to the tip of the sword. As Zhenyuan poured in, thunder and lightning surged on the sword body, eventually combining into one. It looked like a beam of lightning, but also like a slightly vibrating thunder. It was sharp and aggressive at the same time. It was not hard to imagine how powerful this kind of sword would be once it was stabbed out. Even a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior would not dare to ignore its attack. Near the sword's handle, there were 2 ancient characters carved on it. Thunder Disaster. Thunder Disaster Sword. Good name. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Thunder Punishment Sword. Semi-extreme rank weapons were replicas of extreme rank weapons. Therefore, most of the time, the names of the weapons were very similar to the actual extreme rank weapons. The Thunder Punishment Sword was a famous extreme rank sword in history, and there were many replicas of it. Some were called Thunder Roar, some were called 10,000 Thunder, and some were called Light Thunder. If the Thunder Disaster Sword was a replica of the Thunder Punishment Sword, it would not be surprising at all. Thunder Disaster. Thunder Disaster. So aggressive. Yi Chen liked the Thunder Disaster Sword a lot. He could feel a kind of spirit from it. A spirit that could cut through everything. A sword with spirit would not be bad at all. Leaving a soul mark on a semi-extreme rank sword was a very tiring task. Fortunately, Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times that of normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. After spending 2 hours, Yi Chen managed to leave his own soul mark on the sword. With the soul mark, an unshakable connection had been formed between the sword and him, allowing it to explode with even more power. Ting. When the Thunder Disaster Sword was put back into its scabbard, it let out a clear and melodious sound, which was different from normal swords. Without the Thunder Disaster Sword on his waist, he would not be able to use it for a very long time in the future. The so-called treasure belonged to the fated, but it was not applicable in this world. This world was all about the strong, and treasures should belong to the strong. Although I have the Thunder Disaster Sword, it is still impossible to fight against the Iron Palm Master. I have to use this opportunity to train the Dragon Blood Plant. With a bit of dragon power, I might be able to escape from the Iron Palm Master. Yi Chen was very afraid of the Iron Palm Master's fire cage. If he could not cut through it, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, training the Dragon Blood Plant was a must. Sitting down with his legs crossed, Yi Chen took out the Dragon Blood Plant. On the surface, the Dragon Blood Plant did not look that special. It only had one long leaf, which was blood red in color. There was no bright spirit light coming from it, but if one looked deeper, they would realize that the spirit chi of the plant was all concentrated inside, not leaking out at all. One could even see a tiny dragon-shaped energy on the veins of the leaf, which was twisting and turning, giving people a deep sense of fear. Dragon Blood Plant. It is a top-rank spirit plant that contains dragon blood. I wonder how powerful it will be. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen swallowed the Dragon Blood Plant and tried his best to circulate his Zhen Yuan, training the medicinal power and spirit chi of the plant. Oh! A vague dragon roar was heard in Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen seemed to see a majestic dragon flying in the sky, its eyes like lightning as it looked down on everything. The slaughter sword intent exploded, cutting away the influence brought by the dragon roar. Yi Chen recovered his calm state of mind and focused on training the Dragon Blood Plant. Chapter 530. Soon 3 days had passed. The lady had already woken up from her healing state. She looked very energetic, not looking like she did a couple of days ago. Seeing that Yi Chen was still training the Dragon Blood Plant, she did not disturb him. Instead, she stayed far away from him and took out her short blade to play with it, trying to familiarize herself with it. Just like that, another day had passed. Pap. On this day, Yi Chen's body had changed. A circle of invisible chi spread out from his body, clashing with the air. At the same time, his body shone with a red crystal light. His hair, facial features, and even his clothes were dyed red, as if they were made from red crystals. Rank 2 spirit body. A surprised expression flashed past the lady's face. The spirit bodies were divided into different ranks. Warriors who had just reached the Sea of Souls realm would usually have rank 1 spirit bodies. After decades of training or some special encounters, they would be able to reach rank 2. Master level Sea of Souls realm warriors would usually have rank 3 spirit bodies, and rank 3 would be the limit of Sea of Souls realm warriors. Only a small number of Master level Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to reach rank 3 peak level. As for rank 4, it would be very rare. The reason that Yi Chen was able to reach rank 2 spirit body this fast was partly because of the Dragon Blood Plant, but more importantly, it should be because of his own body. People with a strong foundation would be able to reach rank 2 spirit body faster. I am still only at rank 2 spirit body. He is so young, and his spirit body has reached rank 2 as well. It is really annoying to compare with others. The lady shook her head and forced a smile. She could tell that not only was Yi Chen's spirit body at rank 2, but his sword spirit was also at rank 4. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how he could beat her old friend at peak level early Sea of Souls realm. The red crystal light disappeared as soon as it was released, merging into Yi Chen's body. Faintly, Yi Chen, who had his eyes closed, let out a breath of impure qi. After his spiritual physique grew to the second order, Yi Chen felt that his physique had risen by a whole new level. Regardless of whether it was his ability to endure damage or his defensive capabilities, they were all stronger than a first-order spiritual physique. If one were to compare the body to a vessel, before cultivating the spiritual physique, the body would be like a wooden barrel. After cultivating the first-order spiritual physique, the body would be like an iron barrel. And after cultivating the second-order spiritual physique, the body would be like a barrel made of steel. Thinking about it, the strength of Chu Zhongtian's physique was at least at the second-order spiritual physique, or even at the pinnacle of the second order. My spirit body has advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2, but the increase in strength is not much. It's just that it's stronger. Next, it's time to refine the dragon power. After expelling the turbid air, Yi Chen took a deep breath and circulated the Zhenyuan in his body, washing away the residual medicinal energy of the dragon blood grass. The remaining medicinal energy was very tenacious. Like a small dragon, it swam through Yi Chen's blood and flesh, desperately avoiding the pursuit of true essence. Yi Chen set up layers of seals all over his body and gradually narrowed the battle circle. Only then was he able to control the remaining medicinal power of the dragon blood grass within a narrow area, and nibbled at it bit by bit. Oh! When half of the medicinal energy had been digested, a light dragon roar was heard from inside Yi Chen's body. Right then, the lady in red sensed the dragon power from Yi Chen's body. It was a light dragon power that she had sensed from a rank 10 flood dragon before, so it was very familiar. Dragon power. An envious look flashed through the lady's face. The spirit body was still a spirit body, but it did not mean that the body was powerful. It only meant that the body would be more powerful. Some of the body training warriors would still be more powerful than the Seas of Souls realm warriors who had trained their spirit bodies, even if they had not trained their spirit bodies yet. Moreover, with a bit of dragon power, it would be enough to increase their power drastically, and their close combat power would be as powerful as body training warriors. Pap, pap. After the dragon roar, a popping sound was heard from inside Yi Chen's body. It was Yi Chen's own qi power being assimilated by the dragon power. The dragon power was a higher level qi power, and the normal qi power trained by the pure jade body boosting spell would not be able to compete with the dragon power at all. So powerful. Yi Chen could feel that every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. It was hard to describe, as if he could shatter a mountain. Once all of the dragon power is extracted, my power should be more than 200,000 pounds. The thought flashed through his mind as Yi Chen continued to train the medicinal power. The process continued until the night of the same day. Boom! The air in the crafting room exploded violently as a shapeless dragon-shaped qi power rushed out of Yi Chen's body, waving its claws and teeth. Success! The lady looked at Yi Chen. Right then, although Yi Chen did not look any different, his aura was extremely refined. One look from him was enough to make people feel pressured. Standing up slowly, Yi Chen threw out a punch. Boom! 10 meters away, the crafting furnace left the ground and landed on the wall, making a loud noise. On the surface of the furnace, there was a light fist mark. Before, my power was only around 150,000 pounds. But with the addition of one strand of dragon power, my power has reached more than 200,000 pounds. The dragon power is indeed the top qi power. Every strand of it is pure, without any impurities. On this true spirit continent, most of the warriors train Zhenyuan, and very few of them train qi power. But it did not mean that qi power had nothing to do with them. When the Zhenyuan circulated, the warrior's body would change as well. Normally, warriors who had just reached the Sea of Souls realm would have more than 100,000 pounds of power. Therefore, the stronger the power, the more powerful the close combat power would be. If two Sea of Souls realm warriors were to fight at a close distance, and one had more than 100,000 pounds of power, while the other had more than 200,000 pounds of power, what would the result be? With my power right now, I only have 40% chance of escaping from the palace. Of course, if I leave you behind, then I will have 50% chance. Yi Chun said without beating around the bush. The lady had obviously thought about it before, so she said, I have a Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl, which can increase the chance to 80 to 90%. Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl. Yi Chun looked surprised. Just like the Silver Light Thunder Bomb, the Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl was also a powerful hidden weapon. But of course, the two were not at the same level. The former could only threaten normal clasping Yuan Realm warriors, while the latter could threaten Spirit Realm warriors. It would not be impossible to use it to stop the Iron Palm Master for a while. Alright, let's take a rest first. After a week, we will try our best to break out. With the Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl, the chance would indeed be 80 to 90%. But they still could not let their guard down. There were too many accidents in this world, and they could happen at any time. They had to adjust their condition to the peak before coming up with a detailed plan to break out. It has been 2 months since the Treasure River Island appeared. Do we really have to waste time on these two? Inside the palace, the man in red had an impatient look on his face. The Treasure River Island appeared once in 100 years. If they tried their best to search for the treasures, it would be more than what they had gained in the past 10 years. If they waited here, they would not be able to get anything. If it were not for the fact that people came here all the time to give him treasures, he might not be so patient. No, I have already waited for so many days. If I give up now, it would be a waste of time. I have to wait for them to come out. The man in red's face was full of anger and hostility. 1 week later, inside the metal door. Are you ready? Yi Chun asked. The lady in red took a deep breath and said a bit nervously, Ready. Let's go. His palm pressed hard on the switch. Yi Chun's body tightened as he was ready to go. Boom. The metal door rose up at a fast speed. Haha, they are out. The red-robed man's eyes lit up. After waiting for half a month, the two of them had finally appeared. The red-robed man stood up and stared at the metal door. As long as the two of them appeared, he would use his lightning-fast methods to kill them. When the metal door was about 1 meter high, a blue shadow shot out. Gold Resonant Radiance Attack. The gold and blue sword light attacked toward the man in red. It was indeed Yi Chun. The man in red did not expect Yi Chun to attack him first, so his reaction was a bit slow. But no matter how slow he was still able to handle Yi Chun's full power sword attack and fight back. Boom. The gold long sword and the palm clashed together, causing a shockwave to spread out. Go. Right then, Yi Chun's body turned into a shadow as he avoided the man's attack, and rushed out while staying close to the ground. As for the lady in red, she had already jumped out when Yi Chun and the man in red were fighting. Walking in front of Yi Chun, she was less than 30 meters away from the door. Do you think you can leave? The man in red sneered as he quickly formed a spell with both of his hands. Endless fire yuan qi gathered at a shocking speed, forming into a huge fire cage that trapped the two. If I were you, I would not come out. Once I do, I will definitely die. Seeing the two trapped in his fire cage, the man in red seemed to be a lot more relaxed. He did not think that the two would be able to get out. If they could, then there would be no point for him to exist as a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. But then, something unexpected happened. Yi Chun took out a dark blue longsword from his storage ring. The sword body was like lightning and thunder, as he threw out a sword attack at one of the pillars of the fire cage. Break. The dragon power and Zhen Yuan exploded at full power, and Yi Chun's spirit, chi and mentality were extremely concentrated. Kacha. The fire pillar was broken open, and Yi Chun and the lady in red got out of the fire cage. They flashed once and appeared outside of the palace. Impossible. How could he break open my fire cage with one sword attack? Yi Chun did not completely break open the fire cage, but only 2 pillars. But for the man in red, it was the same as breaking his own fire cage. How could he not be shocked and angry? Get back here. The aggressive fire element Zhen Yuan exploded as the man in red tried to chase after them. With his speed, it would be easy for him to catch up with one of the two. Something unexpected happened again. The lady in red turned around, holding a red ball in her right hand. She threw it toward the man in red, which contained a horrifying chi. Boom. The flame spread out, and a burning ball of fire appeared. It expanded rapidly, blocking the way of the man in red and bouncing him back. Seeing this, Yichen did not relax at all. His Zhen Yuan formed waves of sword light outside of his body as he reached out to grab the lady and flew out at a shocking speed. Within a blink of an eye, they had traveled dozens of miles. After 2 to 3 blinks of an eye, they had already reached the edge of the sky. Waving his palm to put out the fireball, the man in red shot out of the palace. He looked around, but could not find Yi Chun and the lady. He was not willing to give up, so he pushed his soul power with all of his power. As long as they were within 100 miles, they would not be able to escape from his senses. What? You are already 100 miles away? The man in red could not sense anything, so he was so mad. Chapter 531. Oh right. He had changed to a dark blue longsword in the fire prison. Cutting open the fire prison must have something to do with that longsword. Could it be a semi-extreme rank great sword? Yes, it must be a semi-extreme rank great sword. Otherwise, he would not be able to cut open the fire prison. The speed at which Yi Chun had changed his sword was very fast. Before, the man in red did not think much of it. But now that he thought about it, he found something suspicious. After all, if the longsword was not that strange, then why would he change it? It must be to cut open the fire prison. Semi-extreme rank great sword. A sharp light shone in the man's eyes. Although he had been focusing on palm arts, with a semi-extreme rank great sword and some profound sword attacks, his power would definitely increase to the next level. In this world, only the powerful ones would be respected. No one would care about what kind of methods you use to increase your power. After flying for 800 miles without stopping, Yi Chun finally stopped at the edge of the island. It seems like we have gotten rid of him. It was because he was afraid that the Iron Palm Master would lock onto them with his soul power, that Yi Chun performed his sword light flying art, and escaped at his fastest speed. Before he reached the Sea of Souls realm, his sword light flying art could reach 15 times the speed of sound. But now, it had reached an even more unbelievable level, reaching 20 times the speed of sound. With that, he would be able to travel 13 miles within a second, which was almost the same as master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. The lady let out a breath and smiled at Yi Chun. Thank you. You are welcome. Without your heaven fire blasting pearl, I might not have been able to escape successfully. After that, Yi Chun looked around and said, I am going out now. This island is not that big, only 1,000 miles in radius. If I continue to stay here, I might run into the Iron Palm Master again. Yeah, you are right. The lady nodded. Shoo. The two went through the colorful light that was covered by clouds and mist, arriving outside of the island. Someone's coming out, kill. Around the island, a huge amount of Sea of Souls realm warriors had gathered. There were groups in the east and the west, and even the smallest group had dozens of people. Because they were not powerful enough, they could not enter the island. Therefore, they decided to join up with other warriors who were not allowed to enter, and form a group to kill and steal the treasures. But of course, since the island had a radius of 1,000 miles, it would be impossible to lock it all down. So they could only try their luck. They formed groups of dozens of people, guarding different spots around the island. Once someone came out, they would attack together. Yi Chun and the lady in red were not that lucky. Once they got out, they were attacked by 20 Sea of Souls realm warriors, some of which were even spirit-level warriors. Courting death. Having lost 2 of her companions, the lady in red was in a terrible mood. She had nowhere to vent her anger, and the attack of these people had undoubtedly given her the opportunity to vent her anger. Hidden weapons that looked like petals shot out like a goddess scattering flowers, or 100 flowers blooming in full bloom. Pu 3 or 4 of them had been hit by the hidden weapons, their bodies turning into sieves. On the side, Yi Chun shook his head. These people were really unlucky. Of all people, they had to ambush the 2 of them. Fortunately, he did not plan to kill them all. He held his gold longsword and waved it casually. With one sword attack, 5 or 6 people had been cut into pieces. The rest of them were scared out of their wits, trying to escape. All right, let's split up here. After blowing away all the Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been hiding in ambush, Yi Chen said goodbye and flew toward the South Ridra region. Looking at Yi Chen's back as he left, the lady in red had a heavy heart. There were 3 of them when they came, but now, she was the only one left. It was kind of sad. I will take care of your family for you, she muttered to herself. Then, she flew back the way she had come. She disappeared into the horizon after a short while. 200 miles east of the South Ridra Martial School, a massive manor had already been built. It was right next to the mountains and rivers. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were a lot of warriors walking around, most of them wearing the Yi family's long robes. Inside a yard near the mountain, a waterfall was pouring down. A couple of osmanthus trees were growing vigorously, and 2 kids were playing under them. Next to them, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were sitting on stone chairs, chatting while drinking tea. A beam of light approached at an extreme speed. When it arrived above the Yi family, the light disappeared, and a young man in blue landed down. It was indeed Yi Chen. Chenair. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing stood up, a smile appearing on their faces. Yi Chen patted on Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao's heads, looked around and said with a smile, "Father, mother, how is the environment of the new manor?" "Hee, we have money and people. How could the manor be bad?" It was not hard to tell that Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were in a good mood. Shen Yuqing said, "Chenair, what did you experience this time? Tell me." As parents, they always wanted to know more about their children, and Shen Yuqing was no exception. Yi Chen told them about his experience. Of course, he purposely left out the Iron Palm Martial School incident, as he did not want his parents to worry. He then said, "This time I got 5-star spirit fruits and 6 meridian cutting plants on the Treasure River Island. The meridian cutting plant can increase one's potential and speed up a warrior's training. The star spirit fruit can help a peak-level late-class Bing Yuan realm warrior reach the astral-reaching realm smoothly." What? Meridian cutting plant and star spirit fruit. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were not ignorant people. They had heard about the famous meridian cutting plant and star spirit fruit before. These 2 spirit plants were definitely priceless treasures for warriors. It was said that 50 years ago, there was a bloody battle in the Windy Nation's martial world. And the reason was because a star spirit fruit had appeared in a valley. They did not expect that Yi Chen would be able to bring back 5-star spirit fruits and 6 meridian cutting plants. Although they were now peak-level late-class Bing Yuan realm warriors, without any accidents, they might not even be able to reach the astral-reaching realm within 3 to 5 years. It might also take 7 to 8 years, or even 10 years. After 10 years they would be in their 60s, and they would look a bit older. But now with the star spirit fruit, they would be able to reach the astral reaching realm in a short period of time. They would have a lifespan of 200 years, and their appearance would stay the same, neither too young nor too old. These are the star spirit fruits and the meridian cutting plants. Under his parents' curious gaze, Yi Chen took out 5 sparkling fruits and 6 curled-up yellow plants. Taking over the fruit, Shen Yuqing smiled from ear to ear. In a woman's mind, besides family, age and appearance were the most important things. 1 star spirit fruit would allow her to become an astral-reaching realm warrior earlier, giving her a lifespan of 200 years. What did 200 years of lifespan mean? Everyone knew about it. It meant that the speed of aging would be slowed down by 2 times. Plus, since they were already in their 40s, after entering the astral-reaching realm, they would be able to maintain their current appearance for a long time. Haha, Yuqing, it is so nice to have a good son. Yi Tianhao had a happy expression on his face. Seeing that both their parents and brother were so happy, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao also laughed like idiots. Chapter 532. The newly built manor was very large, several times larger than the Yi family's manor in Luo City. The continuous stretch of buildings stretched from the top of the mountain, all the way to the foot of the mountain. It looked prosperous and extraordinary. The manor was located on a famous mountain near the Ridra Martial School, the Misty Mountain. Therefore, from now on, the manor was called the Misty Mountain Yi family, the main family of the Yi family. At the peak of Mount Yunwu, the wind was fierce and the fog was thick. Although my comprehension ability has increased by several times and I can easily comprehend profoundness, It won't be easy for me to delve deeper. Yi Chen stood quietly on a rock at the top of a mountain, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Compared to 2 months ago, Yi Chen had made some progress. His wood element profound sword art, amaranthine nature, had increased from 60% to 70%, and his profound movement art, separating shadows, had also increased from 60% to 70%. As for his sky thunder cut and gold resonant radiance sword art, they were still at 70% and 80% respectively. The sky thunder cut was a sword movement created by Yi Chen, and it was not easy for it to reach its current level. After all, Yi Chen had just reached the Sea of Souls realm not long ago. Ordinary Sea of Souls realm experts might not be able to create their own profound sense martial skills even after 10 or 20 years. They would usually learn from others. No matter what, my current comprehension is indeed incomparable to before. If I spend some time, I'll definitely be able to comprehend a few of the major sword techniques to the level of mastery. A couple of years ago, Yi Chen thought that the comprehensive ability was just like this, and that it would be hard to improve it. But now he knew that he was wrong. Soul power was actually the root of the comprehensive ability. Once the soul power was strong, the comprehensive ability would be strong as well. Of course, once one reached the Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to understand the essence of some things, which would increase their learning speed. Buzz. A strong fluctuation of primordial qi came from the mountainside of Mount Yunwu. He broke through. I wonder if it's my father? Or mother? 3 days ago, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing had begun closed-door training, attempting to break through to the astral-reaching realm. Ah, both father and mother have broken through? A look of surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Less than 10 minutes after the first wave of Yuan Qi fluctuation, another wave of Yuan Qi fluctuation spread out. They are really a married couple. Yi Chen chuckled, then flashed his body and shot towards the mountainside. Congratulations, father and mother. In the courtyard, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were both there. Yi Chen bowed with a smile on his face. Yi Tianhao said with a grin, I had always hoped that our Yi family would have an astral-reaching realm warrior and bring glory to our family. Then Chenair, you reached the astral-reaching realm, so this wish was fulfilled. But I had never thought that I would be able to break through to the astral-reaching realm. This feeling, I really don't know how to describe it. Actually, you don't need the star spirit fruit. In a couple of years, you will also be able to reach the astral-reaching realm. Yi Chen only wanted his parents to reach the astral-reaching realm as soon as possible. This way, they would be able to maintain their current appearance and not continue to age. At this moment, Shen Yuqing said, Your father and I know ourselves. Without your unconditional support, Chenair, we would not be able to reach the peak level late clasping Yuan realm in a couple of years, not to mention the astral reaching realm we are now. Yuqing is right. Yi Tianhao nodded. Yi Chen forced a smile. What are you talking about? You are my parents. It is natural for a son to help his parents. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and had never felt the warmth of a family. After coming to this world, he had merged with the feelings of this world's Yi Chen. In his eyes, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were his parents. It was natural, and there was no barrier between them. In the end, the Yi Chen of this world was not him, but he was the Yi Chen of this world. It meant that he had two identities. Therefore, he had accepted that he had parents from the very beginning. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing also felt that it was a bit strange. A son helping his parents was a son's way of showing his filial piety. There was no need for him to worry about anything else. Zhenyuan is indeed not something Zhenqi can compete with. The explosive power is more than 5 times stronger than before. The two had just made a breakthrough, so they were still not familiar with Zhenyuan. They could not help but exclaim from time to time. Yi Chen said, Wait until you have stabilized your current cultivation. Then you can take the Earth Astral Pellet and increase your cultivation to the peak level early astral reaching realm. As for the future, you will have to rely on yourselves. The spirit plant pellets for increasing your cultivation level are hard to come by. This time it was all luck. Hee, right now I feel like I am dreaming. Once I reach the astral reaching realm, I will have a lifespan of 200 years, which is twice as long as before. Yeah. Shen Yuqing had the same feeling. She cared about her lifespan the most. According to the calculation of 200 years, 90 years would only be equivalent to 40 years for clasping Yuan realm warriors. And she was in her 40s right now, which meant that she would not age for the next 40 years. She would still look like Yi Chen's mother, since Yi Chen had stopped changing his appearance a long time ago. He was supposed to be 24 or 25 years old, but he looked like he was in his early 20s. Seeing his parents so happy, Yi Chen was just as happy. Actually, he had been troubled by a problem for a long time, which was that as time went on, his parents would eventually grow old. In 10 years they would look a bit older, and in 20 or 30 years, they would be old people. Fortunately, the problem had been solved, so he let out a sigh of relief. Shoo! In the sky, a beam of light sliced through the sky at an extreme speed, reaching 20 times the speed of sound. When it was close to the Ridra Martial School, it stopped abruptly. It was a middle-aged man in black robes. He was huge, with wide shoulders and long legs, looking very mysterious. He suddenly stopped because two people had appeared in front of him. One was the leader of the Ridra Martial School, Long Bai, and the other was a handsome young man with silver hair. He looked to be 1 or 2 years younger than Long Bai, around 30 years old. Who are you? The man in black robes had a very powerful aura, and Long Bai could not see through it. Only master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to do that to her. But she was not worried at all. The man in black revealed a smile. Leader Long, nice to meet you. I am Morong Jishui. You are the leader of the Morong family. Hearing him, Long Bai immediately knew who Morong Jishui was. He was the leader of the Morong family, a demi-demon family in the South Ridra region, which was also Morong Qingqing's father. She just did not know why he was here. Indeed. And this is? Morong Jishui looked at the silver-haired young man. He said lightly, Mo Feng. Mo Feng, the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng. A shocked expression flashed past Morong Jishui's face, but he soon realized something. No wonder the old Dragon King did not worry about Long Bai coming to the Windy Nation alone to build the South Ridra Martial School. It turned out that it was not only Long Bai who had come, but also the leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng. What is your purpose for coming here? Long Bai asked. Yi Chen is living around here, right? Morong Jishui did not answer her question. Looking for Yi Chen? You are not here for your daughter, Morong Qingqing, are you? Long Bai seemed to know something, so she said with a faint smile. Morong Jishui forced himself to say, indeed. Yi Chen is in the Misty Mountain 200 miles east of the South Ridra Martial School. Long Bai pointed in the direction of the mountain. Thank you. I will go first then. After saying that, Morong Jishui turned into a beam of light and disappeared. He is indeed the leader of the demi-demon family in the South Ridra region. Although he is not that famous, he is still not something that normal master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors can compete with. Mo Feng, what do you think? The silver-haired young man said. Very powerful. Hearing Mo Feng's words, Long Bai had a rough idea of Morong Jishui's power. In front, Morong Jishui, who was flying at a high speed, turned around to look. The leader of the White Dragon Palace, Missouri Feng, is here. Plus the great-granddaughter of the Dragon King. It is quite important. It seems like the old Dragon King really cares about Yi Chen. A smile appeared on his face as Morong Jishui became more confident. Young master, someone named Morong Jishui is here to see you. He is in the lobby. Outside the yard, a servant from the Yi family came to report. Morong Jishui. Yi Chen frowned. Tell him that I will be right there. Yes. The footsteps disappeared into the distance. Stopping his training, Yi Chen mumbled to himself. There are not many people with the surname Morong in the South Ridra region. It seems like there is only the Morong family. Perhaps it is her family? But why would her family come to see me? Perhaps something happened to her? I should go check it out first. Putting the longsword back into the scabbard, Yi Chen walked out of the yard. In the huge lobby, a man in black was drinking tea, looking very patient. Footsteps were heard, and Yi Chen walked in. You are Yi Chen. It was the first time that Morong Jishui had met Yi Chen, so he could not help but be shocked by his age and chi. Although he had seen his picture before, it was not even 1/10 of the real person. I am indeed Yi-Chen. May I ask who you are? I am Qingqing's father, the current leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui. Ah, it is Uncle Morong. Yi-Chen held his fists together and said, I wonder how Morong is doing. Good, and not good at the same time. Sitting in front of Morong Jishui, Yi-Chen asked, What do you mean? Do you know what kind of bloodline our Morong family has? The demi-demon bloodline. She even told you about this. It seems like I did not come here for nothing. Morong Jishui was not surprised at all that Yi-Chen knew about this. Yi-Chen's expression did not change, as he waited for him to continue. Since you know that our Morong family is a branch of the demi-demon family, then you should also know that in order to ensure the purity of the bloodline, the demi-demon family forbids marriage with outsiders. They can only marry within the family. Yi-Chen nodded. I know. Morong told me about it. When Qingqing came back last time, she really surprised me. Not only did her bloodline grow to the perfect demi-bloodline, but she also had a trace of demon power essence in her body. But because of that, some things have been pushed forward. As her father, I have to come and find you. Uncle, if you have anything to say, just say it. Morong Jishui smiled and said, My Morong family is a demi-demon family, but it is only a branch of the demi-demon family. Therefore, the marriage within the family does not refer to the marriage within the Morong family, but the marriage within the entire demi-demon family. Let me ask you, are you interested in my daughter? If not, then I will not say more about what will happen next, because it is meaningless. If you are, then there will be a meaning in saying it. Yi-Chen had thought about this question a long time ago. In his previous life, he had been in a relationship once, but it had ended in failure. Now that he was in this world, he did not want to get involved in a relationship so early, but he could not stop his feelings. No matter if it was Su Jing or Morong Qingqing, he cared a bit about them both. At the same time, he was a bit troubled. Sometimes he would think about which one he cared about more. But there was no conclusion. The two gave him different feelings, so he could not compare them. Chapter 533. With that thought in mind, Yi-Chen nodded without hesitation. For warriors, they would train their mind at the same time as they trained. Only by focusing on their own mind would they be able to reach a higher realm. If they kept lying to themselves, they would eventually fall into the heart demon, and never be able to get out of it. Seeing Yi-Chen nod, Morong Jishui chuckled. It would be great if there was one. If there was none, then he would have come here for nothing. He would feel bad for his daughter as well, since he could tell that his daughter actually cared about Yi-Chen a lot. It was just that her personality was not good at expressing it. I have been paying attention to you for a long time. There are spies from my family in the Windy Nation as well. Pausing for a second, Morong Jishui continued to say, although Qingqing looks so calm, she is actually not good at expressing her feelings. It is the same at home and with me. Only when she is with her mother would she show the emotions of a little girl. Therefore, she is different from you. Although this is the first time we have met, I can tell that everything you say and do comes from your heart. Even answering this kind of question is very calm. Morong Jishui liked Yi-Chen a lot. His mentality was not only admirable, but also frightening. What kind of environment could create such a mentality? This kind of mentality was something that even life and death realm warriors might not have. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and was always honest to himself. It turned out that Morong Jishui still had this side to him. Hearing Morong Jishui's words, Yi-Chen chuckled to himself. Uncle, what happened? Yi-Chen asked. Morong Jishui said, Qingqing is not that young anymore. Originally, she was supposed to marry Yuan Yi from the Yuan family in half a year. But what we did not expect was that after Qingqing came back from the outside world, her bloodline had already grown to the perfect demon bloodline. Because some of the masters in the family were very supportive of the marriage, the news had already reached the Yuan family. They were afraid that something bad might happen if they waited too long, so they pushed the wedding forward by 3 months. In other words, in 3 months it would be the wedding day of Qingqing and Yuan Yi. Yuan family is a demi-demon family? Indeed. There are more than 20 different families in the demi-demon family. Among them, the Yuan family is the most powerful one, which is the main family of our demi-demon family. As for Yuan Yi, He is one of the top warriors among the young generation of the Yuan family. Plus, he is just like Qingcheng, with the perfect demi-demon bloodline. He has already awakened his special power. Once Qingcheng and Yuan Yi get married, their children will definitely have the perfect demi-demon bloodline as well. That is the meaning of this marriage. Yichen frowned. What do you need me to do? Morong Jishui smiled. Very simple, snatch Qingcheng back. Yichen was a bit surprised. Although I also do not want Qingcheng to marry Yuan Yi, but I do not understand why you, as a member of the demi-demon family, would not want Qingcheng to marry Yuan Yi. Normally, demi-demons can only marry demi-demons, which is the rule of your demi-demon family. Plus, I am a human, not a demi-demon. Being with Qingcheng would be breaking the rule of the demi-demon family. Of course I know that. I just do not want to see Qingcheng marry someone she does not like, especially when he is a member of the Yuan family. I am not afraid of you laughing at me, but back in the day, I had a lover, and we loved each other very much. We could have been husband and wife, because she was also a demi-demon. But in the end we did not get together because of the bloodline. Her demi-demon bloodline was very high, almost reaching the perfect demi-demon bloodline. Therefore, she was forced to marry into the Yuan family. As he spoke up to hear, Morong Jishui's voice turned cold. Why can the Yuan family do whatever they want to our branch family? The ones with the higher bloodline have to marry into the Yuan family, and the pretty ones have to marry into the Yuan family as well. What kind of rule is this? The worst part is that there are a lot of branches of the Yuan family, and the women with the higher bloodline will not marry into the branch family. Instead, the branches of the Yuan family will marry into each other. As long as they are 3 generations away, they do not care about our branch family at all. This is indeed very selfish. In Yi Chen's opinion, the Yuan family was like a blood-sucking bug. The essence of the branch family kept flowing into the Yuan family, which made the Yuan family prosperous. On the other hand, the branch family would never be able to surpass the Yuan family, and might even start to weaken. Now you understand why I am doing this, right? Morong Jishui looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked back at him and said, You said it yourself. The Yuan family is the main family of the demi-demon family. So there would definitely be life and death realm warriors in the main family. Are you sure that I alone can fight against the Yuan family, and even challenge the whole rule of the demi-demon family? If it were someone else, I would not be able to, but you can. Why? Because you have the leader of the Dragon God Heaven Palace, the Dragon King, behind you. With him as your support, who in the demi-demon family would dare to oppress you? Even the demi-demon king would not dare to do so. Without the support of the Dragon King and Xianhou, the situation of the demi-demon family might not be as good as it is now. You also know that we demi-demons have the bloodline of the demons inside us after all. So a lot of life and death realm warriors are hostile to us. Is it the Dragon King? Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, with the Dragon King as his support, the demi-demon family would not do anything to kill him, because it would be the same as turning against the Dragon King. It was not because he was arrogant, but because he had reached the Sea of Souls realm before the age of 25, and had the power of a top spirit warrior. It would be impossible for the Dragon King to not value him. Although he really wanted to rely on himself, in this world, which martial genius did not have a powerful background. Without a powerful background, people would kill you without waiting for you to grow up. Having a powerful background was also a part of one's power, and it was an unchanging truth. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen had already made up his mind. In fact, even if the Dragon King did not come, he would not just watch Morong Jishui get married. If she got married, he would have regrets and flaws in his heart. If he had the power to stop it, why not? Everything had to be fought for by himself, regardless of the result. What is your choice? Morong Jishui asked. Yi Chen said, Since you do not care about the rules of the demi-demons, then why should I? Oh right, does Morong know that you are here? I did not tell her why I am here. I think she would have guessed it for sure. Besides, it is not that I do not care about the rules, but your value is way beyond the rules. With your current achievement, I am afraid that you will become a life and death realm warrior in a couple of years. By then, who would dare to talk behind your back? It was true that Morong Jishui valued Yi Chen's background, But if Yi Chen was not that powerful himself and did not have enough potential, he would not have come. Breaking the rules of the demi-demons was not a joke, and there would be consequences. Right now he could only place his hope on Yi Chen. But he believed that if it were anyone else, they would also bet on Yi Chen's potential, since he was so young. Yi Chen naturally knew that Morong Jishui was not only looking for Morong Jishui's happiness, but there must be something else that he did not know about. But he did not care, since he knew that Morong Jishui had his own purpose. Anyway, he could not let Morong Jishui marry Yuan Yi. "Chenair, who is this?" Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing walked into the living room. Yi Chen introduced, "Father, mother, this is the leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui. Uncle, these are my parents." "Haha, brother Yi, sister Shen, is it too rude for me to call you guys like this?" Morong Jishui was a bit older than Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing. It was only because of his higher cultivation that he looked younger. He did not look down on the two who were only at early astral reaching realm, since they were Yi Chen's parents, and they might become in-laws in the future. So no matter what, he had to build a good relationship with them. Soon the three got familiar with each other. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing also vaguely knew what they were here for, so they had a smile on their faces. "Brother Yi, sister Shen, I would like to borrow Yi Chen for a while. You won't object, right?" He did not go straight to the point. Instead, he revealed a bit about Yi Chen and his daughter before saying that he wanted to borrow Yi Chen. Indeed, Yi Tianhao hurried to nod and said, "Not just for a while, even 3 to 5 years would be fine." This was related to his son's lifelong happiness. If he really could not see his son for 3 to 5 years, he would have to hold back his longing. "Alright, brother Yi is indeed reasonable. Let's not waste any more time. Yi Chen, come back to the Morong family with me. 3 months is not that long, but it is not that short either. Even going to the Yuan family would take a long time." Morong Jishui stood up and said. Yi Chen looked at his parents. "Then, Chenair will leave with Uncle Morong first." "Yeah." Xin Yuqing nodded and reminded, "Be careful out there." Chenair knows. After that, Yi Chen and Morong Jishui walked out of the living room. Their bodies flashed, flying into the sky. Zhu, shoo. The two turned into 2 beams of light and disappeared. Outside the living room, Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing looked at the direction where the two disappeared, and let out a breath. Xin Yuqing laughed. "Chenair is too mature. I thought he was not interested in girls. Hee, the younger generation will have their own happiness. What is the rush? I heard that he was quite close with a girl called Su Jing when he was in the Sky Cloud Martial School." The Morong family was located in a huge mountain range in the west of the South Ridra region, which was 2 million miles away from the Windy Nation. In the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yi Chen and Morong Jishui arrived at the mountain range. "Our Morong family is not that famous, but the only thing in the South Ridra region that we do not dare to mess with is the South Ridra Martial School. The other rank 6 martial institutions are not as powerful as our Morong family. Even the royal families of the 4 empires are slightly weaker than us." Looking at the center of the mountain range, Morong Jishui kept flying at a high speed as he introduced the Morong family to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. It seemed like Morong Jishui letting Morong enter the sky-flying demon martial school was just a cover, so that people would not know that she was a member of the demi-demon family. "Uncle, why do so many people on the continent want to target the demi-demon family? Demi-demons look no different from humans, and they do not seem to cause any harm." Yi Chen did not understand. He did not think that the reason why people would target the demi-demon family was because they hated the demons. Morong Jishui sighed. "Actually, there is a reason. Our demi-demon family is indeed a big threat. The bloodline of the demons is not that easy to get. But, what can we do? Just because we are demi-demons, we have to take away our right to live." Morong Jishui still wanted to say something, but they had arrived at the Morong family. From a distance, the entire Morong clan appeared to be very mysterious and vast. The buildings were all very ancient, and there were also countless towers. The sky above the Morong clan was different from the outside world. The color was darker and gloomier, and dark clouds covered the sky. Chapter 534. What a powerful demon qi. Yi Chen could not help but be shocked. Demon qi was also a kind of yuan qi, Normally, the yuan qi in the world would be distributed in a balanced manner. Every kind of yuan qi would be present, and the natural element yuan qi would be the largest. The other yuan qi would be reduced according to their rarity, and the demon qi would be one of the rarest yuan qi. Right now, the demon qi in the sky above the Morong family was not weaker than the natural element yuan qi, which had darkened the sky. Morong Jishui explained, in the demi-demon race, other than the perfect demi-demon bloodline, although the others could only train Jin Yuan, they would be tainted by the demon qi when training. The higher the bloodline, the more demon qi would be tainted. Our Morong family has more than 10,000 people, so the demon qi that we have gathered together has affected the yuan qi distribution in the sky. It is also one of the reasons why our family is so low-key. Leader. A group of guards flew into the sky, holding their fists together to greet Morong Jishui. Morong Jishui nodded slightly and said, "This is Yi Chen, Mr. Yi." "Greetings, Mr. Yi." Shock flashed through the guards' eyes. Obviously, they had all heard of Yi Chen's name. After all, there was no power in the whole southern sector that did not know about Yi Chen. If they did not know, then they would not be far from being annihilated. If they were not well informed, what would they do if they were attacked? "While I was away, nothing happened in the family, right?" Morong Jishui asked casually. The leader of the guards hesitated a bit before saying, "Leader, 3 days ago, people from the Yuan family came and took away the young miss and the leader's mother." "What?" Morong Jishui's expression turned cold. "How dare they? What right do they have to take away my daughter?" The leader of the guards replied. The headmaster had agreed to it. The leader's mother was afraid that the young miss would be taken advantage of, so she followed them as well. This bastard. Mentioning the headmaster, Morong Jishui's face turned green. Who came from the Yuan family? Suppressing his anger, Morong Jishui said with a low voice. "It is the 3rd master and the 5th master of the Yuan family." "Humph, the ones who came are actually elders. It seems like they're not only here to bring people over, but also to intimidate." Morong Jishui was very clear about the power of the Yuan family. As the main family of the demi-demon family, the elders of the Yuan family were either master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors or top spirit-level warriors. And the top 10 elders would all be master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Let's go back first. Morong Jishui's good mood had been ruined, and he was very frustrated. But he also knew that he had already been taken away for 3 days, and he would not be able to catch up. Plus, even if he did, there were 2 master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Yi Chen, in a couple of days, we will go to the Yuan family together. Just bear with it for now. Meanwhile, Morong Jishui passed on a message to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. "I know, uncle." There were many people from the Morong family who came to greet him, but Morong Jishui ignored them and walked towards the hall. When he reached the hall, he ordered someone to invite the great elder over. Inside the hall, all of the Morong family's elders were gathered together, and Yi Chen sat on the first seat on the right. Soon, a middle-aged man with a bulky body and sharp eyes walked over. He looked to be 7 or 8 years older than Morong Jishui, and was about 50 years old. He was tall and muscular, and as he walked he gave off a powerful aura. "Third brother." The middle-aged man did not call him leader, but called him third brother. Morong Jishui's eyebrows flicked as he said coldly, "Morong Wang, were you the one who agreed to let my daughter go to the Yuan family? I remember that I am the leader of the Morong family, right? What right do you have to make such a decision?" The Morong Wang he was talking about was indeed the great elder, who was also his big brother. Morong Wang sat on the first seat on the left. After glancing at Yi Chen, he said slowly, "Sooner or later, she will still have to go. This is the truth. Plus, there is nothing wrong with Qingqing marrying into the Yuan family. Only there would she be able to bring out her full potential. If you really want what's best for Qingqing, then I have nothing to say. But according to what I know, your son wants to marry the 3rd daughter of the Yuan family's branch. Is that true? What does my son marrying have to do with this?" "That would depend on who your son marries. Marrying a girl with a rather good bloodline from the Yuan family, do you think they would agree? I think you are trying your best to make my daughter marry Yuan Yi so that you can negotiate with them. Am I right?" Morong Jishui was very angry. Third brother, this is already done. No matter what I do, it will not change anything. So whether I do it or not, there is no conflict. You are the leader of the Morong family. Do not be reckless and drag your wife and daughter into this. Morong Wang was not happy, so he changed the way he addressed him. Qingcheng is my daughter. I do not need you to lecture me. As for your son, I can guarantee that the Yuan family would not agree. Do you really think that you can negotiate with them? They are the Yuan family after all. Morong Jishui calmed down. Morong Wang sneered. You do not need to worry about that. If there is nothing else, I will excuse myself for now. Standing up, Morong Wang walked out. When he was about to step out of the lobby, he turned around and looked at Yi Chun. I forgot to mention this. It would be best if you do not provoke the Yuan family. The rule of the demi-demon family is not something that you can change. Bringing him here would only humiliate him. Yi Chun, right? If I were you, I would leave immediately. The Yuan family is way more powerful than you can imagine. Any young warrior from there would be able to beat the whole southern region's young generation. Plus, you have to know that after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, anyone below the age of 40 would be considered a young warrior. I am afraid you are still limited to those below the age of 30, right? Yi Chun took a deep breath. Of course Yi Chun knows about this. How could he not know about the definition of the young generation in the Sea of Souls realm? At the astral reaching realm, people below the age of 30 would be considered as the young generation, and those in their 20s would be considered as the young generation. At the Sea of Souls realm, people below the age of 40 would be considered as the young generation, and those below the age of 30 would be considered as the young generation. The reason why it was so close was mainly because of potential. At the astral reaching realm, warriors below the age of 30 would have the most potential, so they would be considered as the young generation. As for those in their 30s, although they would still be considered young, their potential would be almost used up. Once they reached the Sea of Souls realm, their potential would increase a bit, but it would still be limited. After reaching the age of 40, they would not have much potential anymore, and would not be considered as the young generation anymore. All in all, the young generation in this world was not measured by age, but by potential. Otherwise, Sea of Souls realm warriors could live up to 300 years, and 60 years old would only be equivalent to 20 years old for clasping Yuan realm warriors. Morong Wang said that any random young warrior from the Yuan family would be able to beat all of the young warriors in the southern region was indeed a bit exaggerated, but it would not be too exaggerated, because people in Yi Chen's generation were all below the age of 30, and the young warriors of the Yuan family were not limited to below the age of 30. They were all below the age of 40, and Yi Chen and the rest had lived 10 years less than them. So it would be normal for them to be weaker than them. If they were at the same age, saying that the young warriors of the Yuan family could beat all of the young warriors in the South Ridra region would be an exaggeration. Seeing that Yi Chen was not scared at all, Morong Wang sneered. In his opinion, Yi Chen was still basking in his identity as the king warrior of the southern region. But that was only for warriors below the age of 30. If he were above the age of 30, he would only be humiliated, and no one would give him any face. As for the Dragon King, he would not come out to stop him just because he was humiliated, since the Yuan family would not really kill Yi Chen for real. Pausing for a second, Morong Wang waved his sleeves and left. This must be Yi Chen. Among the elders of the Morong family, a square-faced elder looked at Yi Chen without any expression. Morong Jishui introduced, "Everyone, he is Yi Chen, the martial genius that the Dragon King thinks highly of. There are a lot of martial geniuses out there. I wonder what kind of power he has to stop this marriage. Third brother, you should know how many powerful warriors there are in the young generation of the Yuan family, right?" The square-faced elder was Morong Jishui's brother, who was ranked 5th. Hearing him, Morong Jishui chuckled and did not answer. Instead, he passed on his Zhen Yuan to Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, it seems like the elders do not really believe in you. They think that you will only be humiliated if you go and lose the face of the Morong family. Later, if they want to challenge you, you can show your power." Actually, Morong Jishui did not think that Yi Chen would be able to beat the elders of the Morong family. He hoped that Yi Chen would be able to exchange dozens of attacks with them, and that would be enough. No matter how powerful the young warriors of the Yuan family were, there would still be a limit. The so-called humiliation would only happen when there was a huge gap between them. Don't worry, uncle. Yi Chen nodded his head. Yi Chen, although I do not agree with Qingqing marrying into the Yuan family either, not just anyone can get our support. If you want to get our support, you have to show us your power first. How about this? If you can take 50 attacks from me without losing, then I, Morong Wu, will stand on your side. Otherwise, you will have to go back to where you came from. The Morong family cannot afford to lose its face. As you wish. Yi Chen sighed, his eyes turning sharp. This is not a good place to battle. Let's go to the battling field. Morong Wu was the first to fly out of the hall. Let's go and have a look as well. A lot of the elders were still hesitating. They wanted to resist the Yuan family, but they also wanted to feel that it was worth it. If it was not worth it, then why would they break the rule of the demi-demon family, even if it was a martial genius that the Dragon King thought highly of? Yi Chen, let's go. Morong Jishui and Yi Chen followed behind. The battling field of the Morong family was very vast. It was surrounded by mountains, and there were some tall buildings built on top of them. Shoo, shoo. All of the elders of the Morong family landed on top of the mountains while Morong Wu and Yi Chen landed in the middle of the battling field that was surrounded by mountains. Looking at the two figures on the battling field, a lot of the elders started to discuss. Morong Wu is one of the top warriors of the Morong family. Taking 50 attacks without losing is a bit harsh. How can it not be harsh? Being humiliated here is still better than being humiliated in the Yuan family. Yeah, I wonder how much of his power he will bring out. Chapter 535. Hearing everyone's discussion, Morong Jishui could not help but think to himself, Yi Chen, don't disappoint me. You and I have the same goal. If you want to stand out, then my Morong family will do the same as well. Right now we are all in the same boat. We will share the same fate, and we will share the same fate. Morong Jishui knew that Yi Chen had a lot of potential, but he still did not know how powerful Yi Chen was. Demi-demons were different from humans, and their basic advantages were very obvious. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, this advantage would be even bigger. For example, in terms of spirit bodies, the demi-demon spirit bodies would be even more powerful than humans. Moreover, once the Zhenyuan was mixed with demonic qi, it would have some of the characteristics of demonic power, which would make it even more powerful than humans. If Yi Chen could not even handle 50 attacks from Morong Wu, then this plan would not work anymore. Boom. Qi waves clashed on the battling field. It was Morong Wu and Yi Chen attacking at each other. The Zhenyuan qi that was leaking out of their bodies pressed against each other, forming two hemispherical membranes, each taking up half of the sky. All of a sudden, a bright blue light and a bright blue light exploded out, looking extremely eye-piercing. Take my wave fist attack first. Morong Wu stomped on the ground and jumped up into the air. The dark blue light accumulated on his fist, and when it had condensed into a single point, he threw out a punch at Yi Chen. What? Using his water-profound fist art right from the start? Is Morong Wu planning to finish this battle quickly? Seeing Morong Wu attacking so aggressively, some of the masters were shocked. Facing this unknown fist attack, Yi Chen did not panic at all. His body stopped halfway as he reached down with his right hand, grabbing onto his gold sword and pulling it out. The second the gold sword was pulled out of its scabbard, a bright gold light shot out from the left side of Yi Chen's waist, shooting out toward Morong Wu, who was in midair. Inside that gold light were countless blurry sword shadows. Because of their extreme speed, they could not be seen with naked eyes at all. Only soul power could simulate them. Boom, 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 boom. The dark green light and the golden light clashed together, bringing up hundreds of explosive sounds within a second. This kind of endless qi explosion sound could easily make a clasping Yuan realm warrior's heart beat faster and get severely wounded. Even if a normal person was far away from it, their heart would still explode and die. What a fast sword speed. Morong Wu's fist attack was supposed to explode when it reached in front of Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen's sword attack speed was way too fast, and his sword was even faster. Once his fist was thrown out, The dark green light that had been accumulated on the tip of his fist exploded. That not-so-big fist seemed to contain the power of a river. The fist power was thick like water, surging and surging. Each wave was higher than the last, faster than the last, compressing the fist force into a single point and exploding it in an instant. Amazing. In the first exchange, Yi-Chen immediately sensed the profoundness of the raging wave's fist. To face this fist technique, he had to be faster than it. If he was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. The surging fist energy and the countless sword shadows were like light and darkness, contending against each other, canceling each other out, and finally annihilating each other. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Not bad. Take another one of my raging waves kick. Murong Wu's body slanted as his right leg flew into the air like a shooting star, kicking at Yi-Chen's head. This kick was extremely similar to the raging wave's fist, as it was also condensing the leg power into a single point before exploding. Yi-Chen did not back out at all. His left hand, which was hanging by his waist, held the emerald long sword in a reverse grip and waved it up, drawing out a bright thunder arc boom. This exchange was different from the last time. Murong Wu's leg power had been split in half directly, and the rest of it was pushed back towards Murong Wu by the curved sword light. Even though he moved last, he got here first. Murong Wu was so shocked that cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was him who threw out the raging wave's kick first, but his opponent's reaction was way too fast. It seemed like he had already prepared for it. Plus, that backhand sword attack had made him extremely uncomfortable. Just when his leg power had been condensed, it had been shattered, sliced apart, and even rolled back towards him. This Yi-Chen does not seem to be simple. Both of Murong Wu's attacks had been cancelled out by him. His battling experience is very impressive. He is no weaker than Murong Wu, and his intelligence is even more powerful. He is indeed the martial genius that the Dragon King has chosen. Martial geniuses usually had very powerful intelligence. Even the older generation would not be able to compete with them, which was something that everyone had to admit. Of course, the masters who were watching the battle did not think that Murong Wu would not be able to do anything to Yi-Chen, since the battle had just begun. Being blown back by his own leg power, Murong Wu looked at Yi-Chen with surprise. Alright. I thought you would not be able to handle even 80% of my power. But now, it seems like I have underestimated you. But the battle has just begun. Next, you will be facing the most embarrassing situation. You better be mentally prepared. It would be better to be embarrassed here than in the Yuan family. Murong Wu's battling intent had been ignited. He planned to attack with all of his power to see what kind of level Yi-Chen had reached. Without enough power, he would not be able to go to the Yuan family. Bring it on. I will make sure that you will be satisfied. Yi-Chen's long hair danced in the wind. His whole body was like a sword that had just been taken out of its scabbard, ready to fly out at any second to kill the enemy. It was indeed this sword intent that had made Murong Wu develop this intense battling intent, making him consider Yi-Chen as his opponent. Boom. Murong Wu exploded. A lot of dark blue Zhenyuan water flow extended out of his body. It was like a living thing, floating up and down. It was 100 meters long, turning the area within 100 meters into his territory. Once one entered that area, they would be restricted by the Zhenyuan water flow. Shoo. Murong Wu shot out toward Yi-Chen. With the help of that Zhenyuan water flow, he looked like a massive human-shaped octopus, twisting the surreal space. Take this. It was the same wave fist art, but this time, Murong Wu's fist aura was even faster and more aggressive. As he attacked, dozens of Zhenyuan water flows tried to wrap around Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen threw out a sword attack at an extremely fast speed to cut down the incoming Zhenyuan water flow. However, he realized that after the Zhenyuan water flow had been cut down, it would still be able to reconnect. Moreover, after cutting down one, more Zhenyuan water flow would follow up. Under the interference of the Zhenyuan water flow, Yi-Chen and Murong Wu exchanged an attack head-on and backed out dozens of steps. Shoo, 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 shoo. The Zhenyuan water flow followed right behind Yi-Chen. If it were not for Yi-Chen's sword speed and technique, as well as his super reflexes, he might have been trapped by the Zhenyuan water flow. Once he was trapped, the situation would be very bad for him. This water sealing spell of mine is a combination of restriction, attack, and defense. It will limit your power and make you unable to focus on battling. Morongwu secretly accumulated his power, preparing his ace attack. Senior, why don't you try my Zhenyuan silk as well? Yi Chen's body shook once, and countless blue silk threads spread out. They interweaved and formed into a couple of meters wide ball, covering Yi Chen within. Once those Zhenyuan water flows touched it, they would be sliced into pieces, unable to move an inch further. What? Zhenyuan silk? Not only Morongwu's expression changed, even Morong Jishui and all the other masters of the Morong family were shocked. It was not that they had never seen Zhenyuan silk before, but they had never seen anyone use it to such an extent as Yi Chen did. He was able to use his body as the center and spread out the Zhenyuan silk threads, forming into a ball to protect himself. What kind of controlling power was required to do that? So troublesome. Morongwu was starting to have a headache. Yi Chen's power had already exceeded his expectation, since he was able to use Zhenyuan silk to this level. Seeing that his Zhenyuan silk threads had broken his opponent's water-sealing spell, even Yi Chen himself was a bit surprised. He had learned this Zhenyuan silk from Chu Zhongtian's evil Yuan silk. When he was at the astral reaching realm, he was already able to turn part of his Zhenyuan into silk and increase his attacking power. Once he reached the Sea of Souls realm, his soul power would increase by 5 times, and his controlling power would naturally increase as well. His achievement in Zhenyuan silk had already reached beyond Chu Zhongtian, leaving him far behind. With the protection of the Zhenyuan silk, Yi Chen was not afraid of the Zhenyuan water flow at all. He flew towards Morongwu at an extreme speed, throwing out a sword attack. Swoosh! A crescent-shaped sword chi shot out. Seal! Morongwu quickly pulled back the Zhenyuan water flow, gathering it in front of him. Boom! In the next second, that rich Zhenyuan water splashed out, and Morongwu was blown backward. Gold resonant radiance sword attack. The Zhenyuan water flow disappeared as Yi Chen waited for the moment when Morongwu's defense was at its weakest and threw out his most powerful sword attack. Gold and blue sword light spread out everywhere. Good brat. Morongwu's pupils shrank. That sword attack had brought him a lot of danger. Wherever that sword attack went through, the space started to vibrate, and dense space folds started to spread out. Arm demonization. Break. At that critical moment, Morongwu's right arm burst out with a strong black chi, which was very agile. It traveled inside his arm. Creak. Creak. The sound of muscles tightening was heard as Morongwu's arm expanded within a second. Even the sleeves of his shirt had been torn apart, exposing the skin of his arm. No, it should not be called skin anymore. It was an arm that was covered in dense scales. Demon chi was rolling in the air, and the claws were huge. The streamlined muscles had a black luster to them. Tightening his fist, Morongwu threw out a punch onto that gold and blue sword light. Shoo! Shoo! Burning sparks spilled everywhere. Morongwu's feet rubbed against the ground as he slid dozens of meters away. Besides that 1 second of looking pale, he did not puke out any blood. HM? This arm is just like a demon's arm. It blocked out my sword light with only 1 punch. Yi Chen stared at Morongwu's right arm. If it were not for this sudden transformation, he would have been wounded for sure. Of course, as the 5th master of the Morong family, he might have a top-rank shield, but he had to rely on it to block out his own attack, which meant that he had lost the battle. He had forced the 5th to demonize his own arm. Morong Jishui gasped as he looked at Yi Chen in shock. All the other masters were shocked as well. Demonization was a taboo in the demi-demon family. Unless it was a critical moment, they would rarely use it to increase their power. Morongwu could only demonize his right arm. But after that, his right arm would no longer be a normal arm. It would become a demon's arm, and its power would increase exponentially. What shocked them the most was that although that sword attack of Yi Chen had been shattered by Morongwu, Morongwu himself had slid dozens of meters away as well. It was obvious that he could not suppress Yi Chen's attack at all. Did you guys feel it? The willpower of this sword attack had increased a little bit. Yeah, I had the same feeling as well. Some of the masters had noticed it. Chapter 536. His right arm felt like it had just been electrocuted, numb and numb. Murong-Wu's eyebrows flicked as he recalled what had just happened. When his fist landed on the sword light, it felt like he had clashed with a mountain of gold. That intense vibrating power had layered on top of each other, acting on his right arm. This sword attack had vibrated more than 2,000 times within a second, which made it hard for me to concentrate my power. Plus, the sword intent of this attack was even more powerful, making the sword light even more condensed, like the toughest steel board. Rank 4 Peak Level Sword Spirit. Thinking about that sword intent carefully, Murong-Wu came to a shocking conclusion. Yi Chen's sword intent was actually at the peak level master level, which meant that his sword spirit had already reached rank 4 peak level. But it made sense, since he was only at peak level early Sea of Souls realm, and he had not mastered all of his profound sword movements yet. Only through his sword intent would he be able to make up for this disadvantage. Alright, the battle is over. Now, is there anyone who still doubts Yi Chen's power? Murong Jishui took a deep breath as he looked around. All of the masters shook their heads. After Murong-Wu's right arm demonized, although he could perform some hidden ace attacks, this Yi Chen might still have some ace attacks. All in all, Murong-Wu was indeed at a disadvantage. Indeed, with this kind of power, it would be more than enough for him to go to the Yuan family. As for the risk there must be, it would be weird if there was no risk at all. Hearing the master's discussion, a smile appeared on Murong Jishui's face. Murong-Wu was a top spirit warrior, and after demonizing his right arm, his overall power had increased by 20 to 30%. He was not that far away from the master level. So, the fact that Yi Chen could get the upper hand was already way beyond his expectation. Yi Chen, I admit that I have underestimated you. On the battling platform, Murong-Wu's right arm had not changed back yet. Once a demi-demon demonized, it would take a while for it to return to normal. Putting the gold sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chen said, "This is not important." Yeah, it is indeed not important. Whether I underestimate you or not, the result will be the same. Letting out a breath, Murong-Wu continued, "My niece Qingqing will depend on you to bring her back. Do not disappoint me. I believe that you will definitely succeed." Murong-Wu was the same as Murong Jishui. He did not want Murong Qingqing to marry into the Yuan family. But of course, his purpose was even purer than Murong Jishui's. Yi Chen nodded. "I will. Among the young generation of the Yuan family, you have to be careful of 3 people. One is Yuan Hao, who is the brother of Yuan Yi. The other is Yuan Jia, who is the youngest uncle of Yuan Yi, who is below 40 years old. And the last one would be Yuan Yi. These 3 are very powerful. As for exactly how powerful they are, the spies of our Murong family are not very clear about it. As for the other young warriors, they should not get involved. The Yuan family is not that harmonious internally, and there are a lot of different factions." Murong-Wu reminded Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded again. Actually, he did not have much confidence either. Below 30 years old, he thought he had 90% confidence. But below 40 years old, there would be too many uncertainties. Training 10 years more or less would sometimes make a huge difference. The only thing he could do now was to try his best. "Yi Chen, follow me. The rest of you can go now." Murong Jishui left behind a sentence before flying toward the inside of the Murong family. Yi Chen followed right behind him. Inside a huge tower, Yi Chen and Murong Jishui arrived at the highest floor, the 21st floor. Each floor of the tower was very tall, 7 to 8 meters tall. The 21st floor would be 150 to 60 meters. Standing on the 7th floor, one could see most of the buildings inside the Murong family. Murong-Wu's power. What do you think? Murong Jishui asked. Yi Chen said, "Not too bad. If I use all of my power, I can beat him within 10 attacks." It was not an exaggeration. After battling with Murong-Wu for a while, he had already calculated his overall power, including the increase of his right arm after demonization. Oh. Murong Jishui turned his head and looked at Yi Chen with surprise. "Yi Chen, can you tell me what rank your sword soul is? Is it peak level rank 4 or rank 5? Peak level rank 4. Yi Chen was telling the truth. Although his sword intent seemed to have surpassed the master-level sword intent, the rank of his sword soul was still at peak level rank 4. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was because his sword soul was the slaughter sword soul, which was at peak level rank 4. It was more powerful than a normal peak level rank 5 sword soul. Of course, he did not use the slaughter sword soul during the battle with Murong Wu. Instead, he used the normal sword soul embryo with the destruction element. His normal sword soul embryo was actually not normal at all. Just like the slaughter sword soul, it had already developed a willpower, which was equivalent to a normal peak level rank 2 sword soul. Combined with the destruction element, it would be equivalent to a normal rank 4 sword soul, which was a master level sword soul. He knew it very well that although the peak level rank 4 slaughter sword soul was only equivalent to a normal peak level rank 5 sword soul, and it would not be as powerful as the ones in front of it. But with the increase of the rank, the difference would be even bigger. Going from rank 3 to rank 4 and from rank 4 to rank 5 would have a totally different meaning, because a rank 5 sword soul would be a king-level sword soul, just like how a rank 4 sword soul would be a master-level sword soul. Peak level rank 4. No wonder. I did not expect you to be this powerful in the sword art. I am just like the others. I have underestimated you. After the surprise, Murong Jishui laughed, feeling very good. This time, no matter if he won or lost, he would not regret it at all. Yi Chen's potential was beyond his imagination. With enough time, he would definitely be able to create a miracle, since he had just reached the Sea of Souls realm not long ago. As long as he could increase his cultivation and profound sense martial arts, there would not be many people in the Sea of Souls realm who would be able to compete with him. This kind of person was born to be a king. What if he reaches the life and death realm? This thought suddenly flashed through Murong Jishui's mind, and he was shocked by himself. He finally understood why the Dragon King valued Yi Chen so much. He must have already seen how powerful Yi Chen was. This kind of horrifying martial genius was rarely seen in history. Once he became a life and death realm warrior, all of the powerful warriors in the whole continent would be shocked. With that thought in mind, he put himself in the Dragon King's shoes. From his perspective, no matter what, he would not give up on Yi Chen, this martial genius. For him, he would even fight against the king warriors. The bigger the investment, the bigger the profit. Anyone who dared to bully the weak would be going against the Dragon King. Once the Dragon King got angry, the consequences would be horrifying. I guess even Yi Chen himself did not know how important he was. For him, the Dragon King would do anything. Murong Jishui glanced at Yi Chen, feeling very excited. With the Dragon King protecting Yi Chen, breaking the rules of the demi-demon family that had been around for thousands of years would be nothing. Since the Dragon King had already bet on Yi Chen, why couldn't he? The Dragon King's vision was not something he could compete with. This brat will definitely turn the world upside down in the future. Following behind him and cheering for him would be the honor of our Murong family. With that thought in mind, the way Murong Jishui looked at Yi Chen had changed. Deep in his heart, he had already considered Yi Chen as a powerful warrior. In front of him, he seemed to be a little bit smaller. It was not shameful, not at all. Some people were destined to be the ones who could not see the truth clearly. Hee about the demi-demons, I have not told you everything yet. So it would be fine if I tell you now. Clearing his throat, Murong Jishui said, "Do you know what the demonization is?" Yi Chen guessed. Is it because of the demon's bloodline? Indeed. Every member of our demi-demon race has half or less of the demon's bloodline. The demons are a race that is even more powerful than the human race. Having their bloodline is a good thing, but also a bad thing. It all depends on whether or not you can control the bloodline of the demons, such as the demonization ability. You have seen it yourself. Murong Wu could demonize his right arm, and after that his right arm would turn into a demon arm. I believe I do not need to say more about the power of the demons, right? Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, the demons were very powerful. Back in the parallel space battlefield, he had witnessed the battle between the Demon King and the 3 King Warriors. That Demon King had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, and was at its weakest state. But still, it was able to beat the 3 King Warriors so badly. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the demons were, which was hard to describe with words. The demonization ability can only be mastered after reaching the Sea of Souls realm. If it happens before the Sea of Souls realm, it would most likely turn into a murderous demon that had lost its mind. That would be the sign of not being able to control it. But once you reach the Sea of Souls realm, you would usually be able to control the demonization a little bit, and it would not happen again. Look at me, my demonization ability is even more powerful than Murong Wu's. As he spoke, Murong Jishue's left and right arms both started to expand. Demon Qi rolled in the air, and the fingernail-sized black scales reached all the way to his shoulders. That streamlined muscle gave people a metallic shine, containing an extremely horrifying power and defense. The reason why my demonization ability is even more powerful than Murong Wu's is not only because I can demonize both of my arms, but also because I can get out of the demonization mode as I please. Crack. Crack. The scales disappeared, and Murong Jishue's arms soon returned to normal. Get out of the demonization mode as you please? Yi Chen had seen Murong Wu's right arm being unable to return to normal even after a long time. This Murong Jishue was not just a little bit more powerful than Murong Wu. Smiling lightly, Murong Jishue asked, "How is it?" "Very powerful. Does the demonization have any side effects?" Yi Chen asked. Letting out a sigh, Murong Jishue said, "Yes. Demonization is a double-edged sword. The more you rely on it, the greater the consequences you will have to bear in the future. After all, we are human devils, not members of the demon race. Demonization is the same as developing into a demon race. Unfortunately, even if our whole body is demonized, we are not members of the demon race. There is an invisible abyss between one race and another race. Those who want to cross it will fall and break their bones. Therefore, unless it is a critical moment, we will not use demonization. This thing will erode our body. Once our body is completely eroded, it will erode our soul until we lose our reason. That's right. Demonization is a double-edged sword. The more you rely on it, the greater the consequences you will have to bear in the future. There are a lot of people who hate demi-demons on this continent because of this reason. They are afraid that there will be a demon king among us, or even a group of demon kings who have lost their minds. There must be some other reasons. Yi Chen did not think that the demi-demons would cause that much of a threat. First of all, the number of demi-demons would limit the influence of the demi-demons. There were 20 families, so how many demi-demons could there be? Adding all of them together, it would not be more than 1 million. How many of them would become demon kings or lose their minds would already be horrifying. The chance of them becoming life and death realm warriors would be 10,000 times higher than the chance of human warriors becoming life and death realm warriors. Of course, part of it was because of their higher foundation. With a smaller population, the chance of them becoming powerful warriors would be higher. Chapter 537. How about this demonization? Since he was going to fight against the demi-demons from the Yuan family, Yi Chen had to figure out how much the demonization would increase his power. Murong Jishue said, "Demonizing parts of the body will increase in 2 ways. And it is a bit complicated. For example, if my right arm is demonized, then my right arm would increase by at least 30%, and my whole body would increase by 10%. If I demonize both of my arms, then both of them would increase by 40%, and my whole body would increase by 20%. If I demonize both of my arms and one of my legs, then each of them would increase by 50%, and my whole body would increase by 30%. The more parts that are demonized, the bigger the increase would be. So that is how it is." Yi Chen understood it very easily. Just like what Murong Jishue had said, after demonization, the increase would be in 2 ways, part and whole. As the number of parts that were demonized increased, the power of part and whole would increase by 10%. If he demonized all of his limbs, then each of them would increase by 60%, and the whole body would increase by 40%. Yi Chen wondered how it would be after he demonized all of them. By then it would be a huge increase, and it would not just be a 10% increase anymore. Yuan Hao and Yuan Jie's demi-demon bloodline is similar to mine, so they would be able to demonize at least one part, and possibly both parts. But of course, in terms of controlling ability, they would not be as powerful as me. As for Yuan Yi, you really have to be careful. He not only has the perfect demi-demon bloodline, but he is also at the mid-sea of Soul's realm. Once the demi-demons with the perfect demi-demon bloodline reach the Sea of Soul's realm, they would be able to master a special power that is even more powerful than the demonization ability. This power is not fixed, but it would be related to the demon's power anyway. Morong Jishue reminded him. The power of the demons? Yichen had heard about it from Morong Qingqing before. Although he did not know exactly what the demon's power was, he knew that it would not be simple, since the demons were a race that was even more powerful than the human race. Their power would not be normal at all. After thinking about it, Yichen frowned and asked, the perfect demi-demon bloodline can master the demonization ability and the special power at the same time. No. Morong Jishue shook his head. The perfect demi-demons will lose their demonization ability. They are the most perfect demi-demons, so they don't have to worry about losing their minds. As for the reason, I don't know either. Logically speaking, the perfect demi-demons have much more demon blood than us, but they don't have the ability to demonize. Of course, with their talent, they don't need the demonization ability at all, because the demonization ability is a burden to them. Hearing this, Yichen let out a sigh of relief. He had never personally experienced the side effects of the demonization ability. He only knew that the demonization ability could increase one's strength, and there was no doubt about it. If the other party had both the demonization ability and the innate ability, then it would not be easy to deal with them. The Yuan family is in the Gulan region of the eastern region, which is 18 million miles away from here. Even with the red-eye vicious bird that we raise, it would still take us more than a month to get there without any rest. Normally, it would take us 2.5 months. In 3 days we will leave, Morong Jishue suggested. All right, we'll leave in 3 days. A sharp light flashed through Yichen's eyes. 800 miles to the north of the Morong family, there was a valley. It was not that big, only 4 to 5 miles long and hundreds of meters wide. There was a deep pond in the middle of the valley. There used to be a rank 7 weird fish, but it had been killed a couple of days ago, and its meat had been turned into soup. Right next to the deep pond, a couple of wooden houses had appeared out of nowhere. They were hidden between the rocks and the trees. Even if one walked into the valley, it would be hard to notice them. Shoo! A shadow shot into the valley through the entrance, arriving in front of the wooden house like it was very familiar with the place. It seemed like he had known about the existence of the house a long time ago. Who is it? A low yell came from inside the house. It was a middle-aged man in black robes. His face was white without any facial hair, and he had a healthy body. He laughed. Iron Dragon, it is me. Why are you so nervous? The door opened, and the bulky man in black robes who was called Iron Dragon said helplessly, "Come in. I thought we had been discovered." Crack. As the door closed, the two walked in. The inside of the house was a whole new world. There were a lot of shiny crystals embedded on the walls, and there were a couple of tubes on the east side of the wall. On the other side of the wall, there were a couple of bulky men in black robes who were grilling meat. The aroma filled the air. While grilling, Iron Dragon asked, "Grey Eagle, how is the Morong family doing?" Morong Jishue is back, and he has brought a young man with him. Do you know who that young man is? He is the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the southern regions, Yi Chun. According to what I know, Morong Jishue does not seem to want his daughter to marry into our Yuan family. Inviting that brat here probably does not mean anything good. Huh? What a reckless aunt. His daughter being able to marry into our Yuan family is a blessing that he earned in his previous life. How could he not appreciate it? As for that Yi Chun, should we inform the family and have them send someone to kill him? That would be the end of it. Iron Dragon's face was full of killing intent. The middle-aged man shook his head. This kind of thing is not something you and I can decide. He is a martial genius that the Dragon King has his eyes on. If we kill him, the consequences would be too severe. Who knows, it might even be traced back to our Yuan family. Iron Dragon said with disdain. A dead martial genius is no longer a martial genius. I think the Dragon King would not turn against our demi-demon family for a dead man, right? Although our demi-demon family relies on him for a lot of things, he should not push it too far. Without him, we still have Xianhou behind us. Xianhou and the Dragon King were both top king warriors. The reason why the Dragon King helped the demi-demon family was because one of his disciples was a martial genius of the demi-demon family. Of course, there were other reasons as well. On the other hand, the reason why Xianhou helped the demi-demon family was because Xianhou had owed the demi-demon family back in the day. You cannot say it like that. The dignity of a king warrior should not be challenged. It would be hard to tell if the Dragon King would get angry or not. Once he gets angry, our demi-demon family would not be able to stop him. As for killing Yi Chun, it is not impossible, but we have to make sure that no one knows that it was done by us. Hearing Grey Eagle, Iron Dragon was a bit frustrated. He was right. The demi-demon family would not be able to stop the Dragon King, even if there were 2 demi-demon kings in his family. Thinking about that, a dark look flashed through his eyes as he thought to himself. Most of these human warriors are hostile to our demi-demon family. If we have a top demi-demon king, or even a demi-demon emperor, then they would not dare to mess with us, and the Dragon King would not turn against us that easily. Let's send the news back. Let the family make the decision. Iron Dragon suggested. Grey Eagle nodded. Indeed, we have to send the news back. This matter could be big or small, so we have to pay attention to it. Luckily, the family had sent us here to spy on the Morong family. I did not expect that we would actually find something like this. No wonder the leader of the family said that the Morong family is a disaster. As he spoke, Grey Eagle patted the beast tag on his waist, and a gray, weird-looking bird flashed out. It was only 1 foot long, with a very thin neck. Its body was streamlined, and its feathers were very smooth, shining with a gray metallic luster. Putting the paper with the news into a small bamboo tube, and tying it on the leg of the bird, Grey Eagle opened the door of the house and threw the bird out. Chi! The bird screeched once before disappearing without a trace. 3 days later, in the morning, a couple of red-eye birds flew out from the biggest building of the Morong family, carrying Yi Chun and the rest toward the northeast. This time, it was not only Morong Jishui and Yi Chun who were going to the Yuan family, but also the headmaster Morong Wang, the 5th master Morong Wu, and 10 other powerful warriors of the Morong family. All of them were at early Sea of Soul's realm, so it was not hard to tell how powerful the Morong family was. The red-eye birds are rank 8 beasts, and their highest speed can reach 7 times the speed of sound. If we include the rest, we should be able to reach the Gulan region in 2.5 months. Of course, we could also make it 10 days earlier. There were 4 red-eye birds in total. Morong Jishui, Yi Chun, and Morong Wu were riding on one, while Morong Wang and 2 other powerful warriors were riding on the other 2. On the wide back of the birds, Morong Jishui stood right next to Yi Chun as he said to Yi Chun. Yi Chun did not really care about it. The red-eye birds were rank 8 beasts, and their speed could reach 7 times the speed of sound was already very scary. But his flying puppet was even faster than them. Once it was loaded with top-rank spirit stones, its highest speed could reach 10 times the speed of sound, and it could fly without any rest. So it would probably take them a month to reach the Gulan region. Of course, he would not take it out unless it was a critical moment. On the back of the red-eye bird on the left, Morong Wang sneered. In his opinion, Yi Chun would be looking for trouble by going to the Yuan family. So what if he managed to beat Morong Wu? Could there not be another young warrior, who was more powerful than Morong Wu in the whole Yuan family? You do not know how high the sky is. Once you reach the Yuan family, perhaps you will be too scared to say anything. Morong Wang thought to himself. Morong Jishui glanced at Morong Wang. To be honest, he did not want Morong Wang to go with them. But the latter was the headmaster of the family. Although he was not as powerful as him, he was still a top spirit warrior. When he was in his demonized mode, he might be able to compete with normal master level Sea of Soul's realm warriors, even more powerful than Morong Wu. If he wanted to go, Morong Jishui would not be able to stop him, since the latter did not listen to him at all. I hope he will not cause trouble for me. Shoo. The red-eye bird's speed was getting faster and faster, eventually maintaining at 7 times the speed of sound. In the east of the continent, inside the Gulan region, the Gulan region was full of power, and the 2 most powerful ones were the Yuan family and the Gulan martial school. The Yuan family was located near an abyss. There were so many tall buildings that one could not see the end of. Among the buildings, there were 2 towers that were very eye-catching. They were thousands of meters tall, looking like 2 huge swords that pierced through the clouds. And the ones who lived in the towers were the 2 demi-demon kings of the Yuan family. On the top floor of a similarly tall building, a middle-aged man in purple robes stood there with his hands behind his back, looking down at the buildings in front of him. The middle-aged man's eyes froze a bit as he noticed that there was a tiny dot in the sky. Soon, the dot enlarged and arrived in the sky above the Yuan family. It turned out to be a foot-long gray bird, which was traveling at an amazing speed. The gray bird circled around for a couple of times before landing on the window in front of the middle-aged man. The man waved his hand, and the small bamboo tube on the bird's leg landed in his hand. He took out the paper inside and opened it. After a while, the middle-aged man sneered. "What a reckless brat! How dare you come to the Yuan family? I will not let you off easily. As for the Morong family, it is time to take care of them. That Morong Jishui does not have the right to be the leader of the Morong family." Chapter 538. The space nearby vibrated a bit, and a gray shadow appeared there. "Headmaster, the 3rd and 5th master have brought them back. The leader of the Morong family has also come with them." The gray shadow's voice was very vague. If one did not know where he was, it would be hard to tell where the voice was coming from. The middle-aged man ordered, "Arrange a place for them to stay. Also, send someone to watch over them. Without my permission, do not let them step out of the Yuan family." "Understood. Also, get Yi back and let the 2 of them get to know each other better. Although there is no more suspense in this marriage, if they can develop feelings for each other, it would be even better. If they do, no one would be able to stop them." The middle-aged man was actually a little bit worried that something might happen. For him, this marriage would not allow any accidents to happen. Once it was done, no matter if it was the Yuan family or him, they would both benefit a lot. 2 perfect demi-demon bloodlines combined would also give birth to children with perfect demi-demon bloodlines. If there were 2 of them, then the Yuan family would have 4 perfect demi-demon bloodlines. Plus, all 4 of them would be on his side. So his great-grandfather and the headmaster would definitely side with him. "Headmaster, should we use the shadowless poison on the leader of the Morong family? With it, the success rate would be even higher, and that little girl would be more obedient," the gray shadow suggested. The middle-aged man thought about it for a while, then nodded. "You will do it. Remember, do it secretly." "Yes. All right. You go do what you need to do first." Hearing him, the gray shadow left without a sound. Turning around, the middle-aged man looked up at the blood-colored crescent moon in the sky. "I hope it does not come to that. But if it does, then it would not be my fault. This marriage can only succeed, and no failure is allowed. Whoever dares to stop it would be going against me." As the main family of the demi-demon race, the Yuan family had the most population, reaching a shocking 400,000. With such a huge population, there were naturally a lot of buildings. In the hundreds of miles radius around the abyss, there were all kinds of buildings. In a luxurious courtyard at the edge of the core region, 2 beautiful women were sitting on stone chairs and chatting. She was about 38 or 39 years old. Between her eyebrows, there was a charm that only a mature woman could have. An emerald green jewel hung from her earlobes, and she was wearing a luxurious dark green dress. Opposite of the mature woman was a much younger woman in a purple dress. Her face was covered with a veil, and through the contours of her face, one could see that she was somewhat similar to the mature woman. However, in comparison, she was more stunning. She had a pair of slightly purple pupils that were like 2 light purple gems. Her eyelashes were slender and curved, and her hair was like a waterfall. The latter was Morong Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, do you think that brat will really come?" The mature woman did not hold any hope. Morong Qingcheng was a little absent-minded. She took a sip of tea and said, "Since father went to find him, he will definitely come. I know him." "Oh, is it for you?" The mature woman showed an ambiguous smile on her face. Morong Qingcheng blushed. "Not necessarily. Anyway, he will come. But it might not be entirely for me. It would be great if he comes. Otherwise, you will really have to marry that Yuan Yi." The mature woman did not look happy. The Yuan family is way too aggressive. They said that they invited you, but they were actually threatening you. Luckily, your father was not there that day. Otherwise, he would have to fight with the third and fifth master of the Yuan family. With his power alone, I am afraid he would not be able to win against them. Morong Qingqing said with determination. Whether he comes or not, I will not marry Yuan Yi. Worst case scenario, I will just die. Pausing for a second, she said again. Mother, why did you come? If you come, I am afraid that they will use you to threaten me. The mature woman was indeed Morong Qingqing's mother, Morong Jishui's wife. Her name was Su Ruhui. She forced a smile and said, Do you think that if I did not come, they would let you go and threaten you? I am afraid that it would be even worse. Plus, I am the former third daughter of the Su family, so they would not be too reckless. There were more than 20 demi-demon families in total, and the Su family was one of them. Different from the Morong family, the Su family was way more powerful than the Morong family, at least in the top 5. No matter how aggressive the Yuan family was, they would have to show some respect to the Su family. Plus, I also want to meet your father's old lover. Su Ruhui loved Morong Jishui a lot. As the former third daughter of the Su family, when she chose to marry Morong Jishui, there were a lot of obstacles. But in the end, she succeeded. However, there was still a knot in her heart. She knew that there was someone else in Morong Jishui's heart, and that person was his first lover. Morong Qingqing asked curiously, What will you say when you see her? Nothing much. I just want to see what kind of person she is. My eyes are very accurate. Su Ruhui laughed. Oh right, I have not seen that brat yet. When he comes, I will take a good look at him for you as well. The wind was blowing, and it was sharp like blades. 4 7-meter-long red-eyed birds flew at an extreme speed, shuttling through the clouds. Because of the extreme speed, a layer of air appeared 2 meters in front of the birds. It was very thick, and was formed by countless compressed air particles. It was a natural barrier. Inside the air layer, Yi Chun and the rest were all sitting on the back of the birds. The journey was too long, so they would occasionally wake up from their training mode and say a few words. But most of the time, they were training and adjusting their breathing. The back of the birds was very wide. Even with the 3 of them sitting on it, it still looked very spacious. If they squeezed a little, it could easily fit dozens of people. Yi Chun was sitting a bit to the right in front of him. When I first reached the Sea of Souls realm, my slaughter sword spirit and that normal sword spirit had both been strengthened quite a bit. The slaughter sword spirit was only rank 4, which was comparable to normal rank 5 sword spirits. But because of the huge increase in soul power, it naturally reached the peak of rank 4. But the normal sword spirit had been nourished by a huge amount of soul power, so why did it not reach the sword spirit level? It was just a bit more powerful. Yi Chun could not quite understand it. Opening his eyes, Yi Chun let out a breath. His deep eyes went through the air layer and looked at the world outside, where the clouds were rolling and changing. Right then, Morong Jishui had also stopped training. Seeing Yi Chun's pondering expression, he chuckled. You are so hard-working. I always see you thinking. Yi Chun shook his head and said, There are too many things that I do not understand. It seems like the more powerful I am, the more things I do not understand. Even some of the simple things that I have experienced before, I do not understand much anymore. Oh. Morong Jishui was a bit surprised. You are right. The more powerful I am, the less I understand this world. Before, we could only see the surface, and thought that it was everything. But now that we know the essence, we realize that the surface is just like a floating cloud. Essence? Floating cloud? A beam of light flashed through Yi Chun's mind, as if something had suddenly become clear. He was afraid that the inspiration would disappear soon. So he immediately closed his eyes and entered the training mode. Morong Jishui was shocked, and then smiled bitterly. He shook his head and also started training. Essence, right? I have never paid attention to the essence of the sword spirit. The sword spirit is the condensed sword intent, which is the will, which is the external expression of the soul power, which is equivalent to the power of the soul. Since I want to condense the sword spirit, it must be related to the soul power. I have never thought about this before. The reason why I can condense the slaughter sword spirit is because it is natural, not intentional. Clang, 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 clang. In fact, this sound did not exist at all. It was simulated automatically in Yi Chen's mind, and only Yi Chen could hear it. Above his soul sea, next to the dark red slaughter sword spirit, there was a rather illusory ancient longsword. This ancient longsword was the sword spirit embryo. Next to the sword spirit embryo, a silver hammer was hitting the sword spirit embryo, bringing out illusory silver sparks. The silver hammer was created by the soul power. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Just as he had expected, the sword spirit embryo's density had increased. It seemed slow, but it was actually a couple of times faster than before. Murong Jishui's unintentional words had solved a problem for Yi Chen. Since the essence of the sword spirit was the external expression of the soul, then using the soul power to train it would be the perfect way to train the sword spirit, right? Oh right, since I could think of it, why didn't the Battle King think of it? Yi Chen suddenly thought of this question. According to the information that the Battle King had sent into his mind, training the sword spirit was all about learning and using more, but not training. Is it because they can't do it? After reaching the life and death realm, although the soul power would increase drastically, the rank of the sword spirit would be higher as well. So the soul power would still not be able to train the sword spirit. After thinking about it, Yi Chen felt that this was the only explanation. It was because his soul power was 5 times more powerful than the other Sea of Souls realm warriors, which was why he could condense his soul power into the shape of a hammer and hit the sword spirit embryo. But the other Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to do it. Even the Battle King could not do it when he was at the Sea of Souls realm. Once he reached the life and death realm, although his soul power would be more powerful, but the rank of his sword spirit would be higher as well. So he would not be able to do it either. It seems like this is my talent, and no one else can learn it. Regardless, Yi Chen was in a good mood. He had found a shortcut to speed up the development of his sword spirit. Time passed quickly, day and night alternated. On the 7th day after Yi Chen had learned the essence of the sword spirit, the red-eye beast carried everyone to the eastern region. Right then there was only 1 million miles left before they reached their destination, the Gulan region. Ting. The moment the night arrived, a sword ting sound echoed in Yi Chen's head. 7 days ago, the vague sword spirit embryo had finally been completely condensed. If the sword spirit embryo was an iron sword that was not that sharp, then the completed sword spirit would be a great sword. The edge of the sword was extremely sharp, and the light of will power was like the cold light of the sword, making people's hearts skip a beat. The second sword spirit, done. Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes. The dark sky suddenly brightened up, as if a flash of lightning had flashed across the sky, or a beam of sword light had appeared. Chapter 539. Murong Jishui and Murong Wu, who were only a couple of meters away from Yi Chen, did not notice anything strange about Yi Chen. Compared to before, Yi Chen's control over his sword intent had already reached the top level. The second the sword spirit was formed, he did not leak out any sword intent at all. Indeed, the third sword spirit has been formed. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen focused all of his attention on his Sea of Soul. Above his Sea of Soul, besides the slaughter sword spirit and the second sword spirit, there was another illusory, ancient-looking longsword right next to the second sword spirit. This longsword had a dim light, like an abandoned iron sword. However, on the surface of this longsword, there was a bright light of will power as well. The third sword spirit is just like the second one, which is as powerful as a normal rank 2 sword spirit. As for the second sword spirit, it has already reached the peak of rank 3. Combined with the destruction or immortality element, it would be as powerful as a peak rank 4 sword spirit. In other words, without the slaughter sword spirit, destruction or immortality element, Yi Chen's second sword spirit would only be below the master level sword spirit. Once it was combined with the destruction and immortality elements, its power would reach the peak of rank 4 sword spirit, which would not be weaker than any master level sword artist. The reason why the slaughter element was imprinted on the first sword spirit and formed the slaughter sword spirit was because it had slaughtered enough people. If I want to imprint the destruction element on the second sword spirit, I must comprehend the true essence of destruction. Once the destruction sword spirit is formed, its power will be even greater than the slaughter sword spirit. Shaking his head, Yichen was confused. He was wondering how many sword spirits he could form in the end. According to his estimation, there should be 3 sword spirits, which were the slaughter sword spirit, the destruction sword spirit, and the immortality sword spirit. After all, there were only 3 elements in his sea of soul. Of course, it was just an estimation. Who knew if there would be a 4th or 5th sword spirit? If there were, he would have to think about why. He could not even figure out what had happened to him, so what else could he figure out? The slaughter sword spirit and the second sword spirit are resonating. Right then, Yichen found out something amazing. Inside his sea of soul, the slaughter sword spirit and the second sword spirit had some kind of connection. It was very weak, and if he did not sense it carefully, he would not be able to sense it at all. Moreover, he found out that as the connection was formed, the slaughter sword spirit and the second sword spirit were condensing at a very small speed, as if they had formed a resonance field. Ooh! A wave of strong flow blew past, causing the bird to shake a little. Morong Jishui and Morong Wu were both startled awake. Looking at the environment under the cloud ocean, Morong Jishui laughed. We have entered the Gulan region. In about 2 to 3 days, we will reach the biggest city near the Yuan family, the ancient Wind City. Shall we go to the ancient Wind City first? Yichen asked. Morong Jishui nodded. Right now, going to the Yuan family would be like entering a tiger's den. Although they would not kill us, they would still be able to imprison us. Once the wedding is over, it would be pointless for us to come out and cause trouble. So, we cannot be reckless. You're right. Yichen thought about it and agreed with him. If he entered the Yuan family on his own, there would be a big chance that he would be imprisoned. Then the other party would be able to say that he was imprisoned because he had intruded into the Yuan family. Right then Morong Wu said, "Third brother, the Yuan family would not be easy to mess with. I am afraid that our operation would not be that smooth. Even if they are not easy to mess with, we will have to. We have no way out now." Morong Jishui said viciously, then looked over at Yichen. Yichen looked very calm, but there was a sharpness in that calm look. Ancient Wind City. It was one of the most famous big cities in the Gulan region, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Yuan family. Inside the city, there were a lot of martial institutions branches, which were basically used to protect the local businesses. After all, the martial institutions were too far away, and it would be impossible to have no security. Yuan Yi, I lost to you 2 years ago. Today I will take it all back. On the street, 2 young men were confronting each other. The one who was talking was in his 30s. His long hair was tied up by a yellow band, and there was a dirt-colored battle blade on his back. The blade intent was shooting out of it. Easily blocking out the incoming blade intent, the handsome young man who was also in his 30s sneered. Gao Yinfeng, you are a powerful warrior as well. Unfortunately, you should not have come to me. 2 years ago, you were not my opponent, and 2 years later, you will be even more so. I am not interested in competing with you. What? Are you scared? Scared? Ha! I am just not interested in wounding you. Perhaps, I might even accidentally kill you. Yuan Yi looked disdainful. Injuries and deaths are inevitable in battles. I, Gao Yinfeng, do not care about it anymore. Alright, since you want to die that badly, I will fulfill your wish. Let's battle outside the city. A killing intent appeared in Yuan Ye's eyes as he flew toward the west gate. Gao Yinfeng followed right behind him. Hurry. Follow him. Yuan Yi is about to battle with Gao Yinfeng, regardless of life or death. All of the warriors who were watching were excited as they followed. On the empty wasteland outside the city, the wind was blowing hard. 2 human figures kept crossing each other, bringing up a chi power that was enough to tear the ground apart. Burning fire blade. Gao Yinfeng faced the incoming wind, and threw out a blade attack. This blade attack was extremely hot, and even the air had been heated red. It spread all the way toward Yuan Yi, who was not far away. You have overestimated yourself. Yuan Yi reached out his right hand and formed a fist in the air. All of a sudden, Circles of light black pattern appeared on the edge of his fist. The pattern expanded rapidly, covering half of the sky. The wind stopped suddenly, and the place became deathly silent. Die. Yuan Yi threw out a fist attack toward Gao Yinfeng, who was standing in front of him. Pooh. The burning blade chi had been shattered, and Gao Yinfeng puked out a huge amount of blood. His face looked extremely pale, as if he had lost a lot of his life force. Falling heavily onto the ground, Gao Yinfeng puked out a mouthful of blood and said, "I did not expect you to have trained your killing water fist art to more than 100% already. I have not lost for nothing. I thought this fist attack would be enough to kill you. You are pretty tough. Don't worry, that fist attack did not kill you, so I will not attack again." Yuan Yi walked over and stepped on Gao Yunfeng's head, pushing it into the mud. "If you want to fight against me, then you will have to be prepared to be killed or humiliated. You are very lucky." Seeing this, a lot of warriors shook their heads. The competition between the young generation of the eastern region was very intense. Therefore, the battles were very cruel and cold. Leaving the battling area, a gray shadow appeared right next to Yuan Yi. It was very easy for people to ignore it, since it was mixed with the color of the mud. "Uncle Huang, what are you looking for me for?" Yuan Yi said lightly. "Your fiancée is here. The headmaster asked you to go back early and build up your relationship with her." A voice was heard from the gray shadow. A smile appeared on Yuan Yi's face as he said, "I have heard from the spies that this fiancée of mine is so beautiful. I would like to go and see for myself." "Your fiancée will be your wife in the future. But there is one thing that you have to pay attention to. This fiancé of yours has a good friend, and his name is Yi Chen. Right now, he is almost here in the Gulan region. Whether or not you can get married successfully will depend on your own power." "Yi Chen. I know. Isn't he just a lucky guy who was chosen by the Dragon King? If he wants to come, then let him. But I will let him know what it feels like to have both his woman and his dignity taken away. I am afraid that he will not be able to get back on his feet." Ha! Yuan Yi did not care about Yi Chen at all. Indeed, the latter's talent might be higher than his, and he was a lot younger than him as well. But in front of power, it would not be a problem at all. Once one reached the Sea of Souls realm, age would be an advantage. It was just like the age difference between life and death realm warriors. The gray shadow said calmly, "He is the martial genius that the Dragon King has chosen after all. You better be careful. I know what to do with him." An evil smile appeared on Yuan Yi's face as he said, "Let's go back. I am a bit impatient now." Shoo, shoo. The two flashed their bodies, flying toward the Yuan family. After about the time it took to brew a pot of tea, 4 black dots landed from the sky. They were 4 7-meters long red-eye bird, with human figures standing on their backs. "We have arrived at the ancient Wind City. Let's go down." When they were close to the ground, Murong Jishu'e jumped down and stood steadily on the ground. With a shoe, Yichen jumped down as well. "This is the ancient Wind City. It looks like it has been around for a long time." Landing in Yichen's site was a very ancient city. The mottled walls told the world that this city had been through years of wind and rain, but it still stood strong. Moving his eyes away from the city, Yichen said with a bit of surprise, "So many astral-reaching realm warriors have gathered here. Did something happen just now?" Murong Jishu'e said, "I guess there was a battle earlier. Never mind it. Let's go in." Entering the city, the group chose a luxurious hotel to stay in. The night was like water, and the ancient Wind City seemed to be a lot quieter. Inside the guest room, Yichen quietly released his soul power. His powerful soul power covered the entire ancient Wind City within a second, allowing him to sense every corner of the city. There are quite a lot of Sea of Souls realm warriors here. Yichen's soul power was way more powerful than normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. Scanning out with his soul power, he would not be noticed at all. It was just like when he was at the astral reaching realm, where he used his soul power to scan out astral reaching realm warriors. There were more Sea of Souls realm warriors in the ancient Wind City than Yichen had expected. Most of them were training, and some of them were doing secret things. Of course, because the soul power was too scattered, Yichen would not be able to intercept their voices. He could only tell what they were saying from their mouths. Where is Morong Wang going? He was about to take back his soul power when Yi Chun sensed that Morong Wang had left the hotel and was flying toward the west, leaving the ancient Wind City soon. This guy. A cold light flashed through Yi Chun's eyes. To the west of the city was the Yuan family. With the speed of a spirit warrior, he would be able to reach there in half an hour. Morong Wang thought that no one would know that he had left, since he would be able to sense it as soon as he scanned out with his soul power. But he did not expect that Yi Chen's soul power would be even more powerful than the Sea of Souls realm warriors, which allowed him to see his every move. Chapter 540. Let's see what he is up to. Yi Chen thought about it, and decided that he should still follow him. He did not like to be stuck in an unknown situation, so he had to take the initiative. Pap. The wooden window opened automatically, and Yi Chen flashed his body before jumping into the night. Tonight was a moonless night. If it weren't for the few stars providing a bit of pitiful radiance, the whole heaven and earth would be so dark that one wouldn't even be able to see their own fingers. However, this dark environment was like a fish in the water for Yi Chen. His profound art, shadow separation, was even more effective in the dark. With his shocking soul power, Yi Chen and Morong Wang maintained a distance of 200 miles, following closely behind. Morong Wang's speed was very fast. Under the cover of the night, he looked like a flash of light blue light. If a normal person saw it, they would think that it was an illusion. One is crazy and overconfident, while the other is young and arrogant. He dares to go against the Yuan family. If the Yuan family were this easy to deal with, then they would not have been able to hold the leading position of the demi-demon family for the past tens of thousands of years. Morong Wang had not been optimistic about Morong Jishui and Yi Chen since the beginning. Therefore, he had already made up his mind that he would not work with Morong Jishui. Choosing to stand on the side of the Yuan family, he knew that if Morong Jishui and the Yuan family went against each other, he would lose the leader position sooner or later, and might even be imprisoned. Although he did not want the leader position of the Morong family, but if it were his turn, he would naturally not let it go. Being the leader of the Morong family would more or less bring him some benefits. My son might even have the chance to marry the third lady of the Yuan family. Most importantly, if this marriage is successful, I might be able to get a copy of the demon's martial art. Although the demon's martial art might not be as profound as the human race's martial art, but after demonizing and using the demon's martial art, my power would increase drastically. I might even be able to compete with master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. For this demon's martial art, I have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Morong Wang's ambition was huge. He was only in his 60s right now, and in the next 250 years, he would have a chance to enter the life and death realm. Once he entered the life and death realm, he would be able to go to the continent, the ocean, and even the stars. Therefore, before that, he had to become more powerful. Whoosh! With a slight air-piercing sound, Morong Wang's speed increased by a bit. What he didn't know was that over 200 miles behind him, a blurry shadow had been following him the whole time. He was fast, but so was the shadow. From time to time, a faint cyan sword light would flash across, causing the shadow's speed to increase drastically. 1.5 hours passed. Morong Wang could see the buildings of the Yuan family from afar. Who is it? On top of the watchtower, an astral-reaching realm warrior had discovered Morong Wang. It was mainly because Morong Wang had slowed down his speed to let the warrior see him. Morong Wang passed on his message. I am the headmaster of the Morong family, Morong Wang. I have something to discuss with your headmaster. Please let him know. Who are you? Who are our headmasters? What kind of things do we have to discuss at night? This astral-reaching realm warrior thought that Morong Wang was here to see him, so he did not think much of him. This tag, you should recognize it, right? Morong Wang did not try to explain. He took out a tag with the word gold carved on it, and threw it over to the warrior. The headmaster's tag. The warrior recognized the tag. The headmaster's name was Yuan Jin, and his tag had the word gold carved on it. Obviously, this tag was given to Morong Wang by the headmaster. You wait, I will go let him know. All right. Morong Wang was not in a hurry. 100 miles away, Yi Chen stood on top of a huge tree, merging with the tree in the dark. Indeed. This guy is here for the Yuan family, and he even has the tag of the headmaster. Touching his chin with his palm, a cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He had decided that if Morong Wang did something that he could not tolerate, even if he was the headmaster of the Morong family, he would kill him. As long as it was not a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, he would have 90% confidence. Soon, that astral-reaching realm warrior came out and gave the tag back to Morong Wang. Looking around, Morong Wang walked into the Yuan family. On the top floor of a rather tall building, the middle-aged man in purple robes and Yuan Yi were both there. There was also a gray shadow in the corner. "Father, what is that Morong Wang doing here?" Yuan Yi asked. The middle-aged man sneered. "It is nothing more than his son and the martial arts of the demons. If this marriage works out, then his son's marriage will be arranged for him. But the martial arts of the demons will not even think about it. Only our Yuan family will have the martial arts of the demons. He is here." The middle-aged man in purple robes thought about the door on the top floor. With a creaking sound, Morong Wang pushed the door open and walked in. "Greetings, Headmaster Yuan." Morong Wang held his fists together as he slightly lowered his head. It was indeed the headmaster of the Yuan family, Yuan Jin. The middle-aged man in purple robe said lightly, "Morong Jishui and that brat have both come to the ancient Wind City?" Yes. Morong Wang was not surprised at all that Yuan Jin knew about Yi Chen. As the headmaster of the Yuan family, he must be very well informed. "All right, I have a mission for you here." The two did not have anything to discuss, but Yuan Jin had asked Morong Wang to come over. He needed him to do something for him to make sure that nothing would go wrong. "Just tell me what you need." "This is a bottle of 3 disaster powder. Give it to Morong Jishui and Yi Chen, then control them to come to our Yuan family." Hearing him, Morong Wang was shocked. "What kind of effect does this powder have? It won't turn them into idiots, right? You know, the Dragon King is behind Yi Chen." Morong Wang was worried that he would become a scapegoat. "Of course I know that. This powder will only last for 3 days. During that time, they will lose their consciousness and be like walking corpses. When they wake up, they will forget everything that happened during that time. After they take it, you can give them simple orders." Originally, Yuan Jin was not planning to do this. But after thinking about it for a while, he still felt that this method would be safer and more stable. "Father, if he wants to come, then let him come. We are not afraid of him," Yuan Yi said. Yuan Jin explained, "This marriage cannot go wrong. Do you really think that it is already set in stone? Plus, after he takes the powder, you can use him to do something good and make your fiancé give up on him. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Use him." Yuan Ye's eyes brightened. Today he had seen Morong Qingcheng. Although she was wearing a light veil, he could still tell that she was a stunning beauty, even more beautiful than all the other women he had seen. Because they both had the perfect demi-demon bloodline, he was even more attracted to her. However, she looked very cold when she saw him, so he could not force himself on her before the wedding. So he had to hold it in. If he could take care of this troublesome Yi Chen, things would go a lot smoother. It would not be impossible for them to fall in love with each other. "Hee, father, you are so smart." A creepy smile appeared on Yuan Ye's face. 100 miles away from the Yuan family, Yi Chen's expression turned cold. His soul power could reach up to 500 miles away, so he could clearly see the movements of their lips. Naturally, he knew what they were talking about. These people, they deserved to die. An intense killing intent appeared in Yi Chen's heart. He did not care what kind of top-level people they were. As long as he had the chance, he would kill them all. "My third brother is a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. Will this 3 disaster powder really work?" Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors had a very powerful willpower, and normal drugs would not be able to work on them. So, Morong Wang had to ask. Yuan Jin was a bit hurt. "Don't worry. The 3 disaster powder is made from the essence blood of 3 rank 10 beasts, along with some other rare spirit medicines. Even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to handle it." Yuan Jin had spent dozens of years to collect all the ingredients, and he had only made 2 bottles. Each bottle's value would be immeasurable. It was not hard to tell how important this wedding was to him. Then, I will not worry anymore. Murong Wang let out a breath. Actually, he was a bit scared of Murong Jishui. If he was found out, he might be killed, even if he was his big brother. Alright, you go back first. Remember, you must succeed. Yuan headmaster, this is not a small risk. The demon's martial art that I mentioned. Is it? Murong Wang wanted to get his hands on a martial art of the demons first. Yuan Jin's face turned cold. Wait until you succeed, then we can talk about it. You do not know how important the demon's martial art is to our demi-demon family. Then. Alright. Murong Wang also knew the importance of the demon's martial art. He bit on his teeth and turned to leave. Before he left, an evil look flashed through his face. Murong Jishui Yichun, don't blame me for this. Every man for himself. Waiting until Murong Wang left, Yuan Jin and Yuan Yi looked at each other and smiled, feeling that everything was under their control. In the night, Murong Wang followed the way he came, flying at an extremely fast speed. Yi Chun followed behind him quietly, his heart filled with killing intent. No one knew how long it had been, but the elder inside one of the two towers of the Yuan family woke up from his training. He subconsciously released his soul power, spreading it out in all directions. 1,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 8,000 miles. It reached 10,000 miles before stopping. The elder was one of the two demi-demon kings of the Yuan family. He had been in closed-door training all year round, and would occasionally go out to explore ruins. However, even if he was a demi-demon king, he would not be able to keep releasing his soul power for a long time. Therefore, he did not realize that Yi Chun was spying on the Yuan family. Right then, Yi Chun had already left for a long time. Who? The wind roared as Murong Wang pushed his speed to his limit. Headmaster, stay. A beam of sword light flashed through, and a human figure caught up. Murong Wang turned around to look, and his face turned blue. Yi Chun, how dare you follow me? Do you want to die? It is you who wants to die. Yi Chun's voice was very cold. What do you know? Murong Wang did not think that Yi Chun knew anything about the 3 disaster powder. None of this is important. Yi Chun's speed was as fast as Master Level Sea of Soul's Realm Warriors. Soon, he was already a couple of miles away. Taking out his gold sword, Yi Chun threw out a wave of sword chi toward Murong Wang. You? Murong Wang sneered as he threw out a blade attack toward the sword chi. Chapter 541. Murong Wang's blade was a long and narrow blue blade, which looked very light and agile. As he waved his right hand, the blade light was like a tornado, flashing across horizontally and clashing with Yi Chun's sword chi. Boom! The bright light ball exploded, and a deep hole appeared on the ground. Shadow shift. Yi Chun's body was like a ghost in the dark as he avoided the explosion range of the light ball, and approached Murong Wang without a sound. The second he got close to him, he took out his gold sword again, and threw out dozens of sword attacks in a row. Each sword attack was as fast as lightning. Murong Wang had seen Yi Chun's fast sword before. However, it was Murong Wu who had been fighting with Yi Chun. Now that he was fighting with Yi Chun, he realized that his opponent's sword was way too fast. It was almost faster than his reflexes. Every single sword attack was extremely tricky, aiming at his blind spots. Ding! Dang! Relying on his intuition and rich battle experience, Murong Wang took a deep breath. He brandished his cyan long blade and created a light screen, which protected him tightly. It kept bouncing off the sharp sword lights, and the dazzling sparks were like fireworks, exploding outside his body. Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the emerald long sword with his left hand, Yi Chun threw out a sword attack. The sword edge went through the gap of the blade light, and left a sword mark on Murong Wang's left rib. Murong Wang made a noise as he bent his knees and jumped into the sky. Can you dodge it? Yi Chun and Murong Wang stood up almost at the same time, jumping into the sky. Along the way, he crossed his 2 swords together, attacking towards the sky. There was no time for Murong Wang to breathe, so he had to block it out with his blade. The crossing point of the 2 swords clashed with the long blade. All of a sudden, a thumb-sized thunderball was born. It expanded at an extreme speed, swallowing both Murong Wang and Yi Chun, and expanding at an even faster speed. In the next second, 100 meters wide thunderball exploded. The intense electric blast wave destroyed the area within a radius of dozens of miles, causing the mountains to collapse, the rivers to dry up, and the ground to crack open. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, Murong Wang was blown backward with smoke rising from his body. Impossible! How can he be so strong? Not only that, this sword intent is making it hard for me to concentrate. Murong Wang's eyes were filled with shock. He knew that Yi Chen was very powerful, and that he had the power to fight beyond his realm. Even his fifth brother, Murong Wu, was slightly weaker than him. But when Murong Wu was battling with him, he was not his opponent at all. Could it be that Yi Chen had been hiding his power during the battle with Murong Wu? Enough! Yi Chen, why are you attacking me? I am Qingqing's uncle. Going to the Yuan family does not seem to have anything to do with you, right? What, do you want to turn against the Murong clan? Murong Wang didn't want to continue fighting with Yi Chen. He believed that even if he went all out, he might not be able to kill Yi Chen. Instead, he would be heavily injured, and the gains would not make up for the losses. It wouldn't be too late to give him the 3 calamity bewitching powder when he had the chance. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Do you really think that I don't know about you and the headmaster of the Yuan family? Putting both swords back into their sheaths, Yi Chen coldly looked at Murong Wang, who had suffered serious internal injuries. You know about this? Impossible. How could you possibly know about it? Murong Wang's expression turned evil as a hint of killing intent appeared in the depth of his pupils. Above the Zhenyuan Ocean in his dantian, the lotus heart sword chi vibrated slightly. Yi Chen looked at Murong Wang coldly. You should never have tried to trick me. Therefore, you have to die. Haha. Murong Wang laughed out loud as he pointed his finger at Yi Chen and said angrily, Who do you think you are? What right do you have to be with my niece, Qingqing? Let me tell you. I am trying to trick you, not letting you get what you want. What can you do to me? You are only a martial genius who was chosen by the Dragon King. Without the Dragon King, you are nothing. I can kill you if I want to. But since you know about this, I will not let you leave in one piece today. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. He had decided that he would wound Yi Chen first before giving him the 3 calamity bewitching powder. I hope you can still be so stubborn before you die. Strands of sword light appeared between Yi Chen's 10 fingers. A silver light appeared in Yi Chen's pupils as he saw through all of Murong Wang's weaknesses. With me, Murong Wang, here, you are destined to be the same as Murong Jishui. A loser, a pitiful man. Demonize. Murong Wang smiled viciously as his right arm and right chest started demonizing. Scales with black chi appeared one after another as his muscles expanded and expanded. Compared to Murong Wu, the range of Murong Wang's demonization was without a doubt larger, and the increase in his power was greater as well. The second Murong Wang started to demonize, Yi Chen flicked out all 10 of his fingers. Beams of lotus heart sword chi shot out like countless light beams. Ah! Murong Wang yelled out. He did not expect that Yi Chen would have this kind of ace attack, and it was so coincidental that he only started to attack when he demonized. It was obvious that the demonization would take some time. Little bastard, I will let you know what regret is. Taking out a huge tower shield with his left hand, Murong Wang curled up his body without thinking, hiding behind the shield. Ding, 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 ding. The shield brought up thousands of sparks. The continuous power attack had made the bones in his left arm groan and crack. What made him grit his teeth even more was that the sword chi did not all go in a straight line. Some of them went around the shield and brushed past his body. Soon, blood splashed out from his body, making him look like a man made of blood. Such a huge shield. Yi Chen frowned. The tower shield was one of the biggest types of shields. If he slightly squatted down, he would be able to use it to protect his whole body. Let's see how long you can last. Stabilizing his right hand, Yi Chen reached out his index finger slowly. It seemed like he had used all of his power as he stabbed out at the tower shield in the air. Buzz. Space rippled, and a huge cyan finger, ignoring the distance between them, pressed down on the tower shield fiercely. Crack. The tower shield was not damaged. Murong Wang, who was behind the shield, looked like he had suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a huge amount of blood towards the sky. The bones in his left arm were broken inch by inch, drooping down powerlessly. Damn it! The tower shield fell down, and Morong Wang's demonization was also completed. The current Morong Wang was not so much a human, but a half-demon and half-human. His right arm had swelled up to twice its original size, and the thickest part was like a wooden barrel. His right chest and left chest were completely different. Not only were they covered in black scales, they had also swelled up like a millstone. Even his head was tilted to one side. A pair of bloodshot eyes glared at Yi Chun, filled with anger and madness. Demonization cut. After demonization, a human demon would perform some killing moves according to the characteristics of the demonization. Of course, these killing moves were modified from the human race's martial arts, so they were not that powerful. However, when used with the demonized body, the killing power would undoubtedly be huge. Whoosh! The black blade light was like a black crescent moon, attacking towards Yi Chun. So fast. It was Yi Chun's first time facing a demonized human demon. He raised his eyebrow and raised his gold sword to block in front of him. He then poured his dragon power into his right arm. Chin. The black blade light contained an unbelievable amount of power. If Yi Chun did not have the dragon power, he would have been blown away. However, with the dragon power, Yi Chun did not move an inch. That black blade light exploded with a sharp chi flow that shot out from both sides of his body. Get down! Morong Wang shot up into the sky and glided above Yi Chun's head. He then slashed down with his blade fiercely. This blade attack did not shoot out a black blade light, but a black light ball. The black light ball was like a small black sun. Before it even landed, it had already sunk a few hundred meters into the ground. Only the ground under Yi Chun's feet remained standing, like a thick stone pillar that was a few hundred meters tall. Crack! The stone pillar cracked open inch by inch as Yi Chun shot out towards Morong Wang. He held his gold sword with both of his hands and waved it out. That bright gold blue sword light was like the golden clouds in the sky. The small black sun and the golden clouds clashed with each other, stopping right there. Pap! 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 The first thing that could not handle it was the mud inside the deep pit. It cracked open piece by piece, and countless different-sized mud pieces floated up into the air, surrounding the two. Thunder exploded as the two suddenly separated. A circular shockwave exploded in the center, destroying all the mud pieces around them. Even this could not do anything to him. Morong Wang's face was full of shock. After demonizing, his right arm's power had increased drastically. For others, it would increase by 30%, but for him, it had increased by 40%. After all, his right chest had demonized as well. However, after battling with Yi Chun, he realized that Yi Chun's power was just as powerful. It was like there was a huge volcano inside his body. What should I do? Should I go back to the Yuan family and let them take care of him? Morong Wang's eyes flickered. A few hundred meters away, Yi Chun put his gold sword back into its scabbard. After taking a deep breath, he took out a dark blue longsword. It was indeed the Thunder Disaster Sword. Morong Wang was not Morong Wu. If the battle dragged on, although Yi Chun had 80 to 90% confidence that he could kill him, it would take too much time. If there were people from the Yuan family coming over, he might be able to escape. In order to avoid any accidents, he would have to take out his ace attack and finish it all at once. His ace attack was naturally the semi-extreme rank greatsword, the Thunder Disaster Sword. Yi Chun, it is still not too late to stop now. Do not make a mistake. Morong Wang's eyes looked dark as he threatened. Chin. Yi Chun did not reply as he took out the Thunder Disaster Sword with his right hand. You can die now. As Zhen Yuan poured in, the sword's body started to vibrate. The next second, the entire sword body started to change, looking like a beam of lightning. Shoo! Performing his sword light flying spell, Yi Chun's speed reached its limit all of a sudden. Within 1/10 of a second, he had arrived in front of Morong Wang, and threw out a sword attack. You will not be able to kill me. Stop it now. No. Morong Wang's eyes were wide open as the blue long blade in his hand was blown away. His head shot up into the sky, leaving behind a headless body. Morong Wang's eyes were wide open as the blue long blade in his hand was blown away. The head shot up into the sky, leaving behind only a headless body. That sword attack was not only fast enough to make people despair, but the power contained in it was also something that even his demonized right arm could not handle. It is a semi-extreme rank greatsword. The head made an unconscious moan before losing its vitality. Chapter 542. Putting his sword back into its scabbard, Yichen turned around and made a grabbing gesture with his palm. The tower shield, the long blade and the storage ring on Murong Wang's finger were all pulled over by an invisible power, and the tower shield and the long blade disappeared instantly. 3 disaster powder. I wonder what it is. What he cared about the most was still the 3 disaster powder. According to Yuan Jin, even Master Level Sea of Souls Realm warriors would not be able to handle it. Invading the ownerless storage ring with his soul power, Yichen soon found a small black bottle. With a wave of his soul power, the bottle was taken out. Pop! Opening the bottle cap, Yichen looked inside and saw that it was half filled with a gray powder. He leaned over and carefully sniffed it. Without knowing what it was, Yichen only felt that his nose was a bit numb, and his consciousness slowed down for a second. Then he did not feel anything at all. This 3 disaster powder sends its effect into the brain through the nerves, making people lose their consciousness. It seems like it would not work on me. Yichen's soul and will power were way more powerful than Master Level Sea of Souls Realm warriors. Even if he took the 3 disaster powder, it would only cause a short side effect. It would not even make him lose his consciousness, not to mention lasting for 3 days. Although it would not work on him, it would be a huge threat to Master Level Sea of Souls Realm warriors. Putting away the 3 disaster powder, Yichen started to study Murong Wang's collection. This guy is quite rich. He has more than 300,000 top-rank spirit stones. This is the Earth Spirit Pellet, and there are 3 Heaven Spirit Pellets as well. Yichen still had less than 30,000 top-rank spirit stones left. It would be enough for training, but if he ran into a big auction, it would be hard for him to make ends meet. But now that he had more than 300,000 top-rank spirit stones, Yichen had become one of the richest Sea of Souls realm warriors. As for the Earth Spirit Pellets and Heaven Spirit Pellets, they were both top-rank pellets. The Earth Spirit Pellets could save a month of training for Sea of Souls realm warriors, while the Heaven Spirit Pellets could save 3 months of training. Murong Wang had 3 bottles of Earth Spirit Pellets, each with 10 pellets, and 3 Heaven Spirit Pellets. Adding them all together, it would save 3 years of training time. Yes, this is a top-grade spirit stone. Yichen's expression froze. In the corner of the storage ring, Yichen saw a half-open small animal skin bag, from which a milky white light leaked out. Although this light was not bright, it was extremely condensed, as if a huge amount of light had been compressed together, releasing a shocking yuan-qi vibration. Buzz! The animal skin bag was taken out. Yichen opened it and couldn't take his eyes off it. There were a total of 7 milky white crystals in the bag. These crystals were purer than diamonds, and there was not a single flaw. The 7 milky white crystals, and the palm-sized animal skin bag, weighed about half a kilogram. It was very heavy in his hand, and it was very heavy. It really is a supreme-grade spirit stone. Yichen took a deep breath. Top-grade spirit stones were different from top-grade spirit stones. They had been condensed into crystals, so they could be called top-grade spirit stones or spirit crystals. The spirit crystals contained within them were dozens of times purer than top-grade spirit stones. If I really want to convert them into top-grade spirit stones, one of them would be worth at least 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the true spirit continent, 1 mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 50 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 top-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, 1 supreme-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Of course, no one would be stupid enough to exchange the supreme-grade spirit stones for top-grade spirit stones, since top-grade spirit stones were easy to come by, while supreme-grade spirit stones were hard to find. For example, building a conveyor door would require supreme-grade spirit stones. No amount of top-grade spirit stones would be enough. Although these 7 supreme-grade spirit stones can be used for training, and the effect would be 10 times better than the Heaven Spirit Pellet. But right now, I am at peak level early Sea of Souls realm, and I only need to make a breakthrough. The Earth Spirit Pellet would be more than enough. Once I reach mid-Sea of Souls realm, I would try not to use the spirit stones as much as possible. Using supreme-grade spirit stones to train would be too wasteful. According to what Yichen knew, normal life and death realm warriors did not even have that many supreme grade spirit stones. Most of the time, they might not even be willing to use them. The one who had the most supreme grade spirit stones would be Su King. Su King had found a small half of an extreme spirit vein under the ocean. That extreme spirit vein did not consist entirely of supreme grade spirit stones. In fact, most of them were top grade spirit stones, and the extreme spirit stones were less than 1/10,000th of them. However, 1/10,000th was already horrifying enough. A lot of king warriors were guessing how many extreme spirit stones there would be. Of course, they only dared to think about it, and did not dare to fight for it. Who would dare to fight for something from Su King? Even the Dragon King and Xianhe would not dare to do so, since they were not kings after all. Putting away the storage ring and the extreme spirit stones, Yichen let out a breath as he looked at Morong Wang's dead body. Boom. He threw out a punch, and the headless body and the head exploded into pieces, leaving no bones behind. Shoo. Yichen flew toward the ancient Wind City. Adding the time he spent in between, it was only 6 hours. When he got back to the restaurant in the ancient Wind City, it was already midnight, and no one had been alerted. On the second day, during breakfast time, Murong Jishui said curiously, "How come I did not see Morong Wang? Strange." Yichen smiled lightly but did not say anything. Morong Wu said, "Who cares what he is doing? He is not on our side." In the demi-demon family, besides the parents and children, family ties were not that strong. The main reason for this was because of the intermarriage within the family. Once the intermarriage happened, everyone would be a relative. Therefore, once there were a lot of relatives, there would be no relatives at all. Plus, this Morong Wang had never been on good terms with them. After breakfast, the three went back to Morong Jishui's room. Morong Jishui said, "It would not be suitable for us to go to the Yuan family at any other time. We can only go during the wedding. In front of everyone, I believe they would not dare to do anything. Plus, there is a branch of the Yellow Dragon Palace in the ancient Wind City. If the Yuan family were to hold a wedding, they would definitely invite the top management of the Yellow Dragon Palace." What kind of people are there in the Yellow Dragon Palace? Yichen knew about the Yellow Dragon Palace. There were 5 palaces under the Dragon God Heaven Palace, which were the Azure Dragon Palace, Black Dragon Palace, White Dragon Palace, Red Dragon Palace, and the Yellow Dragon Palace. The first 4 were all in the East Shallow Ocean, and only the Yellow Dragon Palace was in the East region. The leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace in the ancient Wind City is the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Yao Yifeng, who is a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. Morong Wu said. Even the second leader was a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. Adding all the 5 palaces together, there would be more than 10 master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. This Dragon God Heaven Palace was way more powerful than Yichen had imagined. He had thought that the number of master-level warriors in the AO family would not be any weaker than the Dragon God Heaven Palace, but it seemed like he had been too ignorant. Clearing his throat, Morong Jishui continued to say, "With the second leader Yao Yifeng here, the Yuan family would not dare to do anything. But the rest would be up to us. Specifically, it would be you, Yichen. You have to beat all of the young warriors of the Yuan family. Only then would you have the right to speak. Otherwise, it would only be a joke, and even the second leader Yao Yifeng would not be able to speak for you." Yichen nodded. "If it really comes to that, I will not hold anything back. As long as you have the confidence. Oh right, since we have come to the ancient Wind City, we should pay a visit to the second leader Yao Yifeng. If we could communicate with each other, perhaps it would be a lot smoother." Yichen thought about it, and realized that it made sense. He had not had much contact with the people of the Dragon God Heaven Palace yet. He only knew the Dragon King himself and the 2 senior brothers he had met in the Extreme place. With his power now, it would be time for him to meet some of the top warriors. After that, the 3 discussed some other things. Then, Morong Wu stayed in the restaurant while Yichen and Morong Jishui went to the Yellow Dragon Palace in the ancient Wind City. As a power of the Dragon God Heaven Palace, the Yellow Dragon Palace had occupied a huge area in the ancient Wind City. Even the Yuan family and the Gulan Martial School were not as big as them. From the front door of the Yellow Dragon Palace, 2 middle-aged men walked out. Brother Yan, have you heard? In a couple of days, a brat from the Yuan family will be getting married. I think they will invite us and the second leader to come. It was the middle-aged man with a yellow face who was talking. The bulky middle-aged man said with disdain. The Yuan family is not a good thing. Relying on the support of the leader and Xianhou, they have become more and more arrogant. A couple of days ago, that master of the Yuan family had dared to compete with me in the auction. Ha! The yellow-faced man laughed. Are you still angry about that? Hee, the ancient Wind City is an important city in the eastern region. You and I being sent here, I wonder how many brothers and sisters would be jealous of us. Be happy. There were a lot of Yellow Dragon Palace branches in the eastern region, but not every one of them had a second leader. To be more specific, the rest of the branches could only be called the headquarters. It was not hard to tell how important the Yellow Dragon Palace in the ancient Wind City was. Isn't this Yi Chun? The bulky middle-aged man was about to reply, but his eyes froze all of a sudden. He saw the young man in blue and the middle-aged man in black walking over from the side. It is indeed Yi Chun. The yellow-faced man laughed. What is he doing here? Let's go. Yi Chun had also noticed them, so he walked over with a smile on his face. Brother Wang, Brother Yan, you are here as well. These two were indeed the two brother disciples that Yi Chun had met on his way to the extreme Yin place. One was called Wang Shi, and the other was called Yan Kuei. These two had battled with the Six-Finger Man, forcing him to hand over the top-rank shield of his dead brother disciple. The Six-Finger Man wanted to vent his anger on him, but he was chased away by the two. Wang Shi laughed. Yi Chun, what a coincidence. It has been a couple of years since we last met. You have reached the Sea of Souls realm. Peak level early Sea of Souls realm. Tihis. Wang Shi and Yan Kuei were both shocked. Yi Chun was only 24 or 25 years old, but he had already reached the Sea of Souls realm. This result was even better than Xianhou when she was young. No wonder the leader thought so highly of him. No, if it were not for the leader, this genius might have been taken away by other life and death realm warriors. The two could not help but feel lucky. Yi Chun, what are you doing here in the ancient Wind City? Yan Kuei asked. It is a long story. Uncle Morong and I are here to visit the second leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace. You guys are also from the Yellow Dragon Palace, right? Hearing him, Wang Shi and Yan Kuei looked at Morong Jishui with surprise. They could not tell his cultivation at all. Without any surprises, he should be a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. But of course, the two were not people who had never seen the world before. They had even seen life and death realm warriors before. A master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior would not be worth their attention. Wang Shi nodded. Indeed. I will take you to the second leader. Let's go. Thank you, brother disciples. What are you thanking for? We might be family in the future. Oh right, the second leader is a bit strict. You guys should be prepared. Yan Kuei laughed. Yi Chun's status is different. How could the second leader be rude to him? You are right. The four of them talked and laughed as they entered the Yellow Dragon Palace. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.